Chapter 1349 Amazing Duan Lingfeng. Chapter 1349 Amazing Duan Lingfeng. The vicious man in a black robe had obviously underestimated how powerful Duan Lingfeng was. Shoo! Duan Lingfeng waved his sword, cutting half of the palm of the black-robed man. Then Duan Lingfeng continued his attack, intending to cut the man's head. Damn it! The black-robed man quickly jumped away and avoided another attack after his palm was cut. He looked at his wounded palm and frowned. And Duan Lingfeng held his sword and stood in the heavens. Idiot! Duan Lingfeng. You would die now if I recovered my full strength. The black-robed man felt nervous when hearing those words. Jian Wushuang was also shocked by Duan Lingfeng's power. Jian Wushuang had heard about Duan Lingfeng's incomparable power. If Duan Lingfeng could recover his full strength and totally unleash his soul power, he would be invincible among the universe gods in the third heaven. Now he had just 60% of his power. But despite that, Duan Ling cut half of a palm of one man from Sky Devouring Clan. The black-robed man said, So, before I eat Jian Wushuang, I had better clear all of the obstacles in the way. He smirked and immediately recovered his palm, leaving no scars at all. Then after a second of simmering, his power skyrocketed and his figure enlarged and covered Duan Lingfeng. But Duan Lingfeng was indifferent. He strode forward. The seventh skill! Duan Lingfeng waved his sword again. The sword attack was still done briefly and silently. Bang! But Duan Lingfeng was hit by the black-robed man's power, and he had to jump backwards. The black-robed man laughed. Your skills are just mediocre. Nothing to me. After being attacked, the robed man kept focus and exercised his real power. His 100% power. But Duan Lingfeng was still calm. His eyes sent out an appalling light. Come on! Duan Lingfeng shouted. The eighth skill! Duan Lingfeng waved his sword again. Another blood sword light. The heavens darkened. Two opponents rushed toward each other. Bang! The heavens blared again. Their figures collided violently with each other, and they both jumped backward. Duan Lingfeng now felt a strong sense of excitement. A feeling of aggressiveness rose within his body. Not bad, the black-robed man said. You are better than other universe gods in the third heaven that I have met. So, take my next attack! The ninth skill! Duan Lingfeng shouted resoundingly. Then, within a second, Duan Lingfeng waved his sword again and accumulated an unimaginable power. Another one? The black-robed man was shocked, and he didn't underestimate Duan Lingfeng anymore. He felt that although Duan Lingfeng's breath hadn't recovered, he still had incomparable power. And the last two attacks were more powerful than the previous ones. Shoo! Another blood light. The whole heaven was silent. A dead silence. The black-robed man experienced a rising force within his body. His power and figure exploded, and he turned back into his original shape. His original shape looked like a giant gorilla, scary and savage. After turning into his frightful original shape, he rushed to Duan Lingfeng with all of his power. Bang! However, the black-robed man was hit back by the collision with Duan Lingfeng. Now the black-robed man was at a disadvantageous position. But Duan Lingfeng was still standing stably in his original place. Wow! Looking at Duan Lingfeng, Jian Wushuang was impressed and even shocked. King of Venomous Worms said to Jian Wushuang, I have told you that Duan Lingfeng's power is at a further level than you might imagine. What level? Jian Wushuang didn't understand. But he knew that he himself was still far from that level. Bang! The black-robed man got furious and impatient. His original shape continued to grow, while his power and breath kept rising. He generated an appalling evil spirit, creating an evil storm in the heavens. Jian Wushuang felt more pressure from the black-robed man. The black-robed man is by no means an ordinary Sky-Devouring Clan descendant. His secret skills are also powerful, King of Venomous Worms said. Although Duan Lingfeng was powerful, he hasn't recovered to his full strength, and the black-robed man now has an edge over him in terms of soul power. Duan Lingfeng is also enduring the poison in his body. Jian Wushuang, you should give him a hand or he may be defeated. After hearing that, Jian Wushuang asked King of Venomous Worms, the sky-devouring clan descendants aren't good at consciousness attacks, right? Yes. They accumulated power by eating exotic beasts instead of cultivating. As such, they are not so good at consciousness attacks. However, the black-robed man is a peak universe god of the third heaven. Ordinary consciousness attacks are nothing to him. Jian Wushuang, though your soul power is more powerful than your peers at the same level, I don't think it's realistic for you to attack the black-robed man with a soul attack. Chapter 1350 Exterminate. Chapter 1350 Exterminate. Unrealistic? Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. I never expected to kill him with my soul attack. I only wanted to catch him by surprise in order to create an opportunity for Duan Lingfeng. This is unrealistic? Create an opportunity? King of Venomous King was shocked. If it was merely to create an opportunity, it might work. If so, I shall give it a try. I happen to have yet to put the secret skill of Tian Yuan to play. Today, let's try the power of the secret skill on this Sky Devourer. However, with my current soul power, I can only pull off the secret skill of Tian Yuan once. If I were to create an opportunity for Duan Lingfeng with the secret skill, I could only run for my life after he was killed or severely injured. In other words, I only have one chance. Jian Wushuang held his fists tight as his gaze grew solemn. Then Jian Wushuang sent a message to Duan Lingfeng. Duan Lingfeng, I will create an opportunity for you. It will be rather short, and it will pass almost instantly. You must grab this opportunity. Jian Wushuang sent a short message. Duan Lingfeng received the message as he was fighting against the man in the black robe. He looked at Jian Wushuang in shock. Jian Wushuang was just a universe god in the first heaven after all. He was able to create an opportunity for him. Jian Wushuang didn't explain further but started taking various measures. Virum! A terrifying crimson flame erupted from Jian Wushuang. The crimson flame formed a huge fire sea and filled the entire universe. Jian Wushuang was right at the core of the fire sea, as though he was the king in the fire sea. The secret skill of Scarlet Kingdom was performed straight away. At the same time, the power of stars within his body was triggered entirely. If Scarlet Kingdom could merely increase the speed of Jian Wushuang's attack, then the secret skill of star. As the scariest and the most fundamental secret skill for Lineage of Star, not only can the secret skill of stars increase Jian Wushuang's power by tenfold in a short period of time, it could even enhance his soul attack by tenfold. Vroom vroom vroom. Jian Wushuang's soul power was burning insanely with an enormous amount of soul power surging. His eyes turned cold as he stared at the two of them who were fighting before him. The very next moment, his body suddenly charged forward. The man in the black robe revealed his terrifying fighting power, and he was fighting against Duan Lingfeng face to face ferociously. During the fight, the man in the black robe had been keeping an eye on Jian Wushuang at the same time. After all, his target, his prey was Jian Wushuang. He naturally couldn't let Jian Wushuang run away. When Jian Wushuang charged forward, the man in the black robe noticed at the very moment. Asking for it. The man in the black robe immediately turned and charged towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang looked cold, but there was an absolute calmness in his faint gold eyes. Blood Mountain sword was in his hand when the man in the black robe turned to charge at him. Jian Wushuang wielded the sword subconsciously. He looked like he wielded the sword and he really did swing out sword light. But in actual fact, it was just a cover-up to mislead his opponent. The true move lay in the soul power that Jian Wushuang transferred, with which he performed the secret skill of Tian Yuan. The first level of secret skill of Tian Yuan, inextinguishable light. Swoosh! A bunch of light that was transformed solely by soul power and was sent out in silence. Under the cover of the sword light, no one noticed. Everyone on the scene, regardless if it was the man in the black robe, Duan Lingfeng, or even the universe gods on the spaceship afar, no one noticed the existence of the light bunch. The light bunch was hidden among the sword light and charged towards the body of the man in the black robe. The man in the black robe glared at Jian Wushuang with madness. When he saw the sword light that Jian Wushuang sent out, he looked at it in disdain. It is futile! Along with the loud thud and soaring fierceness, the man in the black robe laughed maliciously. He held his fist and smashed it over ferociously. Hong! The sword light that Jian Wushuang swung out shattered while part of the impact of the terrifying power from the punch landed on Jian Wushuang's body. Poof! Jian Wushuang immediately spat a mouthful of blood. His face grew pale in that instant. However, it was merely part of the power. So, it was sufficient to kill him. Luckily, I am only affected by parts of the power. If I were to take a punch directly, even though my divine body was strong, I wouldn't be able to take it. I would definitely die. Jian Wushuang's gaze was cold as he glared at the man in black robe. If I am severely injured, don't you think you'll be okay? Jian Wushuang saw the inextinguishable light immersing in the man in the black robe's body under the concealment of his sword light. The man in black robe didn't notice the soul attack previously. When the inextinguishable light entered his body, he finally reacted. This is... The man in black robe contracted his pupils. After the light bunch entered his body, it suddenly formed a huge soul thorn and attacked his consciousness. Although he was a peak universe god in third heaven, the strength of consciousness was merely at the level of a universe god in the third heaven. Plus, he wasn't under any prevention. The soul attack with the secret skill of stars and Tian Yuan that Jian Wushuang performed gave him a direct hit. Suddenly, ah! The man in the black robe groaned in pain and he sounded hysterical. His eyes were bloodshot red as he hugged his head and shook insanely. Looking at the sight, Jian Wushuang quickly shouted, Duan Lingfeng, right now! Do it now! Behind the man in the black robe, Duan Lingfeng acted swiftly when he noticed the transformation. He seized the opportunity and took action. The 10th! Another crimson blade light descended. In the dark universe, there was only the crimson blade light that lit up the world. Everyone was uncontrollably attracted to the crimson blade light. The 10th! When Duan Lingfeng was fighting with the man in the black robe earlier, he had only played till the 9th. Then, the 10th was Duan Lingfeng's real strongest stroke. That stroke shocked Jian Wushuang entirely. The blade light appeared behind the man in the black robe like lightning. The man in the black robe noticed the light, and he forcefully resisted the pain his consciousness was feeling and wanted to block the attack. However, under the sharp pain in his consciousness, it was extremely tough for him to manipulate his divine power. He could barely lift his head, but in the end, the blade light swept past his palm brutally and over his neck. His head flew off just like that. Chapter 1351 Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng left. Chapter 1351 Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng left. His head was cut off by Jian Wushuang. The black-robed man stopped breathing. He died with his eyes still wide open and a shocked look. When he died, he was still in shock from the fact that he was killed by a universe god in the first heaven, and one who he would have been his prey. But now the black-robed man was dead. Boom! He fell downward. Finally, Jian Wushuang was relieved. Now I don't have to escape anymore, Jian Wushuang thought. Thanks to the secret skill of Tian Yuan I got from the Tian Yuan Mystery Land. This secret skill is much more powerful than I had imagined. Jian Wushuang was excited after practicing the secret skill for the first time. But King of Venomous Worms said, The deeper cause is that the man from the Sky Devouring clan has a consciousness at the same level as a universe god in the third heaven. You already have the same soul power as a universe god in the third heaven. So combing the secret skill of Tian Yuan and the secret skills of Star Palace, you can pose a threat to a high-level universe god in the third heaven. Also, he was not very well prepared. Jian Wushuang smiled. Jian Wushuang had wrist injuries and exercised the secret skill of Tian Yuan. And he had succeeded. Jian Wushuang. Duan Lingfeng came to him and said, Are you okay? Fine. Jian Wushuang smiled. Thank you for your help just now. He was grateful. Duan Lingfeng had indeed played an important role in the battle with the black-robed man. Without Duan Lingfeng distracting the black-robed man, Jian Wuxuang could exercise any skill to kill him. Did you use a consciousness attack just now? Duan Lingfeng asked Jian Wuxuang. Yes. Jian Wuxuang nodded. You killed the universe god in the third heaven with only the consciousness attack? No, I combined other skills. And by the way, the black-robed man didn't have a strong consciousness. Jian Wuxuang answered. Duan Lingfeng felt that Jian Wuxuang was avoiding telling the whole truth. He looked at him but didn't mention anything else. At that time, the spaceship was moving toward Jian Wuxuang and Duan Lingfeng. Master Duan and Brother Jian. Yushan smiled to them. Yushan witnessed the whole battle. He knew how powerful Duan Lingfeng was. So he had to show his respect by calling Duan Lingfeng master. Jian Wuxuang didn't show his full power, but he cooperated well with Duan Lingfeng and created good opportunities for killing the black-robed man. Humph! Duan Ling showed his hatred towards those who chose to hide in the spaceship. Yushan and other universe gods in the spaceship felt embarrassed. Jian Wuxuang said, Forgive them. They have no choice as they are not powerful enough. Yushan said, Yes, master. No one could contain that black-robed man except you. So we had to. Jian Wuxuang interrupted him at that moment and spoke to Duan Lingfeng. I also have a spaceship not far from here. How about leaving the team and going together with me? Okay. Duan Lingfeng didn't hesitate and he asked Luo Yu and Luo Hai to come with him. Luo Yu and Luo Hai followed Duan Lingfeng with hesitation. Other universe gods in the spaceship were surprised, but they didn't stop Jian Wuxuang. If they had been at the center of the ancient star sea, they would beg Duan Lingfeng to stay because they needed his help to fight against danger. But now, they didn't have to do so as they would leave the ancient star sea within 1 month. Jian Wuxuang waved his hands and summoned his spaceship. He got on board the spaceship with Duan Lingfeng, Luo Yu and Luo Hai. Then they left. Humph, can't we survive without them? Someone from Yushan's team said. How arrogant they are! They believe that we would beg. Ridiculous! The universe gods had a heated discussion after Jian Wuxuang and Duan Lingfeng left. They didn't worry about their safety without them. Let's go by ourselves, Yushan said, leading the team to depart again. But at that moment, boom! With a resounding noise, a herd of exotic beasts flooded onto Yushan's spaceship. They were giant, colorful bats with sharp claws. They flew very fast, soon surrounding the whole spaceship. Damn it! Everyone was scared. And in an instant, the barrier of the spaceship was broken. A ferocious slaughter began. Oh no! Oh my God! Damn it! The universe gods screamed, asking Duan Lingfeng to give them a hand. However, Jian Wuxuang and Duan Lingfeng had already gone far away. Chapter 1352 Arrival. Chapter 1352 Arrival. 1 month later. Finally! On the spaceship, Jian Wuxuang was rather delighted. In the ancient star sea, there was danger everywhere. Even if it was just him in the ancient star sea, he would be on high alert at all times. Now that the spaceship had left the ancient star sea region entirely, Jian Wuxuang was finally relaxed. Jian Wuxuang, you want to head to the 10 cultivation sanctuaries and I have to send you and Hai to their hometown. We shall part ways in the world before us, Duan Lingfeng said. All right. Jian Wuxuang nodded. After the journey in ancient star sea, especially when they joined forces to kill the expert from Sky Devour clan, Jian Wuxuang and Duan Lingfeng built a relationship. Jian Wuxuang was more than happy to make friends with a real expert like Duan Lingfeng who valued friendship. However, they each had their own agenda. Hence, they naturally had to part ways. Soon, the spaceship arrived in the world. Duan Lingfeng, I hope we cross path again in the future. Jian Wuxuang bid farewell to the other three. Wait till I send you and Hai back to their hometown. I will wander around the 10 cultivation sanctuaries too. By then, we might meet again, Duan Lingfeng said. I'd like it if when I see you, You're already a universe god in the third heaven! Ha, I will try. Jian Wushuang laughed. Brother Wushuang, goodbye. Luo Yu and Luo Hai bid farewell to Jian Wushuang and left. In the boundless darkness of the void, a spaceship slowly traveled. Jian Wushuang, as you pass through ancient Star Sea, the following route is comparatively safe. However, the journey is long. King of Venomous Worm's voice was heard. Your current location to the nearest sanctuaries would require 1,000 years under the condition that there is no interruption. Besides, during the last part of the route, there is the boundless void that I was telling you about. The boundless void is where massacres happen widely. Many experts and geniuses who want to head to the 10 cultivation sanctuaries lost their lives when they were passing through the boundless void. Hence, you have to be extremely careful when you're there. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded heavily. Let's go. Jian Wushuang continued his journey. In the following time, Jian Wushuang passed as he hurried through his journey and cultivated. During the process, luckily King of Venomous Worms always took the form of a human and kept Jian Wushuang company. That's why Jian Wushuang didn't find it too boring. On the way, he didn't come across too much of an incident. In the journey of his passing by all the kingdoms and worlds, it was rather smooth until he reached the boundless void. The boundless void was right next to the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. Due to its geological location, the massacre was insane and the robbery was even more rampant. Jian Wushuang knew about how dangerous the boundless void was. Hence, when he entered the range of boundless void, he had been rather careful. Even so, when he passed through the boundless void, he came across 2 huge dangers, and both threatened his life. During the first time, he happened to run into a final battle between 2 gangs of robbers. One party was defeated while the other winning party started a massacre. All cultivators in the region were affected, and the same went for Jian Wushuang. He was surrounded by over 100 universe gods. He could only pull the secret skill of dragon blood and made a narrow escape. As for the second time, he ran into a madman who was cultivating in the boundless void. The madman was a universe god in the third heaven. Not only was he strong, but he also loved killing. He wandered around the boundless void and killed whatever cultivator that he met, regardless if the person offended him or not. Jian Wushuang met the madman and the madman took action immediately. Jian Wushuang couldn't resist at all, and it was even difficult for him to run away. In the end, Jian Wushuang performed the secret skill of Tian Yuan under duress. It led to severe injuries of the madman by catching him by surprise. It also shocked the madman. The madman was worried that Jian Wushuang could still perform another similar consciousness attack. Hence, he didn't continue to pester Jian Wushuang. That's why Jian Wushuang got his life back. Besides those 2 times, the other encounters were well within Jian Wushuang's means. Just when Jian Wushuang passed through the boundless void, it was already 1,100 years later. 1,100 years was nothing to a universe god. However, it was actually lengthy for Jian Wushuang. It was the first time he had hurried a journey for such a long time. In the dark void. Jian Wushuang, it's one of the 10 cultivation sanctuaries, East Royal Sanctuary. King of Venomous Worms said. We're finally here? Jian Wushuang was beaming with joy and he looked at a huge land at the end of his sight. It was also a huge land floating in the dark void. But as one of the 10 cultivation sanctuaries, the East Royal Sanctuary was bigger than the ordinary world by a few folds. Let alone the experts on the land. The 10 cultivation sanctuaries were the experts' paradise. Very soon, Jian Wushuang arrived in the East Royal Sanctuary. The moment Jian Wushuang laid his feet on the East Royal Sanctuary, he could feel that the surroundings were filled with the soul power of the universe. As it was a cultivation sanctuary, it naturally possessed cultivation conditions to which no other places could compare. In the 10 cultivation sanctuaries, regardless of if it was for cultivation or comprehension, the speed would definitely be a few times faster. No wonder so many geniuses and experts would take the risk to come to the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. No other places could compare favorably with the cultivation conditions here. Jian Wushuang exclaimed. Jian Wushuang, don't be too happy just yet. You're at the East Royal Sanctuary, which is one of the 10 cultivation sanctuaries but not Purple Moon sanctuaries where the lineage of Star is at, King of Venomous Worms said. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. During the lengthy period of time where he was rushing his journey, he heard from King of Venomous Worms about the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. He also knew that the lineage of Star was within the Purple Moon sanctuary. It's the overlord and power in Purple Moon sanctuary. And the East Royal Sanctuary was quite far from the Purple Moon sanctuary. To go to the Purple Moon sanctuary from the East Royal Sanctuary, there are 2 ways. One is to take a wormhole that connects the 2 sanctuaries. However, that level of wormhole costs a huge price even to take just one ride. It isn't something you can afford. As for another way, it'd really need you to rush the journey on your own. Forget about the even longer journey from Snow Dojo to the East Royal Sanctuary. The danger during this journey is even bigger, King of Venomous Worms said. Chapter 1353 Sending a Message. Chapter 1353 Sending a Message. It takes longer and brings more risks? Jian Wushuang frowned. It seems like it will be impossible for me to go to the Purple Moon Sanctuary. King of Venomous Worms smiled. Don't be upset. You are unable to go alone there, but you could turn to talents from the lineage of Star for help and ask them to take you there. Ask them for help? Exactly. Don't forget that you are not only a disciple of the lineage of Star but also enjoy a high status as you belong to Star Palace. Send them a message and they will take you there, King of Venomous Worms said. Jian Wushuang nodded. Now that we are in the East Royal Sanctuary, it will be much easier for us to go to the Purple Moon Sanctuary. As far as I know, there is a famous community called Vientiane Tower, King of Venomous Worms said. He continued, any resources are available in the Vientiane Tower, and its power stretches to any corner of the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. There are all kinds of businesses in the tower, intelligence vendors, traders of treasures and even killers for hire. As long as you pay, you can do anything there. So it's easy for you to ask about sending a message. Jian Wushuang nodded and asked, do they dare to kill talents? Of course, talents there fear nothing. Once someone paid a high price for the service of killing a top genius from one of the top 3 tribes in the 10 cultivation sanctuaries, which was even more powerful than the lineage of Star. So talents from Vientiane Tower accepted the request and killed that top genius. The tribe leader was furious, but he couldn't do anything. Jian Wushuang felt amazed by the power of the Vientiane Tower. The Vientiane Tower was far above the standard fare. So, let's go to the Vientiane Tower. He entered a nearby town. There was a Vientiane Tower there. Is that the Vientiane Tower? In front of Jian Wushuang was a towering purple castle decorated with a pattern of a large, exotic beast, with its mouth wide open, as if it wanted to swallow everything in the heavens. Jian Wushuang entered into the Vientiane Tower. There were many cultivators there, each of whom was followed by a waiter in a black robe. What a place full of talents! Jian Wushuang was excited. Those talents, as well as their waiters, were all universe gods. Even the waiters are universe gods. Universe gods are really ordinary, Jian Wushuang murmured. After all, the 10 cultivation sanctuaries is the center of the eternal chaotic world, and the heaven of countless cultivators. A super-powerful universe god in an ordinary universe is just another nobody here. After pausing for a while, King of Venomous Worms continued, many talents are far more powerful than you and they are able to kill you easily. Don't bring trouble to yourself here. Jian Wushuang nodded. At that moment, a deacon in a black robe came to Jian Wushuang. She was a beautiful lady, who said smilingly, how can I help you? I want to send a message. To whom? The lady asked. Purple Moon Sanctuary of the Lineage of Star. Jian Wushuang said. Aha, cross sanctuaries? Okay, follow me. The lady took Jian Wushuang into a secret room. Sir, please write the message into the token, and we will send it out. 2 million chaotic crystals. So expensive, Jian Wushuang thought. In the eternal chaotic world, an ordinary universe god in the first heaven was around 50,000 chaotic crystals. The price of a message almost equaled that of a peak universe god in the second heaven. But Jian Wushuang didn't hesitate to pay. He had accumulated many chaotic crystals along the way in the past 1,000 years. But after he paid for the message, he now had only a few left. Within 3 days, we will inform you of the response from the other side, the lady said. Thank you, Jian Wushuang said before going to wait patiently in the secret room. The Vientiane Tower was indeed efficient. 1 day later, the message was sent to a top talent from the lineage of Star. Now in the Purple Moon Sanctuary. At the center of a star river, which was long and wide, full of stars, was located the lineage of Star. An elderly in a white robe entered into a huge palace made of special crystals. Master. The elderly bowed to a man in a crystal bed. What's the matter? The man asked, sitting still. The elderly said, There is a message from the Vientiane Tower. In the message, a universe god said he belonged to the star palace of the lineage of Star, and now he is in the East Royal Sanctuary. He asked us to bring him here. Chapter 1354 Fairies Meeting. Chapter 1354 Fairies Meeting. Disciple from Star Palace? The long-haired middle-aged man who was like a statue finally opened his eyes. There was a flash of purple light in his eyes, just like a purple gemstone. There are only a few disciples from Star Palace in the lineage of Star. Since when do we have another one? The long-haired middle-aged man spoke with a low voice. He said that he passed through the test passed down from Star Foggy Sea in his hometown. He has yet to become the disciple of Star Palace. The elderly in white robe said. Star Foggy Sea? The long-haired middle-aged man creased his eyebrows. Would that be the one that the palace master left behind? Then, the long-haired middle-aged man replied to his message and asked. Soon, there was an outcome. I asked the palace master. He did leave it in Star Foggy Sea and he felt it was not long ago that there was someone who passed the test. It should be this universe god. Oh yeah, what's the young man's name? Which level is he in? The long-haired middle-aged man asked. His name is Jian Wushuang. He is a universe god in the first heaven now, and the message he sent showed that he was on the other side of ancient Star Sea. He came from a place called Snow Kingdom. He just arrived at the East Royal Sanctuary. The elderly in white robe replied. The other side of ancient Star Sea? That would require him to pass through 2 dangerous places, ancient Star Sea and the boundless void. He, who is just a universe god in the first heaven, could pass through them. Not bad. He lives up to his reputation as a genius who passed through the test that the palace master set up. The long-haired middle-aged man smiled faintly and immediately gave a command. Tell Vientiane Tower to send him a reply that we of the lineage of Star are going to send an expert to receive and lead him immediately. We should arrive within 10 years' time and tell him to wait right there. Yes, the elderly in the white robe responded. He then turned around and left. The long-haired middle-aged man muttered to himself. The elderlies in the lineage of Star have work on hand. Who should I send to bring the young man over? Oh yeah! The long-haired middle-aged man exclaimed and sent a message out. Soon enough, a handsome man in a loose black robe appeared in the cave dwelling. Yuan, are you looking for me? The handsome man looked calm. Even though the long-haired middle-aged man was a highly positioned person in Lineage of Star, second to the founder of Lineage of Star, which was the palace master, the handsome man could call him by his name directly. The long-haired middle-aged man smiled and said, I have something for you to handle. What is it? The handsome man looked rather cold. Head over to East Royal Sanctuary. There's young man from Lineage of Star, he is also a disciple from Star Palace. He just got there from his hometown after going through some difficulties. He just sent a message to request us to send an expert to bring him. The long-haired middle-aged man said. That simple? The handsome man creased his eyebrows. For such a simple task, you could have sent any deacon elderly to get it done. Although that's true, our deacon elderly have tasks on hand and they couldn't free themselves from them. On top of that, the young man passed through the test that Palace Master set up, then became a disciple from Star Palace. He was not ordinary. I want you to see him and instantly determine his power. Besides, most importantly, the middle-aged man paused and looked at the handsome man. All these years, you have been wandering at that place, and you finally came back. You should be relaxing, don't stress yourself out. Fine, I'll go. The handsome man didn't say much but left right after he agreed. The middle-aged man noticed and let out a sigh. East Royal Sanctuary, in Vientiane Tower. Jian Wushuang had been waiting for 2 days, and the Vientiane Tower's attendant, the beautiful lady, came in. Mister, the message that you sent earlier, there's a reply. The beautiful lady smiled. What did they say? Jian Wushuang asked. The lineage of Star replied that they already sent an expert over. He should be here within 10 years. They told you to wait here for the time being. The beautiful lady smiled and said, That's great. Jian Wushuang was beaming with joy. As your matter has been taken care of, go ahead and do as you please, the beautiful lady said and left. Jian Wushuang left the Vientiane Tower soon and found a place to stay temporarily. Jian Wushuang, in another 10 years, you will enter Lineage of Star officially. When you arrive at Lineage of Star, your talent could be put to full play, King of Venomous Worms said. 10 years. Jian Wushuang clasped his hands together, and he was looking forward. 8 years passed by very quickly. But in the 9th year. Have you heard? The fairies' meeting that happens once every 10,000 years in this Blood Jade land just started. I heard about it long ago. It's one of the highest standard meeting of Blood Jade land. I heard that many top geniuses participate. For instance, universe gods who are famous from Purple Heart Mansion are all taking part in it. TSK. The fairies' meeting is a great opportunity to rise to the top. It's a pity that I'm too weak. Otherwise, I'd like to give it a try too. In the hotel, many cultivators were gathered there, but they were all talking about the fairies' meeting. In one of the corners in the hotel, Jian Wushuang was drinking quietly while he listened to their discussion. Fairies' meeting? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. The fairies' meeting should be something similar to the Firmament Territory feast that he came across when he stepped foot in Green Fire World. It was something for all parties to select geniuses. To those geniuses, it was really a place for newcomers to come to prominence. It was a great opportunity to rise to the top. However, the fairies' meeting was obviously much grander in scale. Jian Wushuang found out from King of Venomous Worms that the entire East Royal Sanctuary was extremely huge, bigger than any kingdom. East Royal Sanctuary was segregated into 9 pieces of land. In every land, there was the existence of various mansions. It was a structure on the surface, but there were various powers between every mansion, which was fairly complicated. For instance, he was currently in Purple Heart Mansion on the Blood Jade Land in East Royal Sanctuary. In the Blood Jade Land, besides Purple Heart Mansion, there were 187 other mansions. Every mansion had countless cultivators, which meant that naturally, there would be countless geniuses. Jian Wushuang, the fairies' meeting sounds great. Do you want to give it a try? King of Venomous Worms casually said. I am already a disciple under Lineage of Star. It's not necessary. Jian Wushuang smiled. If he didn't become a disciple under Lineage of Star, it would really be a good choice to join the fairies' meeting for him to come to prominence after he arrived at East Royal Sanctuary. However, just then it was really unnecessary. Regardless, head over and take a look. You just got to the 10 cultivation sanctuaries, you should see more of the geniuses here. It'd be beneficial for you too, King of Venomous Worms said. Chapter 1355 Two Wushuangs. Chapter 1355 Two Wushuangs. Jian Wushuang thought for a while and followed King of Venomous Worms' advice. After all, it was good to learn more. Then he set out to the selection contest of the fairies' meeting. The preliminary selection contest was held in each town of the Blood Jade Land. Universe gods or above could attend, but only those who passed the preliminary selection contest could enter into the final contest of the fairies' meeting. When Jian Wushuang arrived, he was shocked. The boundless battlefield was full of tens of thousands of people. However, only 1% of them, or 100,000 of them, had come here for the selection contest. They were universe gods from 3 different heavens. Jian Wuxuang soon understood how the selection contest worked. 2 parts, exploring the 9 Boundaries Tower and the inadvertent dreamland. The former one was a test of skills, while the latter was of consciousness. Anyone who passed these 2 tests had access to the fairies' meeting. The 9 Boundaries Tower is quite famous in the East Royal Sanctuary. It is a good opportunity to know how much you have improved your swordsmanship. You could have a try, King of Venomous Worms said. But I don't intend to attend the contest, Jian Wuxuang said. But you can still go to the preliminary test without attending the fairies' meeting, King of Venomous Worms said. Can I? Of course. So Jian Wuxuang signed up for the preliminary test. There he waited with the others on the battlefield. As he waited, half of a month passed. How low the efficiency is, Jian Wuxuang complained. It is because more than 100,000 universe gods are attending the selection, which is also why the selection contest is held 10 years ahead of the fairies' contest. King of Venomous Worms explained. Don't worry. The one who will take you to the lineage of Star hasn't come. You can wait patiently. So Jian Wuxuang continued waiting. Almost 1 day passed. Next, Qing Wuxuang. The announcement of the host sparked a heated discussion in the battlefield. Qing Wuxuang, the top genius of the Lionheart town. He is also joining the preliminary selection contest? But I have heard that he is already the disciple of a tribe? Passing the selection contest is a piece of cake to him. The discussion continued. All eyes were on one person. He wore a white robe and held a folding fan. He looked refined, with a charming smile. He was the well-known top genius in the Lionheart town. Qing Wuxuang walked to the 9 Boundaries Tower slowly. Jian Wuxuang was also watching. His name is quite similar to yours, huh? King of Venomous Worms said amusedly. But Jian Wuxuang didn't care. After all, it was common for people to share the same name as others in the vast eternal chaotic world. How many levels could he achieve? Jian Wuxuang wondered. After a while the result was announced. Qing Wuxuang. The 11th level of the 9 Boundaries Tower. The 4th levels of the inadvertent dreamland. The spectators were excited. He passed. The criteria is 11th level of the 9 Boundaries Tower and the 4th levels of the inadvertent dreamland. And he passed more than that. He is the first one in the Lionheart town to pass the preliminary contest. Everyone showed their admiration. From the past month, he was the first one to have passed the contest. With all eyes on him, the refined Qing Wuxuang walked down from the tower. Next, Jian Wuxuang. After the announcement, the battlefield turned silent. Even Qing Wuxuang paused mid-step. Jian Wuxuang? Qing Wuxuang was interested. Another discussion was sparked. Interesting. Jian Wuxuang after Qing Wuxuang. 2 Wuxuangs in the Lionheart town. And they go the contest one after the other? What a coincidence! Everyone was interested. Jian Wuxuang didn't hesitate to move forward. All were looking at him. As Jian Wuxuang was entering into the Lionheart town, Qing Wuxuang asked him indifferently. You are Jian Wuxuang? Jian Wuxuang paused, looked at Qing Wuxuang and nodded. You'd better change your name. Not everyone deserves this unique name. Jian Wuxuang sneered. My name was given to me by my parents, and I cannot change it. By the way, how would you know whether or not I deserve it? Then, Jian Wuxuang continued to move forward and went into the 9 Boundaries Tower. Qing Wuxuang didn't leave. He waited on the battlefield. Chapter 1356 Challenge. Chapter 1356 Challenge. 9 Boundaries Tower, first floor. Jian Wuxuang looked at his opponent, a war puppet that was holding a saber. At the same time, Jian Wuxuang could feel his divine power being restrained. In the 9 Boundaries Tower, he could only rely on the unique skill that he created and a killing technique to win victory. He couldn't take any other measure. To wander the dark void for 1,100 years. I have been studying my sword principle during those times. Now I can finally test and see how much have I improved. Let's get started. Jian Wuxuang beamed with joy and he suddenly charged forward. The war puppet before him took a huge stride forward too. It wielded its saber and let out a comparable divine power to Jian Wuxuang's. Advanced rank 1 unique skill? Jian Wuxuang lifted his eyebrows, then he swung his sword and collapsed the war puppet with one stroke. Then, Jian Wuxuang appeared on the second level. 9 Boundaries Tower had a total of 17 floors. As long as he passed through the first 10 floors, it was considered a pass. 9 Boundaries Tower changes according to the level of the cultivator. Jian Wuxuang was just a universe god in the first heaven. That's why the war puppet from the first floor only performed an advanced rank 1 unique skill. However, when he arrived on the second floor, the war puppet used a peak rank 1 unique skill. But it didn't affect Jian Wuxuang at all. Jian Wuxuang passed through floor by floor rather easily. Soon, Jian Wuxuang passed through the 10th floor, which meant he had passed through the preliminary stage. On the 11th floor, it was still the same war puppet, but its sword technique had leveled up to be an advanced rank 2 unique skill. The Wuxuang earlier passed through the 11th floor. He is also a universe god in the first heaven. In other words, he at least created an advanced rank 2 unique skill. Not too shabby, Jian Wuxuang muttered to himself. Among universe god in the first heaven from Snow Kingdom, those who had created an advanced rank 2 unique skill were only Long Hao from Snow Dojo and Lu Qing from Universe God Palace. The two of them were the top geniuses acknowledged in Snow Dojo and Universe God Palace. In East Royal Sanctuary, the top genius in an ordinary town was not weaker than Long Hao nor Lu Qing. He might even be stronger. Wow! A cold sword shadow swept past but didn't leave any traces behind in the void. Jian Wuxuang broke down the war puppet on the 11th floor directly. On the 12th floor, the war puppet still carried out an advanced rank 2 unique skill, but it was considered the stronger kind. When one reaches the 12th floor, he has to create a peak rank 2 unique skill. Jian Wuxuang smiled faintly and there was another flash of sword light. The brutal sword light was unbelievably fast. It hit the war puppet directly. He passed through the 12th floor. On the 13th floor, the war puppet was already performing a peak rank 2 unique skill. However, Jian Wuxuang only fought against it for a short while before he felled it again. On the 14th floor. Wow! 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 The billowing saber light continuously slashed towards Jian Wuxuang, and he felt a tremendous increase of pressure. The 14th floor is the real barrier to testify to my improvement within the last 1,000 years. Jian Wuxuang held his fists as murderous intention filled his eyes. The very next moment, Jian Wuxuang erupted his swordsmanship. Dragon roar! Roar! A terrifying, low bellow swept out along with the soaring sword intention. Jian Wuxuang put his sword principles that he created all these years to play entirely. The fight was rather ferocious. After a fierce battle, the war puppet on the 14th floor was defeated by Jian Wuxuang. Phew! Jian Wuxuang let out a breath of relief and came to the 5th floor of the 9 Boundaries Tower. I already gave my all to go through the 14th floor. I performed 3 peak rank 2 unique skills that I created. The 15th floor was stronger than the 14th floor. If I want to pass through it, I have to at least create a rank 2 strongest unique skill. Jian Wuxuang squinted his eyes. Rank 2 strongest unique skill. As it was a strongest unique skill, it would be very difficult to create. Back then, Jian Wuxuang created a rank 1 strongest unique skill, Eternal Light. It was created via an enormous amount of accumulation plus a bit of luck. As he wandered for the past 1,000 years, his swordsmanship did improve greatly. He even created 3 different peak rank 2 unique skills. However, he had yet to create a rank 2 strongest unique skill. He didn't pass through the 15th floor in the end. After going through 9 Boundaries Tower, Jian Wuxuang immediately entered Inadvertent Dreamland. Inadvertent Dreamland focused on testing one's consciousness. There was a total of 7 floors. He only had to pass through 3 floors to pass the preliminary stage. Stepping foot in the first floor of inadvertent dreamland, Jian Wushuang wasn't affected at all. It was followed by the second, the third, the fourth. Jian Wushuang passed through the 4 floors of dreamland rather leisurely. He didn't feel pressured at all. My consciousness strength has reached the level of a universe god in the 3rd heaven. I'm definitely considered a monster among universe gods in the 1st heaven, and my consciousness has already transformed into a soul power that has become more firm and tenacious. The test of inadvertent dreamland would barely cause any harm to me. Jian Wushuang shook his head in silence. After going through the first 4 levels, he wasn't affected at all. Even the following 5th floor, 6th floor, and even 7th floor wouldn't have too huge of an effect. However, even though he was confident to pass through the 7th floor, Jian Wushuang gave up the following tests after he passed through the 5th floor easily. After all, his target was originally just 9 Boundaries Tower. It was unnecessary to put up too impressive of a show. The reason why he passed through the 5th floor was that he thought Qing Wushuang was an eyesore, so he intentionally passed an extra floor than him. Otherwise, according to Jian Wushuang's character, he would only pass through the 3rd floor, which was sufficient to pass the preliminary threshold. After going through 9 Boundaries Tower and inadvertent dreamland, Jian Wushuang returned to the training field. The people under the training field looked at him subconsciously, and Qing Wushuang squinted his eyes as he watched him. On the top of the training field, the universe god in the 3rd heaven, who was the host of the preliminary stage, received the outcome of Jian Wushuang going through 9 Boundaries Tower and inadvertent dreamland revealed a shocking expression. The universe god in the 3rd heaven then announced the result. Jian Wushuang passed through 14 floors in 9 Boundaries Tower and 5 floors in inadvertent dreamland. He passed the preliminary stage. When the universe god in the 3rd heaven announced the result, his voice became rather heated. After the result was announced, the entire training field was in silence. There was shock in everyone's eyes. How is this possible? The scholarly-bearing youth, Qing Wushuang, looked at Jian Wushuang in awe. There was a surge of emotions in him. He only passed through the 11th floor in 9 Boundaries Tower, and he was considered amazing. However, the other Wushuang went all the way to the 14th floor? It was another 3 floors more than he did. What's going on? Chapter 1357. Every sect was excited about Jian Wushuang. Chapter 1357. Every sect was excited about Jian Wushuang. An unusual talent. Jian Wushuang is an unusual talent in the Purple Heart Mansion, in the Blood Jade Land, and even in the whole East Royal Sanctuary. Qing Wushuang exclaimed. And I said he didn't deserve his name? Qing Wushuang felt regretful and terrified. He knew that talents like Jian Wushuang were qualified enough to join a powerful tribe or sect and be a core figure, and could even win the fairies contest. He feared that Jian Wushuang was angry with him and would bring him trouble. Is he angry? Maybe I could apologize by changing my name, Qing Wushuang thought. But actually, Jian Wushuang didn't pay any attention to him. After he passed the preliminary contest, he left. But everyone got excited and admired him a lot. Go! Tell our leader that there is a real top genius in the Lionheart town. He reached the 14th level of the 9 Boundaries Tower, which has only 17 levels. As far as we know, only 2 talents have reached the 14th level. And Jian Wushuang is the 3rd one. Tell our sect members to come and invite Jian Wushuang to join us. Or he will join other sections. Intelligence talents from different groups shared information with each other about Jian Wushuang. After only half of a day, many talents from different sects came to Lionheart Town to see Jian Wushuang. But Jian Wushuang now stayed alone in the yard that he lived in. Jian Wushuang was unsatisfied with his performance. Instead, he knew that he was now meeting with a bottleneck of his swordsmanship, and until a new opportunity, he couldn't improve. He wanted to make a breakthrough. But it was now extremely difficult to make a breakthrough. As he was upset, a figure appeared at the top of Jian Wushuang's yard. A breath disseminated around with a power appalling to any universe gods. What is that? Jian Wushuang felt the power, and raised his head. He was surprised when he saw a black figure rising in the heaven. He felt that the one in front of him was a peak talent that transcended universe gods, and was at the same level as Master of Silence Gloriette from the Snow Dojo. Jian Wuxuang had heard about that level of power. It's a real god! Jian Wuxuang clenched his fist excitedly. The real god was at a level beyond universe gods. Real gods, though not as powerful as an almighty, were definitely experts in the eternal chaotic world. Real gods were definitely the privileged and respectable ones in any god kingdom or any sect in the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. And now, Jian Wuxuang was meeting a real god. Are you Jian Wuxuang? This black-robed elderly smiled kindly to Jian Wuxuang. Yes. And may I ask your name? Jian Wuxuang asked. He had thought the elderly was from the lineage of Star. But he quickly disregarded the possibility. Because he had the identity token for disciples of the Star Palace, he would feel a signal if this real god was from the lineage of Star. But Jian Wuxuang didn't feel the signal. I am Wu Chun from Tianluo Star Palace. The black-robed elderly introduced himself. Tianluo Star Palace? Jian Wuxuang had never heard of it. Wu Chun knew Jian Wuxuang was puzzled and he said, To be honest, I come to invite you to join our Tianluo Star Palace. I know that you have reached the 14th level of the 9 Boundaries Tower. If you join us, our sect will definitely provide you with the best training. Jian Wuxuang was surprised. He knew now that Wu Chun came here to invite him. Tianluo Star Palace is known to be the top sect in the Purple Heart Mansion. With our abundant resources, you could unleash your potential there, Wu Chun said. Jian Wuxuang hesitated. Before he replied, another talent came, saying with hostility, Wu Chun, do you feel ashamed when you are lying? The newcomer was a lady in a purple robe. She also had breath as powerful as Wu Chun. Also a real god. Another one? Jian Wuxuang felt embarrassed. He just intended to test his swordsmanship, and he wanted to keep a low profile without showing his full strength. He didn't expect there to still be talents coming for him. Kong Jing! Wu Chun looked worried. Kong Jing said indifferently, You may lie to him, but you cannot cheat me. Is Tianluo Star Palace ranked first? What about Holy Church of Golden Wing? When she turned to Jian Wuxuang, Kong Jing's tone softened. I am Kong Jing from the Holy Church of Golden Wing. If you join us, I will arrange a top real god for you, with the best swordsmanship. Kong Jing smiled to Jian Wuxuang. But neither Kong Jing nor Wu Chun, or Jian Wuxuang knew that not far away, there was another talent who was looking at them. This disciple of the lineage of Star is quite popular. Chapter 1358 Lei Chao. Chapter 1358 Lei Chao. Holy Church of Golden Wing? Jian Wuxuang looked at the 2 real gods before him. Regardless of whether it's Tianluo Star Palace or Holy Church of Golden Wing, I have never heard of either. I reckon they are some powerful forces in East Royal Sanctuary. It's nice that they have a few real gods to personally attend their forces. In East Royal Sanctuary, there are countless forces of that size. How could it be compared favorably with the lineage of Star? Jian Wuxuang, you don't have to bother with them, King of Venomous Worms said. I know, Jian Wuxuang simply replied. However, he actually didn't dare to ignore the 2 real gods. My friend, Wu Chun spoke. I know that with your talent you could totally showcase yourself in the fairies' meeting and some bigger forces might take a liking to you. However, don't forget that although the bigger forces have more resources, they have more outstanding disciples under them too. After segregation, the resources that you obtain might, in turn, be lesser. However, it's different in Tianluo Star Palace. For a talent like you, you would definitely be nurtured and raised with the utmost care in Tianluo Star Palace. We at the Holy Church of Golden Wing would do the same. The purple-dressed lady, Kong Jing, added too. Jian Wuxuang couldn't help but smile bitterly. He replied, I'm sorry. I appreciate your kind offers, but to be frank, I didn't intend to join the fairies' meeting. In other words, I naturally didn't intend to join any other forces or sections. The reason why I joined the preliminary was merely because I wanted to test my sword's principle via the 9 Boundaries Tower. You didn't intend to join any forces or sects? Wu Qing and Kong Jing both creased their eyebrows. That's right. Jian Wushuang nodded. To be honest, I have already had a master since long ago. Is that so? Wu Chun and Kong Jing exchanged a glance. They both felt disappointed. A genius who had passed through 9 Boundaries Tower till the 14th floor like Jian Wushuang was definitely someone that both sects would love to have. Hence, at the moment, the two of them had received such news, they rushed over personally. However, they never expect that Jian Wushuang was a master long ago. As he had a master, he naturally couldn't join other sections. Just then, swoosh! A figure appeared out of nowhere above the courtyard. Jian Wushuang, Wu Qin, Kong Jing looked towards the visitor. It was a handsome man in a loose, long robe. The handsome man looked cold as he stood there without giving out much aura. However, his star-like eyes glanced at Wu Qin and Kong Jing. With just that one glance, the two real gods, Wu Qin and Kong Jing, both revealed a face of terror. Their faces grew pale all of a sudden. I am Lei Chao. The handsome man spoke in a cold but soft voice. However, it caused a loud echo in Wu Qin and Kong Jing's head. Lei Chao? Real God Lei Chao from Lineage of Star? The expert on the real God list? Wu Qin and Kong Jing were shocked. They had obviously heard Lei Chao's name before, and they clearly knew how amazing he was. Greetings, Mr. Lei Chao. Greetings, Mr. The two real gods bowed politely at the handsome man without hesitation. They were all real gods, but the two of them revered Lei Chao sincerely. The handsome man Lei Chao merely glanced at them but didn't bother with the two real gods. He turned to look at Jian Wushuang instead. You are Jian Wushuang? Lei Chao looked at Jian Wushuang. Greetings, Mr. Lei Chao. Jian Wushuang also bowed politely, but he wasn't worried. He could feel the Lineage of Stars token on Lei Chao. I am here to bring you back to the Lineage of Star. Be prepared, we shall leave now, Lei Chao said calmly. I don't have to prepare anything. I can leave any time, Jian Wushuang replied. Lei Chao nodded and looked at the two real gods next to him. The two real gods looked terrified, and Wu Qin said, Mr. Lei Chao, the two of us didn't know that this young man has a master. Let alone the fact that he was a disciple from the Lineage of Star. Hence, we invited him to join us. Please forgive us. I saw everything that happened earlier, Lei Chao said. As the two of you came for him, you definitely know a bit about his ability then. Tell me. This? Wu Qin hesitated for a while before she said. The reason why we found him was that he joined the preliminary for the fairies' meeting. During the preliminary, he passed through 14 levels in 9 Boundaries Tower and 5 levels in Inadvertent Dreamland. Hence, we rushed over to get him. 9 Boundaries Tower? Inadvertent Dreamland? Lei Chao raised his eyebrows. I have heard about the 2 tests. A universe god in the first heaven passing through 14 levels is quite impressive. However, on consciousness, although he was better than similar ranks, he still wouldn't be considered the top. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard that. He wasn't even in the mood to go through the test in Inadvertent Dreamland. If he were to give his all, he might be able to pass through all 7 floors in Inadvertent Dreamland. Jian Wushuang, let's go. Lei Chao didn't say anything more. Jian Wushuang didn't hesitate but followed Lei Chao. As for Wu Qin and Kong Jing, they stood there until they saw Lei Chao left entirely. Then, the two of them finally let out a breath of relief. Lei Chao, he is really the top expert on the list. He is also famous in the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. I can't believe we could see him in person. Wu Qin clasped his hands together as he spoke passionately. I originally planned to get this genius at all costs but was unaware that Jian Wushuang had joined Lineage of Star long ago. Lineage of Star, TSK, the Overlord in Purple Moon Sanctuary, they have countless geniuses. Although Jian Wushuang is amazing, he might not be the top expert in Star Palace. Kong Jing said quietly. Kong Jing, I guess your effort was in vain. Wu Qin looked over. Same for you, isn't it? Kong Jing smirked. He's a disciple from the lineage of Star. Unless Tian Luo Star Palace is planning to fight for him with the lineage of Star? Wu Qin shrugged. The two of them didn't chat further but left. In the void, Jian Wushuang moved swiftly behind Lei Chao. Mr. Lei Chao, are we going back to lineage of Star directly? Jian Wushuang asked. I have something to take care of in East Royal Sanctuary. We will return right after. Don't worry, it won't take too long, Lei Chao said. Jian Wushuang lifted his eyebrows, but he remained unconcerned. Then, Jian Wushuang followed closely behind Lei Chao. The two of them took the wormhole towards another land in East Royal Sanctuary. In one of the mansions on the land, Lei Chao brought Jian Wushuang along with him and stopped before an ancient clan. Chapter 1359 Thunderfire Sect. Chapter 1359 Thunderfire Sect. Now we have arrived at the Thunderfire Sect. Thunderfire Sect? Jian Wushuang didn't know even what it was. The elderly god from the Thunderfire Sect is our friend. He sent a message to us that the Thunderfire Sect is in danger. Now we are going to help him, Lei Chao said. Got it, Jian Wushuang said. Thunderfire Sect was only a small sect. It was not easy for such a sect to develop a friendship with the lineage of Star. Let's go. They went to the gate of Thunderfire Sect. Who is that? The universe gods in the Thunderfire Sect felt alarmed by these two visitors. Immediately, more than 10 universe gods surrounded Jian Wushuang and Lei Chao. More specifically, they surrounded Lei Chao. Lei Chao stood there calmly and silently. After a while, an elderly in a purple robe came. I am the master of the Thunderfire Sect. May I ask what you are coming for? The elderly stared at Lei Chao, knowing that his visitor was powerful. We came at the invitation of the Green Fox. It's his letter. Lei Chao took out a letter. The Green Fox was the elderly god of the Thunderfire Sect. Talents who will help us. Those universe gods were excited and happy after hearing that. After the sect master read the letter, he was relieved. Come in, please. The sect master welcomed them. So Jian Wushuang and Lei Chao entered the Thunderfire Sect. As they were walking, the sect master asked Lei Chao, Do you know where Green Fox is now? He just told me via letter that he couldn't come back without making his location known. Now his situation is dangerous, and there may sometimes be a risk of death. He can't come back to save the sect. And he asked me to help, Lei Chao said. Green Fox is now in danger? The sect master frowned. Thunderfire Sect was only a small tribe in which there were only two real gods, the sect master and Green Fox. The death of any real god would be a disaster. Green Fox, in particular, was the backbone of the sect. Lei Chao didn't beat about the bush. He asked, What crisis is the Thunderfire Sect facing? The sect master answered directly. We have always been fighting against the White Flame Palace. Our conflicts and hatred are only growing in magnitude. In the past we were neck and neck with each other. We each had two real gods, and Green Fox was very powerful, so the White Flame Palace didn't dare make trouble. However, recently they added a new real god and also invited an independent real god to protect them. So they now have 4 real gods, making them much more powerful than us. In the past 100 years, they have been attacking us and grabbing our property. We are surviving thanks to our sect's secret skills, but actually the sect is on shaky ground. I intended to call Green Fox back to save our sect, but I now know that he is in danger. The sect master seemed helpless. Lei Chao said, That's to say, if we can kill 2 real gods in the White Flame Palace, they can't pose a threat to you, right? Yes. The sect master nodded. If we manage to do this, we will not only contain the White Flame Palace, but also recover our lost property. Lei Chao said, Okay, that's easy. As you have fought with the White Flame Palace for a long time, you must know how many universe gods they have, right? Of course. The sect master nodded, but he didn't know why Lei Chao had asked that. The real crisis came from 4 real gods. Why did Lei Chao mention universe gods? Jian Wushuang couldn't understand either. Give me a ranking list of all the universe gods from the White Flame Palace, Lei Chao said. No problem. The sect master asked his subordinates to finish the task. After a while, Lei Chao got the list. After looking through the list, Lei Chao said, Let's go to the White Flame Palace. The master of the Thunder Fire sect didn't understand and he asked, At this very moment, talents from the White Flame Palace are watching us outside our sect. If we go out, they will raid us immediately. How can we take that risk? Lei Chao glanced at the sect master and said indifferently, How can you solve the crisis by staying in the sect? But stop talking and leave me there. Lei Chao didn't want to explain further. The sect master chose to trust Lei Chao's decision. He trusted Lei Chao because he felt that Lei Chao was powerful enough to protect the sect. Without enough confidence, Lei Chao would risk death and go to the White Flame Palace. Lei Chao was confident enough. Chapter 1360 Thunder Measure. Chapter 1360 Thunder Measure. Before a lofty mountain near the door of Thunder Fire Sect. Mister, this is White Flame Palace's campsite near Thunder Fire Sect. All 4 real gods of White Flame Palace are in there, Thunder Fire Sect Master said. Behind the elderly in the purple robe, there were higher-ups from Thunder Fire Sect. Lei Chao and Jian Wushuang stood at the front. Lei Chao folded his arms as he overlooked the lofty mountain before him with a cold gaze. When they appeared, the experts in the mountain shook that instant. There were figures of experts that soared up in the sky one after another. Among the crowds of experts from White Flame Place, there were 4 leading figures. From the aura that the 4 figures gave out, they were far beyond the level of a universe god. They were obviously the 4 real gods from White Flame Palace. Haha, old man Zichio, I thought you'd hide for the rest of your life. I never thought that you would ever come to me, a perverse bald man said in disdain as he smiled maliciously. The person who is speaking now is the solo expert that White Flame Palace hired. He is the strongest among the 4 real gods from White Flame Palace. Even if their chief comes, he might not be his match. The elderly with crane hair next to him is the palace master of White Flame Palace. Thunder Fire Sect Master Zichio said with a low voice. Lei Chao nodded faintly. The 4 real gods from White Flame Palace noticed Lei Chao's existence from the opposite. Humph, no wonder he dared to show up. He found help. However, you thought you had found a real god and Thunder Fire Sect would be fine? The perverse bald man laughed. Although he could tell that it wasn't wise to provoke Lei Chao, he didn't care much because he was confident with his own capability. Mister, what do we do now? Zichio asked. You just watch from here. Lei Chao replied briefly and suddenly moved. Swoosh! When Lei Chao's figure appeared again, he was already before the perverse bald man. His right index finger flashed with light when he pointed. A terrifying, damaging aura suddenly erupted. The damaging aura was fierce, and the 4 real god from White Flame Palace revealed a face of terror. Lei Chao's index finger became bigger in size in the perverse bald man's eyes. He couldn't give any response. Psst! The light went through in between the perverse bald man's eyebrows. The perverse bald man couldn't even let out a groan before he was killed. The sight shocked everyone at the scene. How is that possible? The experts from White Flame Palace were all dumbfounded. Merely a finger, and he killed a real god? Zichio stared. This? Jian Wushuang revealed a face of terror. It was Jian Wushuang's first time to see a real god take action personally, and it was also his first time seeing a real god killed with his own eyes. He was even killed instantly without any space of struggle. He finally understood why the 2 real gods Wuchen and Kong Jing in Lionheart Town would revere Lei Chao. They were all real gods, but their difference was vast. Hong! After killing the perverse bald man with 1 finger, Lei Chao took action like lightning again. Psst! Psst! Followed by another 2 soft thuds, another 2 figures fell. The 4 real gods from White Flame Palace. Lei Chao killed 3 of them in an instant. The remaining one was the palace master of White Flame Palace, the only one alive. Of course, the reason why he was alive was that Lei Chao didn't intend to kill him. You! The palace master of White Flame Palace's face was covered in terror. He stared at Lei Chao and finally uttered a question. Who are you exactly? Lineage of Star, Lei Chao. Lei Chao didn't hide his identity. The palace master of White Flame Palace was suddenly wide open. The expert on the real god list, Lei Chao? How is this possible? How is the Thunder Fire sect be related to an expert like you? It's impossible! The palace master of White Flame Palace started bellowing. Palace master of White Flame Palace. Lei Chao's voice was cold. Follow my instruction and I give leave White Flame Palace a way out. The palace master of White Flame Palace immediately calmed down. He knew that it was not the time for sorrow and fear, but most importantly, to focus on keeping White Flame Palace alive. Lei Chao took out the name list that he had obtained from Thunder Fire sect. I have a name list here. Whoever gets his name called out, stand out on your own. First one, Luo Su. Lei Chao's cold voice reverberated in the lofty mountain. A large number of experts from White Flame Palace gathered in the mountain. The most outstanding experts were all gathered here. When the universe god in the first heaven named Luo Su heard Lei Chao's voice, although he was terrified, he stood up. Luo Su, it is very simple. I will give you and also everyone in White Flame Palace a chance to live, if you can defeat him. Luo Su pointed Jian Wushuang and said, otherwise you can only die. White Flame Palace could only be destroyed entirely. Defeat him? The universe god in the first heaven named Luo Su immediately looked towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang already stood out then, and he looked rather calm. When Lei Chao asked for a name list of experts from White Flame Palace, he had a faint idea of Lei Chao's plan. Obviously, Lei Chao intended to use the experts from White Flame Palace to determine his ability. After all, although he had passed through the 14th floor in Nine Boundaries Tower and the 5th floor in Inadvertent Dreamland, those were focused on unique skills and consciousness. They had nothing to do with one's real power. Jian Wushuang became a disciple of Star Palace through the test which the founder of the lineage of Star had created. It was different from other disciples from Star Palace. It was only normal that a higher up in the lineage of Star wanted to know his real power. Jian Wushuang, as Lei Chao wanted to determine your level of power. Give your all and don't hide. After all, the lineage of Star higher up would allocate resources according to the power and talent that you show. If you were to reveal stronger capabilities, the more benefits you would to receive, King of Venomous Worms said. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded heavily as his gaze grew sharp. The expert named Luo Su also had determination burning in his eyes. He could tell that Jian Wushuang was like him, a universe god in the first heaven. As they were both universe gods in the first heaven, he had nothing to be afraid of. After all, he was the top universe god in the first heaven in White Flame Palace. He was a real genius. Come on! Jian Wushuang's voice was cold. As he stood there, the Blood Mountain sword had already appeared in his hand. Chapter 1361 A Fierce Fight. Chapter 1361 A Fierce Fight. Come on! The universe god called Luo Su started the attack. He was confident, believing that he was as powerful as Jian Wushuang. However, Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword transformed into a bright flash of light and went through the throat of Luo Su. A horrible soul power exploded from the sword, tearing Luo Su apart. Luo Su's eyes were wide open, but soon became lifeless. Killing with only one sword attack? Everyone from both the Thunder Fire sect and the White Flame Palace couldn't believe what they had seen. Luo Su died in the first round of the battle with Jian Wushuang. Lei Chao was still calm and called the next universe god. Next, Su Meng. Su Meng went out and looked at Jian Wushuang aggressively. As the universe god in the second heaven, Su Meng was much powerful than Luo Su. So Su Meng was supposed to defeat Jian Wushuang. However, Jian Wushuang waved his sword, which sent out a freezing cold light to surround Su Meng and kill him. Also with one attack? Everyone from both the Thunder Fire sect and the White Flame Palace was speechless. Lei Chao felt satisfied and nodded, and he continued to call the next person. After pausing for a while, he pronounced a name. Chen Bin! Other universe gods started a heated discussion. A youth came out from the group of the White Flame Palace. Chen Bin is the top guy amongst the universe gods in the second heaven. It is said that he fought against a universe god in the third heaven and wasn't defeated. What if Chen Bin kills Jian Wushuang? Someone from the Thunder Fire sect commented. Impossible. I know Lei Chao. He is at the top of the Rio God list, and he is able to kill a group of Rio gods. So he would not even allow a Rio god to kill that universe god in the first heaven, let alone only a universe god in the second heaven, the master of the Thunder Fire sect said. But he was also shocked that Jian Wushuang was going to fight with a universe god in the second heaven. Now the sect master fully understood why Lei Chao was confident enough to go to the White Flame Palace. By himself, Lei Chao could ruin the whole White Flame Palace. In the heaven, Chen Bin came to Jian Wushuang with a long purple sword, sending out a scary power. Jian Wushuang could feel that the pressure brought by Chen Bin was much stronger than the previous two talents. Watch out, I am different from them, Chen Bin said coldly. Come on. Jian Wushuang held his blood mountain sword tightly. Bang! Chen Bin unleashed his strong power. His breath transformed into a giant purple exotic beast, rising from Chen Bin. Chen Bin hurled out his sword, producing a resounding cracking sound. Bang! 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 Several attacks came at Jian Wushuang and surrounded him. A very fast attack! Jian Wushuang was surprised. He generated his divine power, and waved his sword whilst combing it with the ancient god power. Boom! 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 Several resounding booms exploded. Purple thunder! Chen Bin started to generate another skill. A giant shadow of an exotic purple beast appeared behind Chen Bin. The beast opened its giant mouth. Its roars shook the whole heaven and formed a horrible force rushing toward Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang shivered under the powerful attack and couldn't open his eyes. Shoo! The flash of purple light stabbed into Jian Wushuang's heart. Although Jian Wushuang didn't open his eyes, he managed to defend himself with his soul power against the attack of the purple light. He stepped back further and adjusted his position. I have said that I am different from the precious ones. As Chen Bin spoke, he generated power in the purple sword in his hand. The horrible power gradually dispersed. Jian Wushuang was undergoing high pressure from Chen Bin. Although my soul power is better than Chen Bin's, from which I could defend myself, he has many more powerful unique skills than I have. And immediately, Chen exercised another attack. Boom! Chen Bin's horrible divine power tore a hole in the heavens, and the power rushed towards Jian Wushuang. Then, several attacks came suddenly. A purple tornado rose up. Though its power had yet to explode, its formidable strength had already shocked many universe gods in the second heaven. Rank 3 unique skill? He's even using an advanced rank 3 unique skill? Jian Wushuang was amazed. It was so amazing that a universe god in the second heaven could generate an advanced rank 1 unique skill. Jian Wushuang now could only generate a peak rank 2nd unique skill, far behind this top genius from the White Flame Palace. Though I am not as good at unique skills, I can make up for it with secret skills. Jian Wushuang started to generate a golden light, igniting a blood-red fire. The fire spread and formed a vast, blood-red sea. At the same time, Jian Wushuang took out his blaze quicksand gourd, from which floods of sand gushed out and rushed to Chen Bin. Blaze quicksand? Even the used-to-be indifferent Lei Chao was surprised by Jian Wushuang's secret skills. The dragon roar! Jian Wushuang generated another secret skill. Boom! With a startling roar, the power of Jian Wushuang's sword skyrocketed. The dragon roar, one of the 3 peak rank 2nd secret skills, was the one which had the feature of being able to generate power. Chapter 1362 Revealed. Chapter 1362 Revealed. Bang! A vigorous rumble echoed across the void. After the rumble, there was a figure that retreated rapidly. The figure constantly flipped as it retreated and finally calmed down. So strong! Jian Wuxuang wiped off the blood stain at the corner of his lips as he spoke the compliment. He performed a dragon roar with his all, but it was suppressed by Qin Bin directly. He is so much stronger than I in unique skill. I would not be his match if I were to fight head-on. I can only play that trick. Jian Wuxuang's face grew solemn as he oppressed the churning energy and blood in his body. The very next moment, he suddenly exploded and the blood mountain sword in his hand suddenly shook vigorously. Blood! The long sword swept out as it revealed its earth-shaking power, and a soaring soul power exploded. Useless! Qin Bin's gaze turned cold as he suddenly turned the purple long spear in his hand and let loose. Rumble. A simple action that caused another explosion of earth-shattering power in an instant. It was an advanced rank 3 unique skill again. When the two collided. Poof! Jian Wuxuang spat a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale while he retreated. As for Qin Bin, he easily collapsed Jian Wuxuang's sword principle, but the fierce soul attack in the sword principle caught him off guard. However, Qin Bin was a genius at the end of the day. He had created an advanced rank 3 unique skill and his consciousness wasn't weak either. He could compare favorably with an advanced universe god in the third heaven. Although he was surprised by the hit of Jian Wuxuang's soul attack, it merely turned his face pale for a while before he recovered. Jian Wuxuang couldn't help but smile bitterly. He deserves to be called the top genius in White Flame Palace. Even his consciousness is that fierce. Even if I performed the secret skill of Tian Yuan with my all, I might not be able to kill him. I could only severely damage him at most, Jian Wuxuang thought to himself. In the void above, Lei Chao, who was hanging in the air quietly, suddenly contracted his pupils. Just now, that was a consciousness attack? No, it's not consciousness, but... There was a flash in Lei Chao's eyes and he resumed normalcy very quickly. Swoosh! Lei Chao appeared in the middle of the battlefield. He stole a glance at Qin Bin and said, You saved yourself and also White Flame Palace. Qin Bin was stunned. Lei Chao then looked towards Thunderfire Sect Master. The danger of Thunderfire Sect has been resolved. I shall make a move. Jian Wuxuang, let's go. Yes. Jian Wuxuang nodded. Without waiting for anyone's response, the two of them made a move immediately. After leaving Thunderfire Sect, Lei Chao and Jian Wuxuang moved forward. Soon, Lei Chao stopped on a remote mountain. Jian Wuxuang. Lei Chao looked at Jian Wuxuang and asked, Where did you get your blood-killing plate armor? Jian Wuxuang was stunned. He had obtained the blood-killing plate armor long ago, but it was the first time someone had recognized it. However, Jian Wuxuang didn't find it strange. After all, a top expert like Lei Chao was definitely knowledgeable and experienced. When he was fighting with Qin Bin, Lei Chao could recognize blood-killing plate armor the moment it revealed its power. Jian Wuxuang immediately replied, I obtained the blood-killing plate armor from a universe master in my hometown. Universe master? Lei Chao creased his eyebrows. Back then, the power that he revealed was merely universe master level. However, it might be because his fighting power was damaged, Jian Wuxuang said. His name was Dao Yuanzi. He should be an expert from the eternal chaotic world. I don't know why he came to my hometown and set up the Great Formation. The formation should be called the Light-Devouring Formation. He wanted to refine all the living times in my hometown with it. But I killed him in the end. So all his treasure fell into my hands, including this blood-killing plate armor. Jian Wuxuang was telling the truth and Lei Chao nodded without suspicion. It's great that you got the treasure from killing him. You can continue to use blood-killing plate armor, but remember, don't get involved with Holocaust Sect. Otherwise, you are making yourself an enemy with all the cultivators in the 10 cultivation sanctuaries and the eternal chaotic world. Lei Chao exhorted. Jian Wuxuang shook when he heard that. He found out from King of Venomous Worms that the Holocaust Sect was hated by everyone in eternal chaotic world. But he never thought that the experts in the eternal chaotic world would hate Holocaust sect that much. Anything that was related to the Holocaust sect would cause one to become the other cultivator's enemy. Tsk tisk. Jian Wushuang pursed his lips and complimented. One more thing. Lei Chao looked at Jian Wushuang. Inverse cultivation, Lei Chao said lightly. The moment Jian Wushuang heard the two words, his face tremendously changed and there was surge of emotions in him. Why? You find it strange that I can tell you're an inverse cultivator? Lei Chao said coldly. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded subconsciously. He was really shocked. Because ever since he had started inverse cultivation, including the time he wandered in eternal chaotic world, it was the first time someone pointed out his identity as an inverse cultivator. Of course, in Tianyuan Mystery Land, the expert who gave him the secret skill of Tianyuan would be able to tell his identity as an inverse cultivator. However, the expert didn't reveal himself. Then, Lei Chao talked to him face to face. Of course, Jian Wushuang was surprised. Not just me. In the 10 cultivation sanctuaries, whoever studies souls and knows a bit about souls, such as experts who lit their soul power or prepared to light their soul power, could tell that it was a soul attack when you fought with Qin Bin earlier. Lei Chao said. Jian Wushuang shook. What Lei Chao said revealed that he had studied a little about the soul. You, a universe god in the first heaven, know a soul attack? Plus, your divine power is far beyond a universe god in the first heaven. How could an ordinary cultivator do that? Only an inverse cultivator, which is rare in the eternal chaotic world, an existence which could light up the soul power during a universe master state, could do that. Hence, I am sure that you are an inverse cultivator. Lei Chao said faintly. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had been trying very hard to hide his identity as an inverse cultivator. Back then, in Dayu world, because he passed through the inverse cultivation test, he had had no choice but the master of Dayu Palace, and Wu Tsung recognized his identity as an inverse cultivator. However, he didn't proactively tell anyone before. However, he never expected that there were so many people who could recognize his identity as an inverse cultivator with the aid of his soul within the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. Inverse cultivation is very rare. Especially rare for those who could pass through inverse cultivation test. Almost one in hundreds of millions of years. Lei Chao continued. Chapter 1363 The Galaxy. Chapter 1363 The Galaxy. In the millions of years since our Creator founded the lineage of Star, we have embraced numerous genius disciples, but we've never received anyone practicing inverse cultivation. Lei Chao said. So you are the first one. Now you have just passed the first round of the inverse cultivation test. After passing the second and the third, you will definitely make extraordinary achievements. Lei Chao knew about Jian Wushuang's potential. After Jian Wushuang passed the inverse cultivation test, he would become a top almighty in the eternal chaotic world, much more powerful than Lei Chao. Does anyone in the 10 cultivation sanctuaries know that you are practicing for the inverse cultivation test? Lei Chao asked. No. Okay, that's good. Lei Chao smiled, which was a rare occurrence. Keep it a secret from others. Lei Chao said. Let's go to the lineage of Star and I will report to our master about the inverse cultivation. He will make decisions. Jian Wushuang nodded. So they set out. They headed for the lineage of Star as quickly as possible. In order to save time on the journey from the East Royal Sanctuary to the Purple Moon Sanctuary, they were going to use a wormhole. Wormholes were only owned by powerful sects and tribes in the East Royal Sanctuary. Many tribes couldn't even afford it. But it didn't worry Lei Chao. By wormhole they soon arrived at the Purple Moon Sanctuary. The Purple Moon Sanctuary was different from the East Royal Sanctuary. The East Royal Sanctuary owned as many as 6 pieces of land, each of which was home to countless talents. The Purple Moon Sanctuary, however, only had 4 pieces of land. But each land was far vaster than those in the East Royal Sanctuary, and the number of talents was higher. Among the 4 pieces of land, one was called the Star Land. The Star Land was home to the lineage of Star. Jian Wushuang was impressed when he heard about the Starland. Everything in the Starland was named with Star, which showed the dominating power that the lineage of Star had. And indeed, the dominant group in the Starland was the lineage of Star. How powerful this lineage is! Jian Wushuang was amazed. After all, the creator of the lineage of Star was at the top amongst the Almighty in the eternal chaotic world. The best of the best. Although King Luozhen is among the Almighties, he is far less powerful than the creator of the lineage of Star. King of Venomous Worms added. Moreover, it was King of Venomous Worms alone that united the Starland. So you can imagine how powerful he is. Jian Wushuang felt stunned. Soon he had arrived at the base of the lineage of Star with Lei Chao. It was a vast galaxy. The galaxy was stunning and filled with numerous shining stars. We are in the base of the lineage of Star. Jian Wushuang was amazed by the glamorous galaxy. How powerful could the lineage of Star be to occupy such a vast galaxy? I heard about this galaxy during the time I followed King Luozhen. The creator of the lineage of Star discovered the galaxy when he traveled to the eternal chaotic world and transformed the galaxy, and moved it to the Starland. Now it's said that the secret sex skills of the lineage of Star are combined with the galaxy. King of Venomous Worms said. Wonderful! Jian Wushuang exclaimed. Let's go. Lei Chao said. Jian Wushuang followed Lei Chao and went into the vast galaxy. As Jian Wushuang entered the galaxy, he felt the power explode. He was surprised and he asked Lei Chao, I can feel the unlimited strong divine power here. Can I absorb this power? Lei Chao said, Of course. We are now in a divine power so unique to the galaxy. The divine power will never be depleted here and you could refill your power here anytime. So amazing, Jian Wushuang said. Its power is more than that. Lei Chao pointed in one direction. Jian Wushuang then looked in that direction. In the galaxy, a 3-meter-tall exotic beast near them seemed to be playing. What is that? It is one of the exotic beasts born with power generated by the galaxy. We call them meta-beasts. They are valuable. Lei Chao explained. How valuable are they? As Jian Wushuang asked, a golden flash of light flew to the exotic beast quickly. That light is a cultivator, right? Jian Wushuang asked excitedly. Yes, a disciple from our lineage of Star. Lei Chao answered calmly. The exotic beast who was playing saw the golden light and immediately fled rapidly. It couldn't escape from the cultivator with the golden light. As that cultivator caught the beast and the golden light around her dissipated, Jian Wushuang saw clearly that she was a lady in a golden robe. The lady left, satisfied with her prey. A powerful cultivator. I bet this cultivator is far more powerful than Chunbin, who I once fought with. Is she from the Star Palace? Jian Wushuang asked. No, she is just an ordinary disciple from the lineage of Star. Lei Chao answered calmly. Jian Wushuang was shocked. Chapter 1364 The Second Heaven. Chapter 1364 The Second Heaven. Only an ordinary disciple? Jian Wushuang felt overwhelmed. Only an ordinary disciple would already be that strong. Just how strong are the disciples of Star Palace? What is the disciple going to do with the meta-beast? Jian Wushuang asked. Meta-beast is a strange existence derived from the Milky Way. It is extremely intelligent, and it contains an enormous amount of meta-strength. The usage of meta-strength is extensive. It could be used to make pills, make a weapon, aid cultivation of secret skill. Besides, meta-strength is extremely nourishing for one's consciousness, Lei Chao said. As such, the disciples from lineage of Star often capture the meta-beast in the Milky Way to extract the meta-strength from their bodies for cultivation. After extracting their meta-strength, they would release the meta-beast. The meta-strength in the meta-beast's bodies would recover over a period of time. I see. Jian Wushuang nodded. Let's go. Lineage of Star's old lair is right ahead. Lei Chao continued to move forwards with Jian Wushuang, and they soon arrived before Lineage of Star's old lair. Looking at the majestic palace that stood before him, along with the large amount of buildings above the stars, Jian Wushuang was astonished. Lofty. Magnificent. It was definitely one of the loftiest sects Jian Wushuang had ever seen. How many forces could place their old lair within the Milky Way in the entire eternal chaotic world after all? Jian Wushuang, follow me. Lei Chao led Jian Wushuang towards one of the stars. He intentionally detoured from the buildings on the way. It seemed that he didn't want anyone to see Jian Wushuang and himself. In the stars, there was a huge cave dwelling which was formed entirely with special crystals. Lei Chao and Jian Wushuang walked into the cave dwelling. The moment they entered the cave dwelling, Jian Wushuang immediately saw the long-haired middle-aged man who sat on the stone bed like a statue before him. The long-haired middle-aged man had a natural manner. Yuan! Lei Chao spoke softly. The long-haired middle-aged man, who was like a statue, slowly opened his eyes and a ray of purple light flashed like a purple gemstone. You have returned. The long-haired middle-aged man looked at Lei Chao, then at Jian Wushuang. This is the young man, Jian Wushuang, who passed the test that the palace master set up personally and became the disciple of Star Palace? Lei Chao nodded and introduced. Jian Wushuang, the person before you is one of the 3 Hall Masters in lineage of Star. You can call him Hall Master Yuan. In the lineage of Star, the Palace Master and the other 2 Hall Masters are mostly cultivating in seclusion. Any matters will be decided by Hall Master Yuan. Greetings, Hall Master Yuan. Jian Wushuang bowed politely. Young man, there's no need to stand on ceremony. The long-haired middle-aged Hall Master Yuan smiled and said, Lei Chao sent me a message earlier and I already reported it to the Palace Master. The Palace Master told me to bring you to see him directly when you arrive in Lineage of Star. Follow me. See the Palace Master? Jian Wushuang was surprised. The Palace Master of the Lineage of Star was the founder of the Lineage of Star. He was the superior existence in the peak of the eternal chaotic world. This superior existence wanted to see him? Jian Wushuang, well done. You have been summoned by the founder of Lineage of Star. The other experts, including many real gods, didn't even stand a chance to meet him, but you get to see him the moment you step foot in the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. TSK, King of Venomous Worms teased. Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly, but he followed Hall Master Yuan. As for Lei Chao, he stayed back in the cave dwelling instead of following them. In the depth of the boundless Milky Way, there was a cave dwelling. The cave dwelling merged into one with the Milky Way. If it didn't reveal itself actively, no one would notice the existence of the cave dwelling. Then, Hall Palace Yuan brought Jian Wushuang before the cave dwelling. The 2 of them didn't enter the cave dwelling but stood outside. Hall Master Yuan bowed slightly at the cave dwelling and said, Palace Master, I brought the young man with me. An ancient yet thick voice broke the silence. The voice traveled lightly as though it was from far, far away. Young man, you're the one who passed through the test that I left in the Star Foggy Sea? The founder of the Lineage of Star asked. Yes, Jian Wushuang replied politely. As expected, the founder of the Lineage of Star sounded melancholy. Star Foggy Sea, it has been so many years. Not long after I created Star Foggy Sea, I lost it at that place. I thought no one would ever find it, nor would there be anyone who could pass the test there. Who knew you would pass through it successfully in the end, and you even found Lineage of Star on your own. Very good. Hearing what the founder of Lineage of Star said, Jian Wushuang was shaken. Which place? Star Foggy Sea. You kept it with you or you left it in your hometown? The founder of Lineage of Star asked. I left it at my hometown. Jian Wushuang replied. That's good too. The founder of Lineage of Star kept quiet for a while before he spoke again. Your identity as an inverse cultivator, I already know. Inverse cultivator. It is really rare. Ever since I started Lineage of Star, I have never gotten any disciple that did inverse cultivation. You're the very first. Inverse cultivation, great potential. Once you pass the inverse cultivation test in the 3rd heaven, you're destined to go right to the top, and the possibility of becoming an almighty is very high. However, the route for inverse cultivation isn't an easy journey. I already made some arrangement for you after I received Yuan's message. Your identity as an inverse cultivator shouldn't be exposed or publicized before you become an almighty or before you stand on the peak of the eternal chaotic world. Jian Wushuang was stunned. Can't expose my identity as an inverse cultivator before I become an almighty? I refined a treasure for you in the past few days. Take it. In the cave dwelling, a ray of black light spurted out, and Jian Wushuang extended his hand to take it. He spread his palm and saw that it was a black bead that gave out a mysterious aura. This bead has just been refined. I have yet to name it, you can name it yourself. After you refine it, it will blend into your divine body. After that, there will be a tremendous change in your aura. You are just a universe god in the first heaven now. However, after you refine the bead, your aura will improve to the level of a universe god in the second heaven. You will then look pretty much like an ordinary universe god in the second heaven. Besides, the bead will cover your soul power. When you are fighting with the others, you can still use soul attacks. With the bead, even an almighty who hasn't reached my level, or an almighty who purely studies the soul, won't be able to understand your actual situation. From today onwards, you must remember, you are not a universe god in the first heaven but the second heaven. Chapter 1365 Disciple from the Star Palace. Chapter 1365 Disciple from the Star Palace. Jian Wushuang felt surprised about the reminder of the creator of the lineage of Star. That is to say, he had to pretend to be a universe god in the second heaven. At the same time, he was supposed to cultivate and improve his power, just like a universe god in the second heaven. After he passed the inverse cultivation test and became a real universe god in the second heaven, he would have to pretend to be a universe god in the third heaven. Yuan, please take care of him. You should especially remember that during his inverse cultivation test, no one can be present except you and Lei Chao. Yes, Your Majesty. Hall Master Yuan nodded. Now you can leave. As the conversation ended, everything in the heaven fell into silence and the palace disappeared from Jian Wushuang's eyes. You are quite lucky to get a treasure cultivator from our master in person. Hall Master Yuan smiled to Jian Wushuang. Yes. Jian Wushuang held the black bead in his hands and started to absorb the power within it. When he finished, Jian Wushuang could feel clearly that his breath and power had changed. Now, even I can't imagine that you are just a universe god in the first heaven. Hall Master Yuan smiled. Jian Wushuang was relieved. As the master said, I should keep my identity as an inverse cultivator hidden. And with this black bead, I'll definitely be able to disguise myself as a universe god in the second heaven, in terms of both my divine power and overall strength. Jian Wushuang was satisfied. Then he returned to the palace of the Hall Master Yuan. Lei Chao was still waiting there. What? Lei Chao was shocked when he saw Jian Wushuang again. Why has he become a universe god in the second heaven? Hall Master Yuan then explained what happened to Lei Chao. Now I know why. But Lei Chao frowned and said, It is a good idea. But it will be difficult for you when you pretend to be one in the second heaven. Jian Wushuang was confused by Lei Chao's words. Hall Master Yuan told Lei Chao, Please take care of him and help him in his second inverse cultivation test. Lei Chao nodded and didn't refuse. After leaving Hall Master Yuan's place, Lei Chao took Jian Wushuang around the numerous buildings in the lineage of stars. Along the way, Jian Wushuang met many disciples from the lineage of Star. They felt surprised when they saw Jian Wushuang. Who is that universe god in the second heaven? I have no idea. But he is the disciple of the Star Palace. Wow, a new one! Every disciple from the lineage of Star had their own token that showed their identity, as an ordinary disciple or as one from Star Palace. Those ordinary ones could tell that the token of Jian Wushuang came from the Star Palace. That was why they knew Jian Wushuang's identity even though they didn't know him. Jian Wushuang could feel that disciples were looking at him with envy and admiration. Why do they envy me? Is there a great difference between an ordinary identity and one from the Star Palace? Jian Wushuang was curious. Lei Chao didn't answer his question. Instead, he said, As you are going to spend a long time here, it is necessary that you know about the cultivation resources in the lineage of Star. Jian Wushuang listened to Lei Chao attentively. He was eager to know what valuable resources the lineage of Star had as the top leader of the Purple Moon Sanctuary and the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. Lei Chao started introducing them to Jian Wushuang. Our lineage of Star has a long and brilliant history, and so we have accumulated numerous resources. For disciples of Universe God level, the most valuable ones are Real God Hall, Scripture Depository, and Reset Palace. Among these three, Real God Hell is the top, but only Universe Gods in the third heaven are allowed to use it. Though you are in inverse cultivation, you are still not eligible to enter until you pass the second round of the inverse cultivation test and become a real Universe God in the second heaven. Scripture Depository is home to the 4 great secret skills in the lineage of Star, which are the foundation of our lineage. Among these 4 skills, secret skills of Star Palace are well known even in the eternal chaotic world. Reset Palace is where we cultivate our consciousnesses. Since you are good at soul attacks, you can go there for cultivation, before which you'd better catch several meta beasts to absorb power when necessary. Those 3 places are very important, so only disciples from the Star Palace are entitled to use them. Jian Wushuang was surprised. Only disciples from the Star Palace were entitled to use those 3 great resources? He now understood why ordinary disciples envied him. There was indeed a great difference between ordinary ones and ones from the Star Palace. Apart from those 3, we also have 4 mystery lands and 9 shrines that are open to ordinary disciples. Though they are not as valuable as the 3 great treasures, they will also help a lot with one's cultivation, and many geniuses are eager for them. After a brief pause, Lei Chao continued. Besides, we have 3 cultivation places, namely Star Tower, Illusionary Mind Sea, and Supreme Tower for disciples to cultivate and test their power. Star Tower and Illusionary Mind Sea are similar to 9 Boundaries Tower and Inadvertent Dreamland, but of a higher level. Chapter 1366 Sword Star. Chapter 1366 Sword Star. Besides the most precious Real God Hall, Scripture Depository, and Reset Palace, there are 4 mystery lands, 9 palaces, and 3 training fields. This definitely lives up to the reputation of the lineage of Star. There are so many cultivation resources here. I wonder what the effect will be. Jian Wushuang was excited. Soon, Lei Chao brought Jian Wushuang to a corner of the void. There were stars before him. In the lineage of Star, disciples from Star Palace can take up a star as a cultivation cave dwelling. Jian Wushuang, you can pick one now, Lei Chao said. Use a star as a cultivation cave swelling? Jian Wushuang was shocked, but he didn't hesitate. His soul power swept out and he noticed a star. That one then? Jian Wushuang pointed at the star and said, "Let's go." Lei Chao brought Jian Wushuang to the star straight away. That star wasn't huge in size, but there was a continuous palatial architecture on the star. Right in the middle, there was a delicate-looking cave dwelling. Before Lei Chao and Jian Wushuang arrived at the cave dwelling, they noticed that there was a large number of people already standing before the cave dwelling. Most of them were women, and every one of them looked and dressed the same. The leader of them all was a woman who had a svelte body and a beautiful face. The beautiful woman had an elegant style and a rare beauty. The aura that she gave out was fierce, and she had obviously already reached the level of a universe god in the third heaven. Seeing Jian Wushuang's arrival, everyone before the cave dwelling, including the beauty who was their leader, bowed politely as they said, "Greetings, Master." Master? Jian Wushuang was dumbfounded. The people before him were all universe gods. Among them, the leading beauty was a universe god in the third heaven. But they were referring to him as Master? These maids and servants are arranged for you. They will take care of your daily life while you concentrate on cultivation, Lei Chao said. This? Jian Wushuang didn't know how he should react. He said, "I don't need any maids or servants. I can just cultivate on my own." Jian Wushuang. Lei Chao looked over. These maids and servants came to Lineage of Star willingly. There are benefits for them when they work for Lineage of Star, when they take care of the disciples of Lineage of Star. You don't have to misunderstand them. To them, to be able to take care of the disciples of the Lineage of Star is definitely a great task. The benefits that they are taking is of course better. If you were to reject them, it would be a rather heavy loss to them. Jian Wuxuang was stunned as he took a glance at the maid and servants around him. They did look worried and were obviously concerned that Jian Wuxuang would chase them away. Jian Wuxuang had no choice but smiled bitterly and said, "All right, let them stay then." The maid and servants immediately revealed a joyful expression. "If so, you should cultivate well. This is a message token. If you run into any problems, you can look for me." Lei Chao passed him a token. "Thank you." Jian Wuxuang was beaming with joy as he took the token. Then Lei Chao left straight away. Jian Wuxuang entered the cave dwelling with the maid and servants surrounding him. At the top of the cave dwelling, Jian Wuxuang stood on a stone stool while he overlooked the maids and servants who stood politely. "Besides you, everyone can leave," said Jian Wuxuang, pointing at the beauty with the svelte body. After they heard Jian Wuxuang's instructions, the maids and servants bowed and excused themselves. Only the beauty was standing there still. "What's your name?" Jian Wuxuang looked at the beauty. "Master, I am Qiu Yu." The beauty replied politely. "Qiu Yu, you don't have to call me master from today onward. Nor will you refer to yourself as a servant. It's rather uncomfortable for me," Jian Wuxuang said. He knew that he was just a universe god in the first heaven, and with the cover-up, he was just a peak universe god in the second heaven. But Qiu Yu was a universe god in the third heaven. She was much stronger than him in terms of power. A person who was stronger than him was referring to him as master so politely. Jian Wuxuang, of course, found it rather strange. "This," Qiu Yu muttered to herself and then nodded. "Then I shall call you Mr." "That's fine." Jian Wuxuang smiled faintly. "Qiu Yu, let me ask you. Is what Lei Chao said real? Did all of you came to be a servant in Lineage of Star willingly?" "Of course." Qiu Yu laughed. "Lineage of Star is the real ruling force of the Star Land. Regardless of wisdom or ability, they are at the top in the eternal chaotic world. Such a sect naturally has tens of thousands of geniuses and experts dying to join. However, the threshold to join Lineage of Star is too high. One must be a genius among geniuses. Like myself, even though I am Universe God in the third heaven, I am not gifted enough. So I am not qualified to be a disciple of Lineage of Star. As I can't be a disciple, there's only another way to enter Lineage of Star, which is to become a maid, a servant. Although maid and servants are one level lower, and might be put to great inconvenience, we are able to receive cultivation resources. Plus, Lineage of Star treats us, maid and servants, quite well. Under normal circumstances, as long as we stay in Lineage of Star for more than 10,000 years, we will receive a chance to enter the 9 shrines. Stay 10,000 years and we get to choose a secret skill from the first level of Shrine of Secret Skills to cultivate. Stay for 1,000,000 years and we get to experience the 4 mystery lands once. That treatment is much better than many core disciples and weaker sects in Star Land. Plus, if one were to be lucky enough, if one's master were easy to talk to, he or she could ask for pointers from their master. How lucky would that be? Qiu Yu obviously had nothing to complain about being a maid in Lineage of Star. On the contrary, she was rather positive. "I see." Jian Wuxuang nodded silently. He understood that any cultivator who was an expert but wasn't gifted yet wouldn't be happy about being ordinary, like Qiu Yu. As they couldn't join and be nurtured by other sects, they might as well become a maid in Lineage of Star. They might stand a higher chance. "Oh yeah, mister. Now that you are the master of this star, you can name this star. Then we maids and servants of the lineage can tell each other where we serve," Qiu Yu said. "Name?" Jian Wuxuang suddenly paused and then smiled. "My name is Jian Wuxuang. I have used the word sword in my name, and I am good with swords. As such, from today onwards, this star shall be known as Sword Star." Chapter 1367 Star Tower. Chapter 1367 Star Tower. After Jian Wushuang asked Zhou Yu something about the lineage of Star, he went to visit the vast building complex in the Sword Star. He wanted to know more about the numerous cultivation resources in the lineage of Star. He chose to go to the Scripture Depository and the Reset Palace, which only allowed disciples from the Star Palace. In the complex. Hi! Jian Wushuang greeted someone. He was an ordinary disciple from the lineage of Star. He was thin. He turned around when he heard Jian Wushuang's greeting. He immediately felt the existence of Jian Wushuang's token as a disciple from the Star Palace. Nice to meet you, brother. I am Chu Yang. The young man bowed to Jian Wushuang politely. Jian Wushuang was surprised. You came here not long ago, right? The young man looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang nodded. In the lineage of Star, ordinary disciples should show respect to disciples from the Star Palace regardless of how powerful he is or how long he has joined the lineage. Chu Yang explained smilingly. Jian Wushuang now understood. Is there anything that I can help you? Chu Yang asked. Could you please take me to the Scripture Depository and the Reset Palace? I am still unfamiliar with their locations. Jian Wushuang asked politely. Okay, please follow me. Chu Yang accepted the request delightedly. Only after a while they arrived at the Scripture Depository. Now we are in the Scripture Depository. You may enter and I will wait for you here. Thank you very much. Then Jian Wushuang entered the Scripture Depository. Neither books nor tokens were stored in the Scripture Depository. The only thing that Jian Wushuang discovered was 4 secret rooms. In front of the 4 secret rooms sat a white-haired elder. He raised his head as Jian Wushuang approached him. Are you the new member? The elder asked. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. There is a rule here. Each disciple from the Star Palace can cultivate one secret skill in the Scripture Depository with no condition. But if they want to cultivate a second one, they should meet a certain requirement. I can feel that you have already cultivated the secret skills of Star Palace, so you are not eligible to cultivate others. The elder said. Jian Wushuang then continued to ask him. So what requirements should I meet in order to cultivate the second secret skill? Among the 3 cultivation places in our lineage of Star, the Star Tower is a place where we test our unique skills and sword principles. There are 3 levels in the tower, and you only have to pass the 3rd one. Okay. The Star Tower. Jian Wushuang nodded and left. Chu Yang was still waiting outside the Scripture Depository. How was your visit? Chu Yang asked. I had cultivated the secret skills of Star Palace before I arrived at the lineage of Star. So now I have to pass the 3rd level of the Star Tower in order to cultivate the second secret skill. Jian Wushuang answered. Chu Yang said. Well, the Star Tower is not far from here. I could lead you there. Good idea. They went to the Star Tower. The Star Tower was a splendid, purple-gold big tower with 6 levels. Good luck to you, brother, Chu Yang said. Jian Wushuang started to ponder. Lei Chao told him that the Star Tower was quite similar to the 9 Boundaries Tower but was on a higher level. Jian Wushuang passed the 14th level of the 9 Boundaries Tower, but he was unsure which level he could pass in the Star Tower. Jian Wushuang entered the 1st level with hope in his heart. On the 1st level, he saw his opponent, a cold middle-aged man. The man waved his sword when he saw Jian Wushuang, saying, You are good at swordsmanship? Let us see who is the winner. Jian Wushuang took out his Blood Mountain sword and he became excited. Come on! The man yelled and he stepped forward. Then he waved his sword to Jian Wushuang. This attack was appalling, full of coldness and darkness. Jian Wushuang generated his power and started to wave the Blood Mountain sword. Dragon Roar! The power of the sword exploded. But when the 2 forces of sword collided with each other, bang! Under the attack, Jian Wushuang's sword power totally collapsed. The attack from the man directly hit Jian Wushuang's body. Bang! Jian Wushuang's figure was blasted out. Outside the Star Tower, Chu Yang was waiting. He was wondering how many levels Jian Wushuang had passed. He thought, Though Brother Jian Wushuang is a new member here and hasn't cultivated with the resources of the lineage of Star, he must be powerful as a disciple from the Star Tower. So I guess he'll pass at least the second level? But passing the third level will be difficult. He may only be able to pass the third after cultivating for a long time in the lineage of Star. But as Chu Yang was thinking, he saw a figure blast out of the Star Tower. The figure was Jian Wushuang. What happened? Chu Yang was shocked. He was blasted out soon after entering into the tower? In such a short time? Indeed, a very short time. Within just 10 breaths, Jian Wushuang was blasted out of the tower. Jian Wushuang was as shocked as Chu Yang. It was just the first level, and it's more powerful than I imagined. The man's swordsmanship defeated him easily within a very short time. Jian Wushuang had utterly failed. Chapter 1368 Reset Palace. Chapter 1368 Reset Palace. Rank 3 Unique Skill! It's only the first floor, but this person performed a Rank 3 Unique Skill and it's an advanced Rank 3 Unique Skill! Jian Wushuang was astonished. Only the first floor, and he was defeated. If he wanted to pass through the third level and cultivate the second secret skill in Scripture Depository, it'd be a joke. That's not right. Even though in Lineage of Stars filled with top geniuses, the test of the Star Tower didn't have to be that difficult, right? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. He, a universe god in the first heaven, went to the first floor of Star Tower, but the opponent on the first floor performed a Rank 3 unique skill straightway. What kind of sorcery was that? Unless... Jian Wushuang suddenly thought of a possibility. Unless the Star Tower didn't treat me as a universe god in the first heaven, but the second heaven. Jian Wushuang's face grew strange the moment he thought of the possibility. I finally understood why Lei Chao said that I, a universe god in the first heaven, pretending to be a universe god in the second heaven would be at a disadvantage. I guess that's why. The training field in the Lineage of Star was set according to the cultivator's level. The starting point for a universe god in the first heaven and a universe god in the second heaven was definitely different. Take the Star Tower, for instance. If it were to be other disciples who were universe gods in the first heaven who would go to the first floor of Star Tower, the opponent on the first floor would only perform an advanced rank 2 unique skill at most. If Star Tower only treated Jian Wushuang as a universe god in the first heaven, he naturally could pass through the test easily. However, the crucial part was that Star Tower took him as a universe god in the second heaven. I only created a peak rank 2 unique skill then. However, the opponent from the first floor in Star Tower only could perform advanced rank 3 unique skill. It is a few levels different. In other words, I am far from passing through the first floor of Star Tower. Jian Wushuang sighed. However, he didn't think it was unfair for him. He was an inverse cultivator after all. Comparing an inverse cultivator to an ordinary cultivator, the starting point itself should be a level higher. A universe god in the first heaven that did inverse cultivation was really treated like a universe god in the second heaven in the eternal chaotic world. Senior! Chu Yan walked over and looked at Jian Wushuang in suspicion. He found it strange and asked, Senior, which floor in Star Tower were you in? This? Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly. To be frank, I didn't even pass the first floor and I am far from passing. You can't even pass the first floor? Chu Yang creased his eyebrows. A disciples of Star Palace couldn't even pass through the first floor in Star Palace, and he was far from passing? What was going on? One must know, in Lineage of Star, even with those ordinary disciples, more than 90% of them could pass through the first floor and some could even pass through the second floor. Would it be because he was careless and he didn't put his full ability to play at the very first moment? That's why he was defeated? Chu Yang thought to himself. It seemed to be the only explanation he could find. Otherwise, a disciple of the Star Palace who didn't even pass through the first floor of Star Tower was definitely a joke. Senior, why don't I bring you to the Reset Palace and take a look? Chu Yang said. All right. Jian Wushuang nodded. Chu Yang then brought Jian Wushuang to Reset Palace. In Lineage of Star, only disciples of the Star Palace were qualified to enter the Reset Palace. Jian Wuxuang didn't hesitate but stepped foot into Reset Palace straight away. The moment Jian Wuxuang entered the palace, he could feel a shapeless force greet him. This is an assault of consciousness? No, not only consciousness, it also contained magic and even a mind devil. This? Jian Wuxuang suddenly beamed. He had cultivated for 10 years in Tianyuan Mystery Land back in Snow Kingdom. In those 10 years, he had gained a huge reward, but Tianyuan Mystery Land was mainly about the assault of consciousness. However, the Reset Palace not only had assault of consciousness, it also contained magic and mind devils. Jian Wuxuang could also manipulate the strength of magic and mind devils. It was obviously much more outstanding compared to Tianyuan Mystery Land's sole assault of consciousness. I heard long ago that there was a place in the lineage of Star that trains and nourishes consciousness. I finally get to see it. It's really extraordinary. King of Venomous Worm's voice was heard in Jian Wuxuang's head. The higher-ups in lineage of Star really know how to nurture their disciples. They started to think about how to improve their disciples' strength of consciousness when they were just universe gods. They even created Reset Palace for this purpose and also the test in Illusionary Mind C. They are paving a way for their disciples. King of Venomous Worms complimented. Jian Wuxuang could hear what King of Venomous Worms said. He heard from King of Venomous Worms that, to become the top expert in the eternal chaotic world, which was to become an almighty, one had to pass a barrier. The barrier was to light up his soul fire. How difficult it was to light up soul fire. Just like Jian Wuxuang, who was an inverse cultivator, he lit up his soul fire when he was a universe master. However, an ordinary cultivator put in all their effort and paid a huge price, and it'd still be rather difficult to light up their soul fire. The inability to light up their soul fire meant the inability for them to take the leap towards the rest of their lives. To light up their soul fire, consciousness was the crucial element. The consciousness was required to be trained step by step since it was weak. It was required to improve bit by bit, especially during their time as Universe God. The training and improvement of consciousness was extremely important. Due to this, Lineage of Star intentionally created Reset Palace especially to improve and nourish their disciples' consciousness. Their intention was to lay a great foundation and pave a way that leads them to take the greatest leap. Even though the chance was slim, they could at least try. The Reset Palace was useful for me to improve my soul power. If I were to cultivate here, my soul power would definitely improve tremendously. I reckon it wouldn't be long until I reached the level of a universe god in the third heaven. Plus, there's help from the meta beasts. Jian Wuxuang's eyes were shining brightly. When Lei Chao talked about Reset Palace back then, he said that he could try to catch a few meta beasts and use the meta strength them to nourish consciousness. Then, he would improve even more greatly. Go and catch meta beasts. Jian Wuxuang immediately headed outside of Reset Palace. When Jian Wuxuang met Chu Yang outside of Reset Palace, he clarified his intention with Chu Yang. Chu Yang, I shall capture meta beasts on my own. It will not be necessary for you to lead the way, Jian Wuxuang said. If so, I shall excuse myself, Chu Yang said. Sorry for the trouble. Jian Wuxuang thanked him again. Chapter 1369 Catch the Meta Beast. Chapter 1369 Catch the Meta Beast. After saying goodbye to Chu Yang, Jian Wuxuang went to the Star River. He was searching for meta beasts. There's one. Jian Wuxuang soon found a meta beast, but it was tiny. The beast was just half a meter tall. Obviously, its energy had been absorbed by disciples in the lineage of Star, and the beast hadn't recovered. Jian Wuxuang wouldn't get enough energy by capturing it. A useful meta beast should be at least 1 to 2 meters tall. Go on! Jian Wuxuang continued searching. The Star River was vast. Jian Wuxuang couldn't go through the whole river in only 1 month. After an hour, Jian Wuxuang had found another one. This one was almost 3 meters tall. There you go! Jian Wuxuang approached the beast quietly. But as he approached, the beast detected him and turned around, staring at him. This meta-beast was born in the Star River a long time ago. It had been captured by disciples in the lineage of Star multiple times, knowing how dangerous its predators were. As soon as it saw Jian Wuxuang, it immediately ran away. It ran so fast, like a flash. "You can't escape!" Jian Wuxuang followed it. Whoosh! He and the beast rushed quickly through the Star River. Jian Wuxuang was surprised about the beast's speed. Jian Wuxuang couldn't catch up with it even though he had tried his best. "It's time for me to use some tools." Jian Wuxuang then used his consciousness to generate his blaze quicksand gourd, from which a tremendous amount of sand rushed out. The rushing speed of the sand was way faster than the running beast. Soon those sands covered the beast and lowered its speed. In that way, Jian Wuxuang narrowed the distance with the beast. Soon, he caught up with the beast. Jian Wuxuang said delightedly to the beast, "I will not kill you. Just give your energy to me." The beast seemed to understand what Jian Wuxuang said. It turned around and looked at Jian Wuxuang with great hostility. Beasts born in the Star River were docile. But they would become aggressive when faced with danger. Especially after being caught by humans several times. The beast roared. The beast stopped running and rushed to Jian Wuxuang. It raised its front feet and intended to attack Jian Wuxuang. Jian Wuxuang hit the beast with his fists instead of using the Blood Mountain sword in order not to injure it. Bang! After an explosion, the Star River around them went dark. Jian Wuxuang was blasted out. It took him a while to stand stably. He was shocked by the power of the beast. What happened? While Jian Wuxuang was blasted out, the meta-beast was not injured at all. He had failed to pass even the first level of the Star Tower. He had felt better for the simple reason that he was regarded as a universe god in the second heaven, but now he had even failed to catch a meta-beast? Even a beast was more powerful than him? I once saw a universe god catch a meta-beast easily, so I have always thought that it would just be a piece of cake for me to catch one too. But the meta-beast was also shocked. It had always believed that humans were so powerful. But this time, the predator seemed weak. I want to try again. Jian Wuxuang rushed to the beast again. And the beast also rushed to him. They were going to collide and battle again. But at that very moment, two figures came. A man and a woman. The man was slightly fat and the woman was the one that Jian Wuxuang had seen catch a 3-meter meta-beast easily before. How many beasts have you caught? The man asked the woman. 12. And you? Roughly the same as you. The man smiled. I will go back after catching several more. So will I, the woman said. As they were talking, they heard a bombing sound. What is that? That bombing sound only exists when two people are fighting together. Who dares fight in Starland? The man frowned. Let us go and have a look, the woman said. As they went to where the sound was coming from, they saw Jian Wuxuang and the beast. Chapter 1370 2 Week. Chapter 1370 2 Week. Not any cultivator fighting a fierce battle but a disciple of the lineage of Star is catching a meta-beast? That is a disciple of the lineage of Star? The black-haired man and the lady in a gold robe looked at the Milky Way before them. They saw Jian Wuxuang, who was fighting ferociously with the meta-beast. They also felt the existence of the token that signified his identity as a disciple of Star Palace on Jian Wuxuang. See the aura of the token, he is really a disciple of Star Palace. But why is he so weak? The black-haired man creased his eyebrows and said, Weak. Too weak. At least from what they saw, Jian Wuxuang was merely showing the fighting power of an ordinary peak universe god in the second heaven. But in the place where geniuses gathered, like lineage of Star, any ordinary disciple who was a universe god in the second heaven would be much stronger than Jian Wuxuang. Would it be that he didn't give his all? The lady in gold robe thought. Maybe. The black-haired man nodded too. They could only think that Jian Wuxuang hadn't given his all. Otherwise, a disciple of Star Palace who was a universe god in the second heaven who couldn't even fight a 3-meter meta beast would definitely be a joke if the story spread. But they didn't know that Jian Wuxuang didn't hide his power, but he really couldn't do anything to the meta beast. He had already performed various measures. He even used sword principle with Blood Mountain sword and also soul attack, but it didn't cause any damage to the meta beast. The meta beast is born by the Milky Way. They are extremely intelligent and their consciousness is related to the surrounding Milky Way. My soul attack has nothing to do with it. Relying on my swordsmanship alone, I could barely suppress it. If I wanted to extract its meta strength alive, it would be impossible. Jian Wuxuang quickly understood, and he didn't waste any more time. He stopped and let the meta beast leave. A 3-meter tall meta beast, I'm afraid I can't do anything to it now. I could only go look for smaller meta beasts. Jian Wuxuang sighed and then continued to search at the surrounding Milky Way. Jian Wuxuang noticed the black-haired man and the lady in the gold robe afar with his soul power, but he was unconcerned. Junior, did you see that? The black-haired man creased his eyebrows slightly. The lady in gold robe nodded solemnly. He looked at the meta beast escape from his hand. Was he really unable to do anything with the meta beast? The earlier sight, did you record it? The black-haired man asked. Yes, the lady in the gold robe said. Great, let's return. I'd like to see what's up with this disciple of Star Palace, the black-haired man said. All right, we are almost done with catching the meta beast anyway. The lady in the gold robe agreed. Then, they returned to the old lair in the lineage of Star. On the training field that was formed within the nebula, a few figures were gathered. The few of them were all ordinary disciples in lineage of Star. One of them was obviously stronger by one notch compared to the rest. Luo Quan! The black-haired man and the lady in the gold robe appeared on the training field after returning from the Milky Way. Didn't you two go to catch a meta beast? Why did you return so soon? The disciple with the strongest aura on the training field, Luo Quan, wore a malicious smile. We originally wanted to catch a few more meta beasts, but we run into something interesting on the way, the black-haired man said. Oh? What is it? Tell me. Luo Quan smiled and asked. Don't panic. Let me ask you first. Is there a recent new disciple of Lineage of Star? The black-haired man asked. Yes. Luo Quan nodded. Not long ago, Mr. Lei Chao brought a disciple of Lineage of Star back personally. The disciple of Lineage of Star is like us. He's also a universe god in the second heaven. As for his name, I think he's called Jian Wuxuang. Exactly then. We ran into him in the Milky Way earlier and he happened to be catching meta beasts. The black-haired man said. He just got to Lineage of Star. He knew the meta beast was useful. If he wanted to catch a few for cultivation, there is no big deal. Luo Quan creased his eyebrows and said. If so, of course, there's no big deal. However, the black-haired man smirked and looked at the lady in gold robe. Junior, take it out. The lady in gold robe nodded and then took out a token. She allocated her consciousness, and the recorded image in the token was played before every one of them. A mirror image? Luo Quan and the others were shocked, but they looked anyway. In a short time, Luo Quan and the others who watched the recorded image looked puzzled. How is that possible? A disciple of Lineage of Star who was a universe god in the second heaven couldn't do anything to a 3-meter tall meta beast. Isn't this ridiculous? Jian Wuxuang, didn't he hide his ability? The few disciples on training field gasped. From what they saw, the power that Jian Wuxuang showed during his fight with the meta beast was really too weak. Luo Quan squinted his eyes and looked at the black-haired man and the lady in the gold robe. Are you sure that he used all of his power? The black-haired man shook his head. We only saw him fighting with the meta beast, but we couldn't tell if he gave his all. However, if he wanted to catch meta beast, he can't just let a 3-meter-high meta beast leave before his eyes, right? Just then. Everyone, what are you doing here? A figure walked over. He happened to be the disciple that had brought Jian Wuxuang around earlier, Chu Yang. Chu Yang, you came just in time. Quick, come and take a look at the image. The black-haired man pulled Chu Yang over to watch the image. Chu Yang's eyebrows were tightly knitted after he watched. Would Jian Wushuang really be so weak? Chu Yang muttered. Chu Yang, you meant really weak? Did you suspect his power before this? The black-haired man said. To be frank, I brought Jian Wushuang to Star Tower once. But Jian Wushuang flew out almost instantly. He didn't even pass through the first floor of Star Tower. Plus, when I asked if he was too careless and didn't put his all to play, he said that he gave his all and he really couldn't pass through the first level. Chu Yang said. He didn't even pass the first floor of Star Tower? All the disciples at the scene were shocked. 6th floor in Star Tower. One floor was more difficult than the other. But the first floor was the easiest. Even they managed to pass through the first floor. It seems that we didn't guess wrong. Jian Wushuang, who just came to Lineage of Star, was really weak, but he became a disciple of Star Palace, a role that all of us desired. The black-haired man's eyes became fiery red as he spoke. Chapter 1371 Luo Quan challenged Jian Wushuang. Chapter 1371 Luo Quan challenged Jian Wushuang. It is all a matter of luck. Jian Wushuang just joined the Star Palace by luck. Why did Hall Master Yuan and Lei Chao allow Jian Wushuang in? Many disciples felt wronged and got angry. Stop. Chu Yang reminded the arguing people. The long-time reputation of our Lineage of Star depends on our value for real ability rather than luck. I think Hall Master Yuan and Lei Chao admitted Jian Wushuang in for certain reasons. Jian Wushuang must have something unusual. Aha, let's see whether he can withstand the test. A man called Luo Quan said. What do you intend to do? Chu Yang looked at Luo Quan. Luo Quan asked people around him. Do you guys know where Jian Wushuang lives? A disciple said. In a star called Sword Star. Okay, let's go there and meet him. Luo Quan said. Then 7 disciples went to the Sword Star. Jian Wushuang was still in the Star River. He had been in the Star River for 4 days, during which he had met many beasts, but some were difficult for him to conquer. He had caught only 4, each of which was less than 2 meters tall and relatively weak. Jian Wushuang caught and kept them. They are enough for me to cultivate in the Reset Palace for a while. So he planned to go back. After absorbing the power of 4 meta-beasts, he went back to the Sword Star. Chiu Yu went to him when he arrived. Finally you have come back, Master. What happened? Several guests have been waiting for you for a long time. Chiu Yu said. Jian Wushuang frowned. Luo Quan and other disciples now appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Hello, brother Jian Wushuang. I am Luo Quan. Hello? Those ordinary disciples all bowed to Jian Wushuang. After all, Jian Wushuang was a disciple from the Star Palace. Jian Wushuang smiled to them. What are you coming for? I have competed with the most of the universe gods in the second heaven, and I like competing. May I invite you to compete with me? Jian Wushuang said. Okay. Luo Quan frowned and was a little bit worried. He thought Jian Wushuang had accepted the invitation because he was confident of winning. But in fact, Jian Wushuang only cared about whether he could learn and improve his abilities. He was eager to fight with geniuses from the Lineage of Star. Anyone who is qualified to be a disciple from the Lineage of Star must be a genius. Jian Wushuang felt excited to have the opportunity to battle with them. Come on. Luo Quan wore a pair of blood-red gloves and was staring at Jian Wushuang, ready to fight. Jian Wushuang also took out his Blood Mountain sword and started to fight. Bang! An extraordinary power was generated by Jian Wushuang. Divine Shadow. The power of Jian Wushuang's sword exploded. A flash of light soon multiplied into thousands of flashes. Those flashes all rushed to Luo Quan. The Divine Shadow was one of the 3 peak Rank 2 unique skills that Jian Wushuang had created. Rank 2 unique skills. In response, Luo Quan fought with his palms with red gloves. Bang! 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 Luo Quan's power collided with Jian Wushuang's sword, pushing back the Blood Mountain sword. Luo Quan generated more power. His palms became more strong and powerful, forcing Jian Wushuang to step back. Show me all of your power, Luo Quan murmured. Come on. Blood Knight. Blood Knight was the most powerful skill that Jian Wushuang had. He tried his best. And Luo Quan rushed toward Jian Wushuang and generated even more power. Boom! A strong soul power directly hit Luo Quan, but didn't affect him too much. Bang! Luo Quan stretched out his sharp claws, as if to tear the whole universe apart. The claw reached Jian Wushuang. Though Luo Quan didn't use all of his power, Jian Wushuang was hit hard. He became pale and started bleeding. The battle ended. Is your power really limited to this level? Any universe god in the second heaven in a small sect would be better than you, let alone disciples from the lineage of Star. How could you be a disciple from Star Palace? You don't deserve it! Now Luo Quan showed little respect to Jian Wushuang. The others were also indifferent. After all, they only recognized capability. They would respect Jian Wushuang only if he was powerful enough. But it turned out that Jian Wushuang was weak. You still have 800 years before the selection battle for the Star Palace. If you are still weak by then, give your position in the Star Palace to me, Luo Quan said indifferently as he walked away. Chapter 1372 Battle. Chapter 1372 Battle. On Sword Star, Jian Wushuang watched Luo Quan and the others leave with no facial expression. Luo Quan is really strong. I performed the Blood Knight technique with my all and I erupted my soul attack entirely. Theoretically, even an ordinary universe god in the third heaven would find it difficult to resist. However, he encountered my soul attack directly and wasn't affected at all. His consciousness is very strong and he is much stronger in power than me. Jian Wushuang complimented him, but he was looking at Qiuyu next to him. Qiuyu looked strange. Why? Are you disappointed in my power? Jian Wushuang said casually. No. I believe that you becoming the disciple of Lineage of Star definitely meant that you are unusually capable. Even if you aren't Luo Quan's match now, you could definitely catch up in no time, Qiuyu said. Jian Wushuang smiled when he heard that, but his pupils contracted. He didn't care about victory or defeat. Even if he lost to Luo Quan, he wouldn't be bothered. His power was weaker compared to the universe gods in the second heaven after all. However, such weakness wouldn't persist. Qiuyu, when Luo Quan left earlier, he mentioned something about the battle between disciples of Star Palace. What is it? Jian Wushuang asked. That's a battle aiming to fight for the right to become a disciple of Star Palace. In Lineage of Star, it will be conducted every 5,000 years, Qiuyu said. Oh? Jian Wushuang looked. Mister, you just came to Lineage of Star. There are many things that you have yet to know. In Lineage of Star, it has always been power defines one's position, Qiuyu explained. Under normal circumstances, the disciples of Star Palace have always had 15 slots. Among them, 5 are universe gods in the third heaven, 5 are universe god in the second heaven, and 5 are universe gods in the first heaven. In other words, they selected top 5 strongest universe gods in each heaven to join Star Palace. The selection method is conducted through a battle between disciples in Star Palace that is held every 5,000 years in Lineage of Star. In the battle, the 5 strongest will become disciples of Star Palace while the rest will be ordinary disciples. Is that so? Jian Wushuang understood then. In other words, although I am a disciple of Star Palace now, if I fail to be in the top 5 strongest among universe gods in the second heaven in the battle 800 years later, I will be degraded as an ordinary disciple? Yes, Qiuyu nodded. Jian Wushuang lifted his eyebrows and he immediately felt pressure from the bottom of his heart. In Lineage of Star, there was a huge difference between the disciples of Star Palace and ordinary disciples. Especially considering that Real God Hall, Scripture Depository, Reset Palace, the 3 main cultivation resource were only occupied by disciples of Star Palace. Jian Wushuang, of course, wanted to maintain his position as a disciple of Star Palace. However, with his ability then, he was at the bottom of the universe gods in the second heaven within lineage of star. I only have 800 years! Jian Wuxuang held his fists tight and his eyes were twinkling with energy. 800 years wasn't short to him. With 800 years' time, with the aid of cultivation resources and lineage of star, he might stand a chance. Mister, you lost to Luo Quan today before the other few disciples. If I'm not mistaken, they definitely will spread the word. By then, I'm afraid it would trigger the suspicion and dissatisfaction of many other disciples. There might be other disciples who come to challenge you. You must be mentally prepared. Chiu Yu reminded. Jian Wuxuang smiled faintly. My current power is too weak. I have to admit. Whether or not they suspect me has nothing to do with me. If they want to challenge me, by all means come. There is no difference between losing 1 battle and 100 battles anyway. Jian Wuxuang didn't care. On the contrary, he hoped that the disciples in lineage of star would look for him. Jian Wuxuang treated the fights with the geniuses as a kind of training. Plus, he had already lost to Luo Quan. So what if he were to lose to other ordinary disciples? He didn't care about victory or defeat. The only thing that he cared about was his strength, and the result of the battle that would happen 800 years later. Just as Chiu Yu has predicted, the news about Jian Wuxuang being defeated by Luo Quan spread like wildfire in lineage of star. At the same time, the mirror image of their battle was spread across lineage of star too. On top of that, the image of Jian Wuxuang trying to catch a meta beast in the Milky Way was spread along too. The moment the images spread, it suddenly stirred a commotion in the entire lineage of star. The disciples in lineage of star were all astonished. They were shocked at the fact that Jian Wuxuang was defeated by Luo Quan. There were many geniuses in lineage of star after all. It was normal that an ordinary disciple win against disciples in Star Palace occasionally. Plus, Jian Wuxuang just got to the lineage of star and he had yet to cultivate, while utilizing the resource in lineage of star. It was nothing if his power wasn't ahead of Luo Quan. What shocked the disciples was that the power that Jian Wuxuang revealed was really too weak. Weak? How could he be so weak? He can't even do anything to a 3-meter-tall meta beast, and he is a disciple of Star Palace? I heard that he couldn't even pass through the first floor of Star Tower. Is this a joke? Universe God in the second heaven with only this level of power, there are so many in Purple Moon's sanctuary. What is Hall Master Yuan thinking? How could they let such a person become a disciple of Star Palace? These disciples couldn't understand how Jian Wuxuang, with such a weak power, had become a disciple of Star Palace. As they couldn't understand, it naturally became dissatisfaction towards the higher-ups of lineage of star. Unfair! I put in so much effort but I could only maintain my position as an ordinary disciple. But Jian Wuxuang is a disciple of Star Palace with only such power. Would Jian Wuxuang be one of the Hall Master's illegitimate children, or is he related to the Palace Master by any chance? Otherwise, why would the higher-ups of Lineage of Star take such a good care of him? Lineage of Star was filled with dissatisfaction and complaints. The disciples of Star Palace was definitely in existence that countless ordinary disciples in Lineage of Star envied. The 3 most precious cultivation resources in Lineage of Star had always been the special privilege that disciples of Star Palace possessed, while ordinary disciples stood almost no hope at all. All this while, the ordinary disciples fought for a chance to become a disciple of Star Palace. Those who were lucky enough to become disciples of Star Palace relied on their power and proved themselves to become one. Hence, these ordinary disciples could only accept them. However, the ordinary disciples were then unhappy with the appearance of Jian Wuxuang and the power that he revealed. The ordinary disciples complained that Lineage of Star was unfair and that the higher-ups were biased. Chapter 1373 Unfair. Chapter 1373 Unfair. On the Sword Star, a new round of the ongoing battle was happening. Bang! A giant axe hit Jian Wuxuang directly, blasting at both him and his sword. It took Jian Wuxuang quite a while to regain his stability. Is he worth his identity as a disciple from the Star Palace? Ridiculous! The man using the axe glanced at Jian Wushuang with contempt and left. Outside of the Sword Star, many disciples were watching the battle. Jian Wushuang has already lost 12 battles consecutively. 13, if we count the battle with Luo Quan. It is the first time that I have seen such a weak disciple from the Star Palace. Many disciples were gossiping about Jian Wushuang. He just joined the Star Palace by luck. Still, he is quite resilient and never gave up, even though he was defeated by multiple times. Resilient? I think he is stupid. He may step down in 800 years. I would be meaningless to waste time discussing him. Many disciples left. They had gradually lost interest in Jian Wushuang, and no one challenged him anymore. Amongst those who were still watching Jian Wushuang were two particular figures: Hall Master Yuan and Lei Chao. Hall Master Yuan sighed. He is having a difficult time. Of course. How can it be easy to pretend to be a universe god in the second heaven when he is only in the first heaven? Lei Chao said. Recently, many disciples as well as many real gods have complained to me that it is unfair to let Jian Wushuang in. Nonsense. It is only unfair to Jian Wushuang, not them. Lei Chao murmured. But they don't know the truth, so we can't blame them either. Let's just see what will happen in the future. Obstacles are good for him. But if Jian Wushuang becomes an ordinary disciple, he will lose many resources. Lei Chao said. Maybe we won't have to worry about this just now. Just wait. Hall Master Yuan said smilingly and left. Lei Chao also left. After ordinary disciples lost interest in Jian Wushuang, he finally had time to devote himself to cultivation. He was now in the Reset Palace. He was sitting in the palace with a strong consciousness attack around him. Under the attack, Jian Wushuang slowly increased his soul resilience. At the same time, he was consuming the power captured by the 4 meta beasts, which facilitated his soul power. With the help of the beast's power, I can increase my soul power faster. Jian Wushuang felt satisfied. After he had run out of all the meta beast power, he chose to leave the Reset Palace and started to travel around the 9 shrines. Although the 9 shrines were not as valuable as the Rio God Hall and the Reset Palace, they could still help cultivators a lot. Especially the Shrine of Myriad Swords. The Shrine of Myriad Swords was used for cultivating swordsmanship. It was home to countless secret skills, the procedures of which could be demonstrated through screens. There were so many high-level secret skills that were convenient to learn. The Shrine of Myriad Swords could definitely help Jian Wushuang improve his swordsmanship. Now my cultivation of swordsmanship is going through a bottleneck and I need a breakthrough. Maybe I could draw some inspiration and make a breakthrough here. Jian Wushuang was delighted. From then on, Jian Wushuang went to the Shrine of Myriad Swords and the Reset Palace every day. The Reset Palace forced Jian Wushuang to strengthen his consciousness. But he needed to relax after spending time under too much pressure. He chose to go to the Shrine of Myriad Swords to learn swordsmanship and occasionally caught meta beasts to absorb energy. Time passed quickly. Jian Wushuang had been in the lineage of Star for 30 years. In the Shrine of Myriad Swords. With a harsh sound, a bright flash of light burst out from Jian Wushuang's sword. The light transformed into a scarlet phoenix which could generate overwhelming power. As the light dissipated, the phoenix also disappeared. Jian Wushuang had succeeded. Finally, I have made a breakthrough in the past 30 years and created a peak rank 2 secret skill. Jian Wushuang was satisfied. Without resources in the lineage of Star, Jian Wushuang would have had to spend much more time. But inspired by resources from the Shrine of Myriad Swords, he had made a breakthrough within only 30 years. It would take a long time to create a rank 3 secret skill. Jian Wushuang, you should integrate the peak rank 2 secret skill into your Blood Mountain sword to make it more powerful. King of Venomous Worms commented. You are right. Jian Wushuang was inspired. Chapter 1374 Unfortunate Experience in the Milky Way. Chapter 1374 Unfortunate Experience in the Milky Way. Cultivation time waited for no man. to those experts at the top of the eternal chaotic world, such as Almighty like the founder of Lineage of Star, 10,000 years or 100,000 years were all like the snap of his fingers. 1,000,000 years was merely a blink of an eye. Tens of million of years wasn't long either. However, to Jian Wushuang that had yet to cultivate for 10,000 years, he could do many things in 800 years. It was his 120th year in Lineage of Star. Star Tower, first floor. Buzz. 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 Rays of sword light swept out magically from Jian Wushuang continuously. Those sword lights were beautiful, and every ray was enchanting. His opponent, the middle-aged man with a long beard, wielded his sword. He was quick, accurate, and brutal. He was extremely decisive in his moves. Both of their swordsmanships were exposed entirely, and their swords collided over and over again. The collision of their sword lights reverberated through Star Tower. There was suddenly a sharp glare in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Billows! Gush! There was a boundless sword light that exploded. It looked like there was at least 1,000 rays of sword lights. The sword lights looked blurry and no one could tell which was real. Break! The middle-aged man bellowed and twitched. It slammed the core of the sword light like lightning and collided with the tip of the Blood Mountain sword. Ghosting! The divine power in Jian Wushuang's hand surged, and boundless sword lights overlapped one another, as though 1,000 rays of sword light had gathered into one and suddenly erupted. What? The long-bearded middle-aged man looked astonished, but he couldn't dodge in time and was hit by the sword light directly. The first floor of Star Tower passed. Finally passed! There was joy in Jian Wushuang's eyes. When he first got to Star Tower, he was defeated by the long-bearded middle-aged man directly. He was far from passing the floor. However, 120 years later, although he had yet to create an advanced rank 3 unique skill, with the 2 beginner rank 3 unique skills and with his understanding of swordsmanship and killing technique, he had passed through the first floor of Star Tower. In Lineage of Star, most of the ordinary disciples who are Universe God in the second heaven could only pass through the first floor of Star Tower. I am barely even-handed with but not at the bottom like before. Jian Wushuang smiled. On the day Jian Wushuang passed through the first level of Star Tower, the news spread. Like a gentle breeze, there was not much response. Merely passing the first floor wasn't enough to catch the disciples' attention. If Jian Wushuang could pass through the second floor of the Star Tower, that might catch their attention. The meta strength that I obtained earlier finished. I have to catch a few meta beasts for supplementation. Jian Wushuang walked directly to the Milky Way after he left Star Tower. In the boundless Milky Way, Jian Wushuang wandered leisurely as his soul power spread. Soon, Jian Wushuang found his first meta beast. Oh, a 3-meter-tall meta beast? Jian Wushuang's eyes blinked. 120 years ago, the first time he came to catch a meta beast, it was also a 3-meter-tall meta beast. But then, he couldn't do anything about it, and could only let it go. But now, Jian Wushuang immediately moved and suppressed the meta beast's speed with Blaze Quicksand Gourd. He caught up with it, and took swift action. In a short time, the meta beast was caught alive. First, Jian Wushuang smiled and continued to wander around. 10 days passed. In the past 10 days, Jian Wushuang had caught 22 meta beasts to extract a large amount of meta strength. With the meta strength that I extracted, it should be enough for me to cultivate for a few years in Reset Palace. Let me catch one last one. Jian Wushuang made up his mind. Half an hour later, Jian Wushuang found his last meta beast. Quite a fat little one, huh? Jian Wushuang looked at the meta beast, which was huge and almost 4 meters tall. He was impressed. There were many meta beasts in the Milky Way. However, as the disciples in Lineage of Star always extracted their meta strength from them, there were very few that could reach 4 meters tall. Previously, Jian Wushuang had only come across one. Rumble! Jian Wushuang took action directly. The Blaze Quicksand Gourd suppressed the meta beast while he wielded Blood Mountain Sword and formed a boundless sword intention to cover the meta beast. Wow! Wow! A mere collision twice. As he was worried that he would hurt the meta beast, Jian Wushuang intentionally hit the meta beast's body with the body of Blood Mountain sword. However, in the end, the meta beast retreated madly. Little one, don't struggle. Jian Wushuang smiled. The 4-meter-tall meta beast could tell that he couldn't win against the human attacker, so it started running madly. Even though it was within the scope of Blaze Quicksand Gourd, it still showed shocking speed. It looks like I'll need to put in some effort. Jian Wushuang sighed. The 4-meter-tall meta beast was obviously more difficult to deal with than expected. However, just as Jian Wushuang prepared to chase the meta beast, there was a figure that appeared before the meta beast. Then, there was a hand that swept like lightning and slapped the meta beast. The fierce force caused the meta beast to groan in pain. Then, the figure took action again and caught the meta beast easily. Jian Wushuang moved and came before the figure. Chu Yang, it's you? Jian Wushuang looked at the person before him calmly. He had a good impression of Chu Yang. After all, Chu Yang was the one who had him around to the lineage of Star back then. Jian Wushuang? Chu Yang took a glance at Jian Wushuang in disdain. Thank you for blocking the meta beast for me. Otherwise, it would take a while for me to catch it. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Blocking it for you? Hee, I think you misunderstood the situation. Chu Yang looked cold and his voice was low. Although you were the one who saw the meta beast first, the person who caught it is me. The meta beast is naturally mine and you'd better stay far away. Stay far away? Jian Wushuang was stunned, but he sneered in his heart. Chu Yang didn't know my power back then but only treated me with passion because I am a disciple of Star Palace. But everyone knows about my power now. Chu Yang has taken such an attitude to me. What a realistic person. Although Jian Wushuang sneered, he didn't care. He had been used to it for a long time. Why? What are you doing here? Can't you hear me? Chu Yang glared at Jian Wushuang coldly. Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, don't blame me. Chapter 1375 Give a Lesson to Chu Yang. Chapter 1375 Give a Lesson to Chu Yang. In the Star River, Jian Wushuang and Chu Yang stood face to face. Silence spread over the surroundings. Chu Yang. Jian Wushuang raised his head. I'm okay with giving you the meta beast, but I feel uncomfortable with your attitude to me. Who cares? In the lineage of Star, no one respects you. Chu Yang sneered. Jian Wushuang didn't respond but stared at Chu Yang. A flash of light was sent out from his eyes. Bang! The light was the great soul power generated by Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang generated it so quickly and silently that it shot out to Chu Yang in just 1 second. What? Chu Yang was surprised. He knew it was a soul attack but he couldn't resist. Bang! Chu Yang felt like billions of thunderstorms had struck him, and his consciousness came to a halt. At this moment, Jian Wushuang continued to beat him with his palms. Bang! The sound of the beats were resounding. Chu Yang was knocked down, causing blood to fly from his mouth. It took him a while to stand stably. After Chu Yang recovered his consciousness, he found that a scarlet, palm-shaped scar was left on the left side of his face. It hurt. Chu Yang was shocked. If you were not a disciple from the lineage of Star and if we were out of the territory of the lineage of Star, I would have killed you, Jian Wushuang said indifferently. Then Jian Wushuang left Chu Yang alone. Chu Yang was speechless and stunned. The scar on his face told him what had just happened. How can this be possible? Why is his consciousness attack so strong? Much stronger than 120 years ago. Jian Wushuang continued to walk through the Star River. I have kept a low profile and stayed focused on cultivation for the past 120 years. No one knows that my power had increased dramatically. Chu Yang believed that I was weak. And now he has learned his lesson. Jian Wushuang laughed. 120 years ago, he had been defeated by 13 disciples. He had indeed been weak at that time. Ordinary disciples found it easy to defeat him. But now things were different. He had made a great breakthrough. He had caught up with ordinary disciples and passed the first level of the Star Tower in a test of his secret skills and swordsmanship. But the most dramatic improvement was in his soul power. The resources in the Reset Palace, as one of the most valuable treasures in the lineage of Star, had indeed helped him a lot. Furthermore, he had used Meta Beast's power to facilitate his soul power. The most important resources came from the Universal Tao Scripture from his master Xian Yi. The Universal Tao Scripture was a high-level guide to improving soul power. Jian Wushuang had gained great benefits from the Universal Tao Scripture when he was in Tianyuan Mystery Land. But the Reset Palace was more challenging and therefore more powerful than the Universal Tao Scripture. Within 120 years, Jian Wushuang's soul power had increased to nearly the level of a peak universe god in the third heaven. He could generate soul power that even an ordinary universe god in the third heaven couldn't resist. That was why Chu Yang had been easily defeated. Chu Yang's consciousness was just barely equal to an ordinary universe god in the third heaven. So he had lost consciousness under Jian Wushuang's attack. In this way, Jian Wushuang could take chances to attack him. Since you have improved your soul power a lot, it is now easier for you to exercise the secret skill of Tianyuan, King of Venomous Worms said. Yes, I can now use the secret skill of Tianyuan 5 times in a short time. 120 years ago, he could have only used it once at a time. Continue to improve yourself to the level of a peak universe god in the third heaven so that you can exercise the second level of the secret skill of Tianyuan rather than the first now. It will be a big advantage in the selection battle for disciples in the Star Palace, King of Venomous Worms said. Of course. Jian Wushuang smiled. He went back to the Reset Palace. There he continued to improve his soul power with the help of the Meta Beast's power. As for Chu Yang, he didn't mention anything about Jian Wushuang and his scar. It was too shameful for him. So no one else knew Jian Wushuang's power. 6 years soon passed. Jian Wushuang paused his cultivation in the Reset Palace. I have consumed all my Meta Beast's power, but my soul power is still at the level of an advanced universe god in the third heaven. No breakthroughs yet. Maybe I should go to the 4 mystery lands for new inspiration, Jian Wushuang thought. Chapter 1376 5B Soul Manipulation Knack. Chapter 1376 5B Soul Manipulation Knack. Lineage of Star controlled 4 mystery lands and 9 shrines. The 9 shrines were only chances, whilst the 4 mystery lands were chances accompanied with danger. It was in a huge cave dwelling that was formed with special crystals. Jian Wushuang, you just got to Lineage of Star not long ago, and you're not that strong. If you were to go to the 4 mystery lands, wouldn't it be too early? Hall Master Yuan creased his eyebrows as he asked Jian Wushuang. My power has reached a bottleneck as of now. If I continue to cultivate in seclusion in Lineage of Star, there won't be much progress, Jian Wushuang replied. Which mystery land are you planning to go to? Hall Master Yuan asked. Tianling Mystery Land, Jian Wushuang replied. That's not too bad. Hall Master Yuan's tightly knitted eyebrows loosened slightly. The 4 mystery lands that Lineage of Star control contained hidden danger. According to the level of danger on the list, Tianling Mystery Land is at the last place. Although it is dangerous, the possibility of you surviving is quite high with your current power. Jian Wushuang, if I'm not mistaken, the reason you opted to go to Tianling Mystery Land is to improve your soul power, right? Yes, Jian Wushuang replied frankly. The 4 mystery lands had different characteristics and dangers. Tianling Mystery Land was best for experts who were good at consciousness and soul attacks. That was also the reason why Jian Wushuang opted for the Mystery Land. When you entered Lineage of Star, your soul power wasn't weak. Now that you have cultivated in Reset Palace for so long, your soul power has definitely improved tremendously. However, the way you use your soul power is too immature, Hall Master Yuan commented. Jian Wushuang nodded in silence. That's true, the way he used his soul power really was too immature. Under normal circumstances, he only knew to add soul attack into his sword principle and perform it together alongside his sword principle. Or, he could use the secret skill of Tian Yuan to perform a soul attack bluntly. However, the secret skill was merely an attack measure and not the fundamental method. Jian Wushuang, if you are not in a hurry, wait for another 2 years in the lineage of Star. Then you can depart again after 2 years. Hall Master Yuan smiled and replied. Another 2 years? Why? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. You'll know by then. Hall Master Yuan smiled mysteriously but didn't clarify why. Although Jian Wushuang found it suspicious, he didn't really mind waiting for another 2 years. In the 2 years, he stayed in the Milky Way and constantly caught meta-beasts to extract their meta-strength. He was going to wander around the Mystery Land after all. He wouldn't know how long he would be gone for. It'd be good to prepare for meta-strength to nourish his soul. 2 years later, Jian Wushuang came to the cave dwelling again. This time, he saw Hall Master Yuan and also Lei Chao. Jian Wushuang, this is for you. Lei Chao waved and threw a token to Jian Wushuang. This is it? Jian Wushuang took it subconsciously, but he looked confused. It's a manipulation method of soul power. I spent time and effort to specially get this for you. Lei Chao said. Specially get it for me? Jian Wushuang was shocked. When I told you to wait for 2 years previously, I was asking you to wait for Lei Chao. Hall Master Yuan laughed. You had soul power, but you didn't know the manipulation method of the soul power. Isn't that a waste of your advantage? We at the lineage of Star have a manipulation method of soul power, but it is rather profound. With your current level, it would be extremely difficult for you to enter. So, I sent Lei Chao to get the 5-beast soul manipulation knack for you. This, Jian Wushuang was at loss for words. Why? Are you overwhelmed? Hall Master Yuan smiled and asked. A little. Jian Wushuang nodded heavily. Many ordinary disciples in Lineage of Star, including the disciples in Star Palace, relied on their capabilities to fight for resources in Lineage of Star. As for favors bestowed to the experts in Lineage of Star, unless you were a direct descendant of one's disciple, no one would grant the other any treasures or chances. But then, Hall Master Yuan told Lei Chao to spend a few years' time to specially get him the 5-beast soul manipulation knack. Jian Wushuang was of course overwhelmed by such treatment. Actually, I did so because I wanted to be fair. Hall Master Yuan looked over. You're a universe god in the first heaven after all. But you have to pretend to be a universe god in the second heaven. You even have to participate in the battle as a universe god in the second heaven. To you, it is really unfair. So, now that I have provided you with this knack, it can be considered compensation. As for the battle that is going to happen in a few 100 years, it'll be depending on you and if you can maintain your identity as a disciple of Star Palace. Oh, I see. Jian Wushuang then understood the situation. I have passed you the 5-beast soul manipulation knack. Bring it back and study it. After you're prepared, head over to Tianling Mystery Land. Besides, whenever disciples of Star Palace wander in the 4 Mystery Lands, they will be assigned with a task. Same goes to you. The task in Tianling Mystery Land is for you to collect Tianling crystals. Hall Master Yuan continued. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary disciple in Lineage of Star at the level of Universe God in the second heaven has to collect 3 Tianling crystals. And you're a disciple of Star Palace, so the difficulty of the task shall be higher. You have to collect 10 Tianling crystals to be considered to have completed your task. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded faintly. He had heard that everyone who wandered the 4 mystery lands would be assigned a task, so he was mentally prepared. Go ahead. Hall Master waved his hand and Jian Wushuang left. After Jian Wushuang left, he wasn't in a hurry to get to Tianling Mystery Land but returned to Sword Star. He started studying the 5-beast soul manipulation knack. 5-beast soul manipulation knack developed and evolved soul power into 5 beasts. It then formed a balance to fight fiercely with the opponent. Such an interesting method. Jian Wushuang had merely studied it for a while, but he could see why the method was so amazing. Jian Wushuang, The 5B soul manipulation knack is just a fundamental method of how to use soul power. It's not that precious. It is even far from the secret skill of Tian Yuan that you've gotten. However, the secret skill of Tian Yuan is a secret skill. So, it wouldn't be that easy to be carried out. But this fundamental method of using soul power is what you are lacking right now. King of Venomous Worms said. Go ahead and study for a few days on your own. After you master the simple way to use your soul power, head over to Tian Yuan Mystery Land for practical training. Then, you'll be able to familiarize yourself with the method. I know. Jian Wuxuang smiled faintly. He stayed in Sword Star for a month. After a month, when he understood the 5B soul manipulation knack to a certain level, he got ready to head over to Tianling Mystery Land. Chapter 1377 Tianling Mystery Land. Chapter 1377 Tianling Mystery Land. Tianling Mystery Land was one of the 4 mystery lands of the lineage of Star, but the wormhole for entering the land was outside the base of the lineage of Star, in a place called Cloud Island. The Cloud Island was the biggest wormhole, and it connected to the most places in Starland. It provided access to all parts of the Purple Moon Sanctuary and other cultivation places. The Cloud Island brought tremendous amounts of profits to the lineage of Star. Thousands of cultivators of different levels gathered there, including real gods and universe gods. Master, how long will you have to wait? We have been here for almost 1 year. A tall man in purple armor asked an elder with brown hair. The elder with brown hair was a real god, and the other 5, including the young man, were universe gods. We should wait for longer for other cultivators to join us in the Crystal Land. Now we only have thousands of cultivators and only 3 real gods. But we still can't afford the price for the wormhole to the Crystal Land. We should be patient and wait. The elder sighed. The young man murmured, Just a wormhole is so expensive. How greedy the lineage of Star is. Shut up. Do you know what you are talking about? The man also realized his offense. He looked around nervously, and was relieved that nobody was paying attention to him. Be careful not to offend the lineage of Star. I can't save you if you get into trouble. By the way, you don't know the cost of opening a wormhole to the Crystal Land. It is extremely expensive. So the disciples all kept silent. Whoosh! At that moment, a figure flashed through the heavens and caught the attention of the brown-haired elder and his disciples. They saw that a man in a black robe had paid the money needed for opening the wormhole. He could pay the fee by himself? How extraordinary! Just then. Whoosh! Almost 100 gods flew to palaces at the top of the Cloud Island. There were 4 real gods. All the rest were universe gods in the 3rd heaven. The 4 real gods are deacons from the lineage of Star. 3 silver deacons and 1 golden deacon. What do they come for? Other cultivators were curious. They saw that a young man wearing blood-red robe and carrying a long sword had moved forward. All universe gods and even the 4 real gods bowed to the young man. Oh my God! Real gods bowed to a universe god in the 2nd heaven? Who is the young man? Maybe he is the disciple in the Star Palace. All the cultivators in the Cloud Island felt shocked. So did the 5 disciples of the brown-haired elder. Why can a universe god in the 2nd heaven like me be respected so much by those prestigious deacons in the lineage of Star? Jian Wuxuang didn't care about others' attention and was surprised. He went toward the palaces following the 4 deacons. We will open the wormhole to the Tianling Mystery Land for you, the Golden Deacon said. Thank you. Those who could train inside the lineage of Star were core members, including disciples and masters. Besides them, there was another group of talents who lived in the margins, including universe gods in the 3rd heaven who guarded the Cloud Island and the 4 deacons. So their status was lower than Jian Wuxuang even though they were already real gods. Soon, the wormhole opened. Take the token with you. If you want to leave the Tianling Mystery Land, just smash the token. Okay. Jian Wuxuang entered the wormhole. Now in the Tianling Mystery Land. Bang! A space twisted, and Jian Wushuang entered into the Tianling mystery land through it. When Jian Wushuang entered into the land, he looked down at the top. What a large forest! The forest was so boundless that Jian Wushuang couldn't detect its border with his soul power. But he felt the breath of organisms there, both humans and beasts. As far as I know, the lineage of star always allows the Tianling mystery land to follow nature and develop without intervention. There are many talents here. Before I start to cultivate, it's better for me to get familiar with the surroundings. As for the Tianling crystal, I have to be patient and wait for opportunities. Then Jian Wushuang walked down through the boundless forest. He was now in the land as an outsider. Chapter 1378 Soul Master. Chapter 1378 Soul Master. In the ancient forest, the youth in the crimson robe who was carrying a long sword slowly moved forward. It smells of blood. It is quite pungent. It seems that there are always fights in this forest. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Swoosh! A crimson flowing light swept past the forest. Jian Wushuang stopped under a big tree, but his gaze was fixed in front of him. There was a 2-meter-tall figure at the open space before him. This should be the beast in Tianling Mystery Land, right? Jian Wushuang thought to himself. The beast before him was huge in size and it had 3 humongous heads. The eyes were bloodshot red and it looked extremely ferocious. When Jian Wushuang appeared, the 3-headed beast responded. There were 2 bloodshot red eyes fixed on Jian Wushuang. Then, rumble! An extremely savage aura exploded from the beast, and it charged towards Jian Wushuang like lightning. Jian Wushuang's eyes contracted, but he didn't draw his sword. There was a strong soul power that surged out from his body. Suddenly, his soul power turned into a purple tiger, and roared as it leaped forward. Bang! A loud thud and the 3-headed beast groaned in pain. After the huge body plundered for a while, it finally fell on the ground. A purple tiger formed by soul power nearly collapsed from the crash? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. Although he had killed the beast, he obviously wasn't happy with the attack earlier. Jian Wushuang, the usage of soul power requires continuous accumulation and practical training. You will familiarize with the method over time. You just mastered the 5-beast soul manipulation knack. It is inevitable that you will seem a little rusty in using it. It will get better after a few more times, King of Venomous Worms said. Jian Wushuang nodded and continued to move forward. In the mid-region of the forest, there happened to be a troop of over 10 people moving forward slowly. We will reach the Fiery Lion King's territory soon. Tread softly so that it won't sense you and escape. The man in the black shirt looked at his troop behind him. Everyone nodded simultaneously and looked extremely solemn. Sissy, the Fiery Lion King is very powerful. Our troop can barely kill it. We can't allocate another person to protect you. Don't expose yourself. Find a place to hide. Until we kill the Fiery Lion King, you can't come out. Understand? The man in black shirt looked at one person and said, The maiden in black that looked innocent nodded continuously, but her eyes were twinkling with excitement. Soon, they arrived at the territory of the Fiery Lion King. It's there! The man in the black shirt looked at the Fiery Lion King with the flaming red body, which was more than 3 meters tall, and standing under a big tree. His eyes grew bright with the sight. Let's do it! The troop, which was well prepared and had came specifically for the Fiery Lion King, immediately took action without hesitation. Roar! A fight immediately took place. Be careful! Damn it, the Fiery Lion King became even stronger than before? Shit, it's running away! Let's go after it! The troops started a chase with the Fiery Lion King in the forest. Then, the direction where the Fiery Lion King was running towards had a figure in a crimson robe that was moving forward slowly. Ha! Jian Wushuang hauled his footstep. His soul power was spread all the time. He naturally could feel the Fiery Lion King that was running towards his direction almost instantly. The Fiery Lion King was running towards where he was and it suddenly appeared before him. Roar! Looking at the youth in crimson robe blocking his way, the fiery Lion King let out a raging bellow and charged towards Jian Wushuang. Be careful! Move! The man in black and the people behind him who were chasing after the fiery Lion King immediately shouted. Jian Wushuang didn't move an inch but looked at the fiery Lion King charging towards himself as though he was dumbfounded by the sight. However, perceptive onlookers would see that there was a strange light twinkling his eyes. Virum! A shapeless force swept out and suddenly covered the body of the fiery Lion King. The fiery Lion King was originally charging towards Jian Wushuang in total madness and at lightning speed. However, the force that swept out led to the diminishment of its terrifying speed and it was soon stopped entirely. Then, its dead body fell to the ground. What? The man in the black shirt and his troop ran over quickly and came beside the fiery Lion King's dead body. Looking at the dead body on the ground, all of them were astonished. The fiery Lion King is an extremely strong second-level beast which could be compared to an ordinary 2-star divine general. The person before us didn't even move and he killed the fiery Lion King? Soul Master! And he's a very terrifying Soul Master. He's at least a peak 2-starred Soul Master. The man in the black shirt fixed his gaze at Jian Wushuang, and he quickly bowed politely the very next moment. Shui Feng Troop Captain Shui Feng. Greetings to the Soul Master. Thank you, Soul Master, for helping us to take care of the fiery Lion King. Soul Master? Jian Wushuang lifted his eyebrows. Before he departed, he found some information about Tianling Mystery Land. He also knew that there were 2 kinds of cultivators there. One was a warrior which was commonly seen and the other was the Soul Master that the man in the black shirt mentioned. Soul Masters specialized in studying consciousness and soul. In Tianling Mystery Land, Soul Masters were rarer than warriors and of a much higher class. Whoever was Soul Master, even if he was just a 1-starred Soul Master, which was the lowest ranking, would be respectable. Your troop came specially for the fiery Lion King? Jian Wushuang asked coldly. Yes. The man in black shirt, Shui Feng, nodded. Our troop came across the fiery Lion King once. Unfortunately, it happened too suddenly, and we weren't prepared, so it escaped. It even nearly killed one of us. Hence, our troop intentionally came to take revenge. Oh, I see. Jian Wushuang nodded faintly. The dead body of the fiery Lion King should be quite valuable. Go ahead and take it. You're giving the dead body to us? Shui Feng and the other cultivators in the group were stunned, but they quickly understood. The dead body of a fiery Lion King is not unimportant, but to someone who is at least a peak 2-starred Soul Master, it shouldn't be anything. Shui Feng thought to himself. He didn't refuse and took the dead body of the fiery Lion King into his Qianquan ring directly. Then the maiden in black that had been following at the back came over. Brother. The maiden in black came before Shui Feng and asked with concern. Are you okay? It was nothing. Luckily, this master lent us a hand. Shui Feng smiled and continued. Sissy, quickly come and greet the Soul Master. Chapter 1379 Shui Feng's team got into trouble. Chapter 1379 Shui Feng's team got into trouble. Hello, Soul Master. The girl in black greeted Jian Wushuang with respect. This is my younger sister Shui Tong, also a Soul Master. Now she has the ability to be a level 1 Soul Master, although she hasn't been approved by the Soul Master sect. Shui Feng said by way of introduction. Jian Wushuang looked at the girl and didn't reply. Are you going back into the town, Master? Shui Feng asked. Jian Wushuang nodded. So are we. How about going together? Jian Wushuang couldn't feel any kind of enthusiasm in the eyes of Shui Feng and Shui Tong. Jian Wushuang knew why. They want me to teach Shui Tong soul power skills. Jian Wushuang thought. After all, the number of level 2 peak soul masters was limited in the whole Tianling Mystery Land. It was a valuable opportunity to learn from them. Okay. Jian Wushuang accepted the invitation. After all, he needed to learn more about the Tianling Mystery Land from Shui Feng. so they set out. Shui Tong sought any opportunity to ask Jian Wushuang about consciousness control. When she found Jian Wushuang was patient and kind, she felt freer and asked questions more frequently. But Jian Wushuang had mixed feelings. What he could teach Shui Tong was only from 5B soul manipulation knack. He knew the theory but didn't know how to exercise. What's more, Shui Yang was, in fact, even better at consciousness control than him. Actually, I should learn from Shui Tong, because soul masters like her learn from childhood. My advantage is just having the 5B soul manipulation knack. And in this process, the skills that Shui Tong had shown him had also benefited Jian Wushuang a lot. 5 days passed. Master Wushuang, we will be arriving at the town in 1 day. Jian Wushuang nodded. He had told them his name. But as Shui Feng was talking, something happened. Jian Wushuang felt alarmed. What happened, Brother Wushuang? Shui Tong asked. Some people were approaching us, Jian Wushuang said. Are they also exploring the forest? Not exactly, they are not coming for beasts. And that group of people soon appeared in front of them. They wore black robes and scary black masks, full of aggression. Shui Feng was nervous. They are from the Hungry Wolves clan. Others were also frightened. Hungry Wolves clan? Jian Wushuang was confused. They are a burglar clan killing cultivators. Over the past few hundred years, numerous people have died because of them. Now Shui Feng's group was in great trouble. They were not powerful enough to contain the clan. Sister, leave with Brother Wushuang. I will fight with them and buy you more time, Shui Feng told Shui Tong. Shui Tong felt unwilling to leave Shui Feng alone. As for the clan, among whom there was a man who wore a golden mask, they stood there looking at Shui Feng's group. Have you investigated their levels, Mayor? The man in a golden mask asked. 9 people in total. 3 level 2 divine generals and another 5 are level 1. And the last one is not even a divine general, but it seems that she is a soul master. Her consciousness is not bad, Mayor said. Obviously, the ranking setting in the Tianling Mystery Land was different from the eternal chaotic world. There were divine soldiers, divine generals, and real gods. But the ranking was similar. For example, level 1 divine generals were equal to universe gods in the first heaven. As for soul masters, a level 1 soul master had a consciousness as strong as a universe gods in the first heavens. How weak they are. The man in a golden mask grinned. Kill them. So his subordinates started the attack. Seeing this, Shui Feng and other members were scared to death. Leave here. Shui Feng shouted and asked his teammates to leave. He rushed to the clan alone. But he was just a level 2 divine general, much weaker than those level 2 peak divine generals in front of them, let alone the level 3 divine general in the golden mask. Shui Feng had little hope of being able to stop them. Shui Feng is in danger. Jian Wushuang frowned. Then he generated his unimaginable soul power. The power transformed into a scarlet phoenix. The giant phoenix rushed at the clan. Chapter 1380 3-Starred Soul Master. Chapter 1380 3-Starred Soul Master. Screech! A shrill cry was heard across the universe. A crimson phoenix appeared before the Hungry Wolves clan before Shui Feng. Then, the feathers on the crimson phoenix turned into crimson flowing lights and merged into the Hungry Wolves clan members with terrifying speed. A dozen Hungry Wolves clan members paused in the void. Then fumble. Almost half of them fell forward. What? This is a consciousness attack. It's Soul Master. They have Soul Master among them. The remaining Hungry Wolves clan members screamed, but didn't dare to move forward. The leader of the Hungry Wolves clan, the man in the gold mask, took one step back and looked at the person next to him. May, what's going on? I never expected that there would be 2 Soul Masters in this troop, and there's 1 Soul Master that I can't even detect. The person in the black robe named May lowered her voice and replied. However, although I can't detect his existence, his consciousness attack wasn't strong. His earlier technique was fierce, but it only killed a level 1 divine general. He didn't kill just level 2 divine generals though. It obviously meant that he wasn't too high of a level 2. He is at most a 2-starred Soul Master, and he has just leveled up very recently. 2-starred Soul Master? You take care of him then, the man in gold mask said. No problem. The person in the black robe named Mei nodded and took a step forward. On the other side, Jian Wushuang, standing among Xue Feng's troop, looked rather cold. I am out of practice. The earlier technique collapsed on the way. Otherwise, there are not many from the Hungry Wolves clan who could have survived the technique earlier, Jian Wushuang thought in his head. His soul strength was near to the level of a peak universe god in the third heaven. If he were to put his full power to play, even a universe god in the third heaven wouldn't be able to resist. Even if it was a group attack, it wasn't something a second-level divine general could withstand either. However, when the Crimson Phoenix swept out, it only killed those first level 1 divine generals. Huh! Jian Wushuang lifted his head. He had already seen the person in the black robe named Mei walking towards him. I never expected that there would be a 2-starred Soul Master in your little troop. I wonder, what's the 2-starred Soul Master's name? Mei asked. Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang replied straight away. Jian Wushuang? Mei kept quiet for a while, but she shook her head after that. I know any 2-starred Soul Masters who are slightly famous, but I've never heard of you. It seems that you only just broke through and became a 2-starred Soul Master. How about this? I shall give you a chance to join the Hungry Wolves clan. This way you can save your own life. Jian Wushuang sneered at what she said. If you were to kneel down and bow before me to ask for mercy, I would let you live. You're asking for it. There was a flash of coolness in Mei's eyes. The very next moment, swoosh. A huge black shadow that was formed by consciousness suddenly charged towards Jian Wushuang. The black shadow was a huge cobra. Not only was the cobra huge in size, but it was also extremely flexible. I'm impressed. This person's manipulation of consciousness is much stronger than Xue Tong. Jian Wushuang complimented in silence, but his eyes suddenly turned cold. Hong! His soul power suddenly erupted. Then, Jian Wushuang had never performed 5B soul manipulation act but straightaway performed a soul constrain vigorously. Soul power that was close to a peak in the third heaven was like a heavy hammer then suddenly slammed down onto the plundering cobra. It shattered the cobra into pieces and continued to move forward at Mei. How is this possible? There was an unprecedented terror in Mei's eyes below the black mask. Her eyes were wide open. 3-starred. 3-starred Soul Master! A shrill voice was heard from Mei, and her eyes grew dim. Swoosh! Mei's figure fell down. The sight shocked everyone on the scene, including the siblings, Xue Feng and Xue Tong. 3-starred Soul Master? Everyone couldn't help but mumble to themselves. In Tianling Land, if a 2-starred Soul Master was rare, a 3-starred Soul Master was even more hard to come by. In the nearby towns, there was definitely less than 5 3-starred Soul Masters. Such big figures would definitely make everyone around the region shiver in fear. Then, there was such existence before them. Damn it! The leader of the Hungry Wolves clan, the man in the gold mask, roared and glared at Jian Wushuang. In Tianyuan Land, Soul Masters were scary and they were definitely the strongest players within their own level. For instance, a 2-starred Soul Master would be much stronger compared to a second-level Divine General. Then, a 3-starred Soul Master was naturally much stronger than an ordinary level 3 Divine General. Let's go! Although the man in gold mask was upset, he could only leave. Under his command, the rest of the Hungry Wolves clan members let out a breath of relief and retreated. They were really not brave enough to fight against a 3-starred Soul Master. However, just as the man in gold mask turned to leave, "You come as you wish and leave as you wish. Aren't you living a little too comfortably?" Jian Wushuang's cold voice rang out. Then, the Blood Mountain sword appeared in his hands. Wah! Jian Wushuang moved and suddenly charged forward. Such speed! Xue Feng, Shui Tong and the people in their troop were terrified by the speed Jian Wuxuang revealed. Such a speed was obviously faster than any of theirs. The man in the gold mask saw that Jian Wuxuang moved forward directly. He wasn't angry, but actually happy instead. "Son, you're just a soul master, and you dared to fight in close combat with me?" The man in the gold mask had a murderous intention that was flaring up. 3-starred soul master was scary indeed. However, such terror only existed when there was a certain distance between him and the opponent. Then, he could opt to fight with soul power. But then, Jian Wuxuang charged towards him to fight in close combat recklessly? Wasn't he asking for death? On the Tianling Mystery Land, which soul master dared to fight close combat with a warrior? Die! The man in the gold mask immediately took out a huge axe and wielded it with strong strength. Jian Wuxuang too erupted his power to its limit and performed a unique skill. Ghosting! Boundless sword lights swept out and overlapped at a terrifying speed. It was as though thousands of millions of sword lights had gathered in the same spot. The power of sword light then exploded. Dang! After a loud collision, a terrifying power swept through the surroundings. After another loud clash, the man in the gold mask staggered and fell backwards. Chapter 1381 Hatred. Chapter 1381 Hatred. How can be it possible? The man in the golden mask was shocked. So were other members in the Hungry Wolves clan and Shui Feng's group. Jian Wuxuang not only was a level 3 soul master with formidable power, but had other formidable skills. He had defeated a 3-level divine general? Seriously? No one could believe their eyes. Even Jian Wuxuang was surprised to see that he was powerful enough to blast the man out with only one sword. But he soon realized why. Soul Masters were more powerful than Divine General of the same level, not because Soul Masters were geniuses, but because Divine Generals were relatively weak in the whole Tianling Mystery Land. Jian Wuxuang knew that at the beginning of the battle. Although the man was a level 3 Divine General, equivalent to a universe god in the third heaven of the eternal chaotic world, but he was absolutely not as powerful as he was supposed to be. Jian Wuxuang grinned. I think his divine power was no more than the level of a peak universe god in the second heaven. I guess he doesn't even know what secret skills are. Go! The gold-masked man chose to escape. But Jian Wuxuang didn't give him any opportunity. He waved his sword as fast as a flash, using soul attack that the man couldn't resist at all. The sword stabbed through the man's throat. The man died. Seeing this, his members were scared to death and ran away as fast as they could. Jian Wuxuang didn't follow them. Everything became peaceful again. Shui Feng and Shui Feng went to Jian Wuxuang with fear. Thank you, Master Wuxuang. Shui Feng showed his respect. Other members except Shui Feng didn't even dare to look at him. Jian Wuxuang was so formidable for them. Are you okay? Jian Wuxuang asked. Yes. Without your help, we couldn't escape from death. Shui Feng said gratefully. All the cultivators will respect and admire you if they know you have killed a vicious gang for us. It's just a little help, worth nothing. Jian Wuxuang said. Let's set out again. Okay. Soon they went on with the journey. But on the journey, everyone was silent, continuously recalling what had happened. When they left the forest, Shui Tong, after a long time of consideration, said to Jian Wuxuang, Could I be your disciple? I can serve you for my life. Jian Wuxuang felt surprised. Shui Feng also said sincerely, My sister is gifted in consciousness, and she works hard. We will be grateful if you could accept her. After all, few talents were as powerful as Jian Wuxuang. And Shui Feng and Shui Tong didn't want to miss the chance. Jian Wuxuang showed his hesitation. Shui Tong looked at Jian Wuxuang with great eagerness. But Jian Wuxuang said, Sorry, I can't. He had to refuse. First, he would leave the Tianling Mystery Land soon. Second, and more importantly, he was not qualified to teach her. His control on consciousness was actually not as good as Shui Tong. So he had no other choices. Xue Tong felt disappointed. So was Xue Feng. But he continued to say, "Or, could you please introduce another soul master to us?" Jian Wushuang became unhappy about Xue Feng's requirement. Even Xue Tong was annoyed by her brother. He shouldn't ask for that much. After all, Jian Wushuang had saved them, but it was not his responsibility. Sorry. Xue Feng realized he was imprudent. Why do you want to find a master for your sister so urgently? Jian Wushuang asked. Xue Feng paused for a while and said, To be honest, it is because we have to take revenge for our parents, our family members, and all others in our tribe, who were killed by our enemies. However, I lost the opportunity to cultivate to be a talent. So all the hopes fall on my sister. She is gifted in consciousness. If she can learn from a talent and be an excellent soul master, we could take revenge. Xue Feng clenched his hands. Jian Wushuang also saw the hatred in their eyes. The scene resonated Jian Wushuang. Since he had started to journey of cultivation, he also had been bearing such a hatred. Just like Xue Feng and Xue Tong. It was the hatred that led him to make such great progress. Chapter 1382 Soul Master Hall. Chapter 1382 Soul Master Hall. I will not take any disciples. However, if I come across any suitable soul master, I shall recommend him to you. Jian Wushuang said casually. Thank you, master. Xue Feng and Xue Tong expressed their gratitude. Oh yeah, in the town on the border of the forest, is there a soul master hall? Jian Wushuang asked. After familiarizing himself with Xue Feng's troop in the past few days, Jian Wushuang found out that the place with the most soul masters gathering together was the Soul Master Hall. In Tianling Land, many soul masters were required to get recognition from Soul Master Hall or to pass through the examination. Jian Wushuang wanted to familiarize himself with 5-beast soul manipulation knack, and he had to communicate more with other soul masters. Visiting the Soul Master Hall would be the best choice. In the nearby town, the only Soul Master Hall is in White Sun Town. If you want to head there, we can bring you over. It happens to be time for my sister to sit for a test in Soul Master Hall to become a real one-starred Soul Master, Xue Feng said. Let's go together then, Jian Wushuang replied with a smile. Xue Feng's troop continued their journey together. After they exited the forest, it only took 1 day's time to arrive at White Sun Town. As the only town that had Soul Master Hall in the nearby towns, White Sun Town was rather busy. A lofty black castle was where the Soul Master Hall was located. Master Wushuang, that's Soul Master Hall. You can enter with my sister. We shall wait outside, Xue Feng said. Jian Wushuang nodded. Then, he entered the black castle with Xue Tong. In the lobby of the castle, it was rather crowded. There were many soul masters that gathered together, and chatting among themselves. At the same time, there were people queuing up in the middle of the lobby. These people came to become soul masters. Jian Wushuang looked at people in the long queue and he smiled. Master Wushuang, let's go in queue. Xue Tong obviously couldn't wait. Jian Wushuang and Xue Tong started waiting in the queue. Soon, it was their turn. You go ahead first, Jian Wushuang said. Xue Tong nodded and went forward. In one breath, fill up the crystal with your consciousness. Then, you can consider yourself to have passed through fundamental recognition. Then, you will be qualified to join the one-starred Soul Master examination. The man in the black robe passed a purple crystal to Xue Tong. Xue Tong took a deep breath and covered the crystal with her consciousness in the next instance. In a while, the purple crystal was shimmering with purple brilliance. Not bad. The man in the black robe took out a token and passed it to Xue Tong. Take this token and wait by the side. There'll be someone to bring you to the examination later. Thanks. Xue Tong took the token and thanked him. She then walked to the side and waited. Next, the man in the black robe said lazily. Jian Wushuang walked forward. Same goes to you. Fill this crystal in one breath. The man in the black robe said coldly. Jian Wushuang took over the purple crystal and fiddled with it in his hands. He then put it down and said with a smile, "Your crystal can only recognize one-starred soul masters, right?" The man in the black robe was stunned and recalled her sloppy attitude earlier. He revealed a smile and asked, "Unless you want to receive recognition of being a two-starred soul master?" "Two-starred soul master?" Jian Wushuang smiled. "No, I want to receive recognition of a three-starred soul master." "Three-starred?" The man in black robes stared. Everyone in the lobby looked at Jian Wushuang. Three-starred soul master was almost non-existent in the nearby towns of White Sun Town. "Mas Master, you want to receive recognition as a three-starred soul master?" The man in the black robe's voice was shivering. "Why can't I?" Jian Wushuang smiled and said, No, but... The man in black robe was stuttering. Just then, "What's going on?" An old voice suddenly rang out, and an elderly with white hair and a beard who looked like he had a divine demeanor walked forward slowly. "Master He! Soul Master He! He was the only peak two-starred soul master in White Sun Town." The moment he arrived in the lobby, everyone looked surprised and they looked like they revered him. "Soul Master He?" Shuetong was shocked too. There was passion burning in her eyes. Before she met Jian Wushuang, the only soul master that she had heard of and talked about was Soul Master He. The elderly with white hair and beard walked to the middle of the lobby. The man in the black robe immediately bowed and said, "Soul Master He, this is the man who wanted to receive recognition for being a three-starred soul master." "Three-starred?" The elderly with white hair and beard suddenly contracted his pupils. Three-starred soul master was a level that he himself had yet to reach. "Greetings from He Chang. I wonder what your name might be?" Soul Master acted rather humbly. Jian Wushuang said lightly. Soul Master He was stunned and realized that he had never before heard Jian Wushuang's name. "My friend, three-starred Soul Master is an extremely high existence on Tianling land. In White Sun Town, there was never anyone who possessed the power to receive recognition for three-starred Soul Master. However, I can get in touch with the headquarters of Soul Master Hall for them to send someone over. But before I send a message, I must know if you possess the qualification to sit for the three-starred Soul Master examination." "Soul Master," he said. "This will do." Jian Wushuang nodded faintly. "Then please reveal your consciousness." "Soul Master," he said. Jian Wushuang didn't hesitate and activated his consciousness. Boundless soul power surged and formed into a purple tiger instantly, then charged out. "Huh!" Soul Master creased his eyebrows and there was suddenly a buzz before him. A long spear that was formed by consciousness appeared from nowhere. "Hong!" A long spear hit the purple tiger directly. The two were stunned for a second before they collapsed one after another. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes and erupted a terrifying soul constraint the very next moment. Rumble. The soul power covered Soul Master He like a thunderbolt. Soul Master He was like a lone boat in a storm and he started shaking. Everyone in the lobby could feel the terrifying soul constraint from Jian Wushuang, and they revealed faces of terror. Humph! After emitting a low humph, Soul Master He grew pale. Jian Wushuang then reined in his soul constraint and everything resumed tranquility. Such strong consciousness. Soul Master He let out a breath of relief and turned to look at Jian Wushuang. "Your consciousness is really fierce and much stronger than any ordinary three-starred Soul Master. But, if I'm not mistaken, your usage of consciousness was rather inexperienced." Chapter 1383 Guest. Chapter 1383 Guest. Soul Master He was the most famous Soul Master in White Sun Town, having a lot of experience. When he battled with Jian Wushuang, he felt that Jian Wushuang was not familiar with consciousness control. And Jian Wushuang also admitted, "I have always stayed in the mountains to cultivate by myself and seldom battled with others. So I am not quite proficient." Master He smiled. "Now I get it. You have already reached a level 3 Soul Master in terms of your consciousness strength, but to be honest, there is still a way to go to pass the test. Is it about the controlling technique of consciousness? Jian Wushuang asked. Master nodded. As far as I know, a qualified level 3 soul master not only needs powerful enough consciousness strength, but also proficient techniques to use. I think you can try not until you've further improved them. Jian Wushuang understood. Others in the hall felt sorry for Jian Wushuang. He just lost his chance because of his lack of proficiency. What a shame. Proficiency is only about practicing. But he does have the potential. People were discussing. Master, he looked at Jian Wushuang. Now I have a suggestion. Tell me about it. Controlling consciousness proficiently needs practicing. In our Soul Master Temple, there are many excellent level 2 Soul Masters. So if you like, you can stay here as our guest and communicate or battle with Soul Masters. After you improve your skills by practicing, I will ask judges from the headquarters to give you a test, okay? Master, he said. Jian Wushuang nodded. Actually, he didn't care about the title, but the opportunity to practice. Though the Soul Master were not of level 3, they were good enough for Jian Wushuang to practice with. Okay, so from now on you are our guest, with the same status with me. Jian Wushuang accepted delightedly. By the way, I have brought a gifted girl with me. Could you please arrange someone to guide her? Jian Wushuang pointed at Xuetong. Xuetong's eyes were full of appreciation. Master, he looked at Xuetong and accepted the request. If she is talented enough, we will give her enough chances to unleash her potential. Thank you. Jian Wushuang smiled. Xuetong appreciated him a lot. Then Jian Wushuang stayed in the Soul Master Temple in the White Sun Town. Though masters there had even weaker soul strength than Jian Wushuang, they definitely outperformed him in terms of controlling consciousness. They are indeed excellent in understanding and controlling consciousness. Jian Wushuang exclaimed. On the contrary, divine generals here are just mediocre. Actually, Tianling Mystery Land was quite different from the eternal chaotic world. As was the cultivation mechanism. The most important difference was that there were no god tests in Tianling Mystery Land. So divine generals here solely made a breakthrough by cultivating and by accumulating experience. Without the challenge of the god tests, the divine generals here were far weaker than their equivalent in the eternal chaotic world. I have the 5B soul manipulation knack than few soul masters have here. What I need is the practice to unleash the potential power of the manipulation knack. That means I need to have battles with others. So soul masters here are good resources for me. So Jian Wushuang started to invite soul masters there with a challenge battle. In this way, he continued to improve the control skills of the manipulation knack. 30 years passed soon. In the Soul Master Temple, 2 soul masters were talking. Have you heard that Jian Wushuang defeated Soul Master Luo Xian yesterday? Of course, they both used the soul power strength of a normal level 2 soul master, but Jian Wushuang obviously did a better job in using the skills. But 30 years ago, how to control consciousness was new to Jian Wushuang. He has made such a great breakthrough in a short span of time. Actually, Luo Xian is still more proficient in controlling consciousness. But Jian Wushuang uses the skills in a more clever way, better than Luo Xian's spirit-driven skill. Indeed. Everyone was talking about Jian Wushuang's battle with Luo Xian. In an independent secret room of the Soul Master Temple, Jian Wushuang was generating his soul power. He drove the power with his consciousness, transforming the soul power into a bird, a rabbit, and then a ferocious beast. Everything transformed was as if real. Transforming soul into animals. Now I know how to use the 5B soul manipulation knack. Chapter 1384 Examination. Chapter 1384 Examination. The 5B soul manipulation knack was the manipulation method of soul power. The method was segregated into 4 levels: beginner, initial success, great achievement, completely satisfactory. After Jian Wushuang obtained the method, he simply made the method known and came to wander around Tianling Mystery Land. At first, he was really unfamiliar with the method and he couldn't put the power of the method to full play. It would even weaken his soul attack when he performed the method. So, he might as well not put the method to play. However, in the 30 years that he stayed in the Soul Master Hall in White Sun Town, he had been fighting with the other Soul Masters and learned from one another. From continuous practice of the method, he had mastered the method better and better. At that point, he was finally at the beginner stage of the method. Although he was just a beginner, his soul attack had improved tremendously, especially regarding his method of attack. Previously, it was monotonous, and it was purely killing off souls. Now, there were many ways of soul attack. The current me, merely relying on soul power, should be able to fight face-to-face with an advanced universe god in the third heaven, and the possibility of winning is not low. I am just a beginner. If I were to train myself to the great achievement stage, I must continue to familiarize myself with the method and improve myself to the great achievement stage before the battle to fight for my position as a disciple of Star Palace. Jian Wushuang held his fists tight. My friend Wushuang. The voice came in from outside the secret room. Jian Wushuang changed his expression, and he immediately appeared outside the secret room. Soul Master He. Jian Wushuang revealed a smile and looked at Soul Master He before him. My friend, the people from the headquarters of Soul Master Hall has arrived. Soul Master He said. Oh? Jian Wushuang lifted his eyebrows. A month earlier, Soul Master He noticed Jian Wushuang's improvement in the method of using consciousness. He was barely reaching the requirement of a 3-starred Soul Master. Hence, Soul Master He sent a message to the headquarters of Soul Master Hall and told them to send an expert over for Jian Wushuang to sit for the examination for recognition as 3-starred Soul Master. Under the guidance of Soul Master He, Jian Wushuang came to the lobby of Soul Master Hall. In the middle of the lobby, there were 2 figures. The 2 of them looked rather cold, and the surrounding Soul Masters looked at them occasionally with faces of terror. 3-starred Soul Master? Jian Wushuang contracted his pupils. He already saw that the 2 of them were wearing robes with armbands that represented their identity as 3-starred Soul Masters. My friend, Wushuang, let me introduce you. These 2 are Master Feng Tao and Master Hui from the headquarters. Soul Master, he said. Greetings. Jian Wushuang bowed politely. You are Jian Wushuang? Feng Tao and Hui looked at Jian Wushuang. As for Soul Master they totally ignored him. Let's save the courtesy and go straight for the examination. The man in a flame-red robe, Feng Tao said. Sure. Jian Wushuang nodded. Feng Tao waved and took out a transparent crystal. This is a crystal especially for examining the consciousness strength of a 3-starred Soul Master. You give it a try. Feng Tao passed the crystal to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang took it over. Then, he surged tremendous soul power into the crystal without hesitation. Along with the surge of soul power, the transparent crystal immediately gave out a brilliant dark purple light. Dark purple? Feng Tao and Hui were both surprised. Under a normal situation, as long as one could let the crystal give out purple light meant that he reached the level of consciousness strength of a 3-starred Soul Master. As for dark purple, it should be a peak 3-starred Soul Master's level. Peak 3-starred Soul Master? Feng Tao and Hui looked at Jian Wushuang with a different gaze. After all, although they were 3-starred Soul Masters, they were merely beginner level. They were far from a peak 3-starred Soul Master. Jian Wushuang was surprised himself. After all, his consciousness strength was actually only like an advanced 3-star that was very close to peak level but yet to reach peak 3-star. The reason why the crystal gave out dark purple brilliance was that Jian Wushuang's consciousness had already transformed into soul power. There shouldn't be any problem, right? Jian Wushuang asked. Of course there's no problem. Feng Tao and Hui immediately responded. Feng Tao replied humbly. Your consciousness strength has reached the level of a peak 3-starred Soul Master. Theoretically, you could become a 3-starred Soul Master directly. However, according to the rules, you are required to show your manipulation method. How should I show it? Jian Wushuang asked. Very simple. Both of us will use a normal 3-starred Soul Master's consciousness strength to fight against each other. Then Hui and I will judge if you can become a 3-starred Soul Master, Feng Tao explained. That simple? Jian Wuxuang lifted his eyebrows. Let's start then. Let us go somewhere spacious, Feng Tao said. They immediately moved to the outside of Soul Master Hall, which was a boundless training field. Be careful, Feng Tao warned, then he spread his fierce consciousness the very next moment. Virum! A humongous object that was formed by consciousness suddenly appeared in the universe. It was a green giant that was more than 10 meters tall. He was holding a mace in his hand. With mere consciousness, he formed such a huge green giant? A 3-starred soul master is different after all, Jian Wuxuang complimented. Bang! The green giant stomped his foot, and the ground cracked and shattered while his figure turned into a huge green shadow and appeared before Jian Wuxuang. Wow! There was a surge of green light. The mace in the green giant's hand descended with a strong force. Looking at the mace slamming down, Jian Wuxuang didn't move an inch, but there was boundless soul power that surrounded him. Moo! An ancient and deep bellow reverberated. The soul power surrounding Jian Wuxuang soared up and formed a huge black tortoise. The black tortoise wrapped around Jian Wuxuang, and the extremely solid shell blocked the mace. Bang! A loud bang formed a terrifying breeze and swept over the area. The cultivators who were near to the battleground were swept by the strong breeze. The terrifying power was far stronger than the 2 3-star divine generals' close combat. Although soul masters majored in consciousness, the items that derived from consciousness could explode in close combat with warriors and were similarly fierce. For instance, the green giant that was transformed from Feng Tao's consciousness, the wielded mace could be compared favorably with an advanced universe god in the third heaven. After a heavy collision, the green giant let out a loud groan and he started waving the mace in his hand. Bang! 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 Every one of the continuous hits were heavy and forceful. The power hit the black tortoise shell and the shell grew much dimmer but had yet to shatter. Chapter 1385 Soul Island. Chapter 1385 Soul Island. My black tortoise's defense capability is strong and resilient. Jian Wuxuang smiled. No matter how violent the attack was, Jian Wuxuang's black tortoise stood still. Even when the tortoise was attacked and its halo became dimmer, it would soon recover with the flow of Jian Wuxuang's soul power. Good defense. But Feng Tao continued to say, if you only keep defending without attacking, you can't pass the exam. Jian Wuxuang smiled. Okay, I will. He soon shouted. Demonic dragon! Boom! Right then, a giant, ferocious dragon rushed into the battlefield as fast as a flash, roaring resoundingly as if it would shake the sky. Then it rushed to the green giant, caught him and bit its green throat. The green giant screeched and shivered. No matter how hard he tried, he failed to escape from the mouth of the demonic dragon. The demonic dragon was the craziest beast in the 5-beast soul manipulation knacks. The 5-beast soul manipulation knack was used to transform the great soul power into 5 exotic beasts. They were demonic dragon, purple tiger, crimson phoenix, black tortoise and divine ape. They were distinct from each other, and the demonic dragon was the most ferocious. Black tortoise was good at defense. At that moment, the green giant's neck was cut by the demonic dragon, so its head dissipated into nothing in the heaven. Seeing this, Feng Tao was shocked and his consciousness power exploded. Bang! 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 Another 3 green giants appeared in the battlefield, even bigger than the previous one. But Jian Wuxuang wasn't nervous. You have 3 green giants, but I have 3 demonic dragons. Boom! He generated his power to transform into another 2 murderous dark-colored demonic dragons. Now it was 3 demonic dragons versus 3 green giants. They continued the fierce battle. At last, all the 3 giants dissipated and only 1 demonic dragon was there. A very close competition. Feng Tao was exhausted and injured. He looked at Jian Wuxuang and expressed his admiration. Excellent! Thank you. Jian Wuxuang smiled. He had defeated Feng Tao. With the same consciousness strength as Feng Tao, Jian Wushuang had defeated him with the powerful 5-beast soul manipulation knack. Feng Tao asked Hui, who was at the margin of the battlefield. Have you recorded the battle? Yes, the whole process is recorded. Good. We have done our jobs. Feng Tao smiled to Jian Wushuang. We will take the recording back to the headquarters and submit it to our leaders. We will inform you of the result. What a long procedure. Jian Wushuang frowned. Or you can go together with us to save time. Feng Tao said. Resources there are far better than here. Jian Wushuang felt excited. Now he still needed to improve his skills to control the 5-beast soul manipulation knack. But the limited number of soul masters in the White Sun Town couldn't satisfy his need to practice. In the headquarters of the Soul Power Temple, things would be different. There would be top tribes and talents who Jian Wushuang could learn from. Why not? Jian Wushuang admitted. When? Feng Tao asked. Right now. He only had to inform Soul Master He and leave a message to Shui Feng and Shui Tong. After finishing all of it, Jian Wushuang headed to the headquarters of the Soul Power Temple. The headquarters of the Soul Power Temple was called the Soul Island. It was a large island with many talents. In the Soul Island, there were also those as prestigious as real gods in the Tianling Mystery Land, though they were not as powerful as real gods in the lineage of Star. No Almighty had existed in the whole of Tianling Mystery Land. Jian Wushuang, here are our headquarters. Feng Tao and Hui took Jian Wushuang to the Soul Island. As soon as he arrived, Jian Wushuang soon felt a strong force. Consciousness attack? But soon, he realized that the consciousness attack was too weak, meaning it was nothing compared with even the Tianyuan Mystery Land and the Snow Kingdom, let alone the Reset Palace. Moreover, Jian Wushuang could also feel the powerful breath from many talents. Feng Tao said, The Soul Island was founded by the creator of our Soul Master Temple, real god Demonic Rain, who is also acknowledged as the most powerful master in the Tianling Mystery Land. The secret skill 18 Azura held that he created is still the most consciousness attack secret skill. Real god Demonic Rain? 18 Azura Hell? Jian Wushuang had no idea. It is also said that he has been to the world out of the Tianling Mystery Land. Feng Tao said. Jian Wushuang was surprised. So, real god Demonic Rain had traveled in the eternal chaotic world? Chapter 1386 Peak 3-Starred Soul Master. Chapter 1386 Peak 3-Starred Soul Master. Jian Wushuang, I will send your examination result to the higher-ups. Wait for a while here. Feng Tao said. All right. Jian Wushuang nodded. Feng Tao and Hui walked towards the huge, palatial buildings in the depth of Soul Island while Jian Wushuang stood there waiting. In the lofty palace, there were 3 figures seated on 3 thrones. The 3 figures had a thick aura and they were obviously experts at the real god level. Right in the middle of the palace, there was a mirror and it was, of course, showing the process of Jian Wushuang sitting for the examination. Dark purple brilliance. His consciousness strength has reached a peak 3-starred. There's no doubt about it. Black tortoise? The defense power of the black tortoise is terrifying. The demonic dragon too. This is crazy. Even Feng Tao's green giant was defeated so easily. His usage of consciousness is not too shabby. Only a short while passed before the 3 real gods made a decision. Go ahead and pass him this armband. From today onwards, he is one of the members of Soul Master Hall. One of the real god threw an armband to Feng Tao. Feng Tao took it, and there was a flash of strange look. Then, Feng Tao and Hui immediately left. Jian Wushuang, congratulations. Feng Tao and Hui appeared before Jian Wushuang again. Then, Feng Tao passed the armband to Jian Wushuang. This is Peak 3-Starred Soul Master? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Your consciousness strength has reached the level of a Peak 3-Starred. Of course, you'll be a Peak 3-Starred Soul Master. Feng Tao smiled and revealed an envious expression. Although there were many Soul Masters on Soul Island, There aren't many who have reached the level peak 3-starred. Jian Wuxuan kept quiet, but he didn't really care. Oh yeah, is it common for Soul Masters to fight against each other to learn from one another on Soul Island? Jian Wuxuan asked. Of course, and it is rather common. Feng Tao smiled. Why? You want to fight against someone? I have been practicing in the mountains to improve my consciousness strength, but I have never once fought against someone. Now that I have the chance, of course, I'd like to learn from the other Soul Masters. Jian Wuxuan smiled and replied. That is simple. There's a designated battleground on Soul Island. There are many Soul Masters that fight against each other there. Let me take you there. Feng Tao immediately brought Jian Wuxuan to the battleground. Soul Island, in a lofty palace. Bang! The door of a secret room suddenly opened and a vicious youth who was naked from the waist up and barefooted walked out of the secret room slowly. There were servants who waited outside the secret room moved forward to help the vicious youth with his robe. The seclusion this time took 1,800 years. It's been so long. The vicious youth smiled maliciously. However, although the time taken was longer, I finally performed that technique. If Mother were to know, she should be very happy. Master, you're dressed. The servant next to her spoke softly. The vicious youth looked at his robe and then walked out from his palace. I have not stretched for 1,800 years. Let's go take a look at the battleground first. The vicious youth walked towards the battleground in Soul Island directly. Soon, the vicious youth arrived at the battleground. He had just appeared and there were many Soul Masters that noticed him in the battleground. Mr. Bei Xiao. Greetings, Mr. Bei Xiao. Many Soul Masters, including some 3-starred Soul Masters, bowed humbly at the vicious youth. Even the 2 real gods nearby looked at the vicious youth with good intentions. The vicious youth, Bei Xiao, had become the focus of the place quietly. However, he only glanced at everyone around him casually, and came to sit down in an inconspicuous place. His gaze was fixed on the battleground below. On the battleground, there were 4 of them fighting. It was 3 versus 1. Oh? Black Tortoise? Bei Xiao looked towards the youth in the crimson robe who was covered by the huge black tortoise. The youth in the crimson robe was wearing an armband of a peak 3-starred Soul Master, and his aura was fierce. The people around him were 3 beginner 3-starred Soul Masters. At that very moment, the 3 of them were hemming him in with their all. They performed all kinds of consciousness attacks, such as a huge saber derived from consciousness, a huge cobra and also a single-eyed giant. The black tortoise around the youth in the crimson robe didn't move an inch, but let the consciousness attack hit him. He wasn't affected at all. Not too shabby. Bei Xiao looked at the sight before him. Master Bei Xiao, this person is called Jian Wuxuan. He just arrived at Soul Island yesterday. The moment he arrived, he chose to come to the battleground to fight. 4 days, he continuously fought 10 over battles. He wasn't defeated even once yet. Not long ago, even Master Jinong fought against him personally, but he didn't defeat him. A purple-dressed elderly who was next to Bei Xiao said. Jinong took action but he didn't defeat him? Bei Xiao raised his eyebrows. Jinong was a peak 3-starred Soul Master who was powerful. His power was about his level. Mainly because this boy's defense power was extremely strong. The black tortoise that he formed using his consciousness was unassailable. Although Master Jinong is much stronger than him in terms of attack, it was very difficult for him to break the black tortoise's defense. Then, the battle was left unsettled, the purple-dressed elderly said. It turned out that he relied on the shell. Bei Xiao then loosened his tightly knitted eyebrows. At that very moment, Jian Wuxuan stopped defending and took action directly in the battleground below. Crane cry! A huge crimson phoenix flapped its wing and swept out. A terrifying aura formed a blast that spread across. Crimson Phoenix? Bei Xiao lifted his eyebrows but remained unconcerned. However, after the Crimson Phoenix, there was another roar. Jian Wuxuan used his soul power and transformed them into a few purple tigers. Purple tigers? Bei Xiao squinted his eyes. If it was merely Black Tortoise and Crimson Phoenix, he wouldn't care. But then, the appearance of Purple Tiger shocked him. Then, it was followed by roar. There were 3 demonic dragons with murderous intentions that appeared on the battleground. Demonic dragon! The vicious youth, Beishio, who was watching by the side of the battleground, suddenly stood up and he looked extremely surprised. Black tortoise, crimson phoenix, purple tiger, demonic dragon. There's one left. The last one left. The very last one should be divine ape. There was an unprecedented brightness in Beishio's eyes. He fixed his gaze on Jian Wushuang on the battleground. He was looking forward to Jian Wushuang performing divine ape. It was a pity that even though the battle was extremely ferocious, he would never see Jian Wushuang perform divine ape. Unless it was because he wasn't powerful enough that he couldn't perform divine ape. That must be it. Black tortoise, crimson phoenix, purple tiger, demonic dragon. The 4 beasts are out, and the method is rather similar. Even if it were to be a coincidence, it shouldn't be that similar. 5 beast soul manipulation knack. Mother talked about it before. She once saw the 5 beast soul manipulation knack in the boundless universe. Chapter 1387 Beishio. Chapter 1387 Beishio. Why can he use 5 beast soul manipulation knack? Beishio was curious. Few talents here knows this knack. I want to meet this guy. Beishio told his subordinate. Okay. I will arrange it. His subordinate in a purple robe said. On the battlefield, Jian Wushuang's battle with 3 level 3 soul masters had also came to the last phase. No matter how hard the 3 soul masters tried, they couldn't penetrate the black tortoise that Jian Wushuang wore. Instead, they got beaten severely by his demonic dragon. Jian Wushuang won. After the battle, Jian Wushuang chose to have a rest and recover his soul power. After over 10 battles, my soul power has been almost exhausted, Jian Wushuang thought. At that moment, the elder in a purple robe came to him. Master Jian Wushuang. As he was only a primary level 3 soul master, and Jian Wushuang was a peak one, he should indeed called Wushuang, master, to show respect. You are? Jian Wushuang asked. I was asked by Master Beishio to come here to invite you. He wants to meet you. Master Beishio? He is at the top among all level 3 soul masters, only second to real gods. Even real gods have to respect him for his extraordinary background. Hui said. Yes, but he is sometimes too proud. Feng Tao seemed to dislike Beishio. Whatever. I will go. Jian Wushuang smiled. Please follow me, the elder in a purple robe said. Soon they arrived at a brilliant palace. It was a golden palace, in which there were 2 luxurious tables. In front of a table sat a young man. At the center of the palaces, many beautiful ladies were dancing. Master Beishio, this is Master Jian Wushuang, the elder in a purple robe told the young man. Then Beishio welcomed Jian Wushuang smilingly. Brother Jian Wushuang? Hello? Just call me Beishio. Brother Beishio, Jian Wushuang said. Have a seat, please. The Jian Wushuang sat in front of the other table face to face with Beishio. I have watched your battle with other soul masters. I admire your power so much. Could I be friends with you? Beishio lifted a cup of wine. Jian Wushuang had to accept such generosity. They drank several cups of wine. Then Beishio asked all the subordinates and dancers to leave. Only he and Jian Wushuang were in the palace now. Jian Wushuang continued to drink and said nothing. He knew clearly that Beishio's intention was more than making friends with him. Brother Wushuang, Beishio started to say, I saw that in the battle you used a very powerful consciousness attack. I have a hobby of collecting those powerful tricks. Could you please show me that skill? Jian Wushuang was surprised. He didn't expect that Beishio coveted his 5 beast soul manipulation knack. 5 beast soul manipulation knack was indeed extraordinary. Brother Beishio, to be honest, my knack looks powerful, but actually its level is just mediocre. And what's more, I learned the knack from my master, who told me not to teach anyone, including my own son. So I think I have to refuse you, Jian Wushuang said. Don't hurry to refuse. Bei Xiu smiled and took out a token, telling Jian Wushuang, I have a reward for you. This token is the well-known Fengling Knack, one of the top 5 consciousness knacks in the Tianling Mystery Land. I think it's powerful enough for an exchange. Jian Wushuang took a glance without any interest. Being famous in the Tianling Mystery Land meant nothing to Jian Wushuang. Fengling Knack was only for controlling consciousness. But 5-beast soul manipulation knack was for controlling the soul, surpassing hundreds of Fengling knacks combined. Jian Wushuang would accept only if he was foolish. When Jian Wushuang showed no interest, Bei Xiu took out another treasure. It was an ancient bronze mirror, looking shabby but actually having extraordinary power. It's a high-level treasure for consciousness attack. Generally, it can double the power of users. I don't think you have one. That's true. Do you want to exchange these 2 things with me? You can be at the top of all level 3 soul masters with them. But Jian Wushuang remained indifferent. Thank you for your generosity. But I have to follow my teacher who taught me the knack, Jian Wushuang said indifferently. Chapter 1388 Huiyi's Request. Chapter 1388 Huiyi's Request. Bei Xiu's pupil contracted when Jian Wushuang rejected him once again. After a short silence, Bei Xiu spoke again. Wushuang, if I'm not mistaken, your consciousness attack technique originated extraordinarily, right? As I've said, the consciousness attack technique was passed down by my master. I wonder what you mean when you say that? Jian Wushuang lowered his voice. Shouldn't this technique be from out of Tianling Land? Bei Xiu fixed his gaze on Jian Wushuang. Outside of Tianling Land? Jian Wushuang looked surprised. There's another land or world outside of this Tianling Land? Bei Xiu creased his eyebrows when he saw Jian Wushuang's expression. This boy really doesn't know, or is he pretending? Bei Xiu wasn't sure himself. Bei Xiu, it's impossible for me to teach you the consciousness attack technique. If there's nothing else, I shall leave. Jian Wushuang didn't bother with Bei Xiu's response but walked outside the palace. Watching Jian Wushuang left the palace, Bei Xiu's face grew grave. He rejected him even when I traded with my Fengling knack and bronze mirror? Humph, so what if you rejected me? You think you don't trade and I wouldn't be able to get the 5-beast soul manipulation knack from you? That's funny. Just you wait. In no time, the 5-beast soul manipulation knack will be in my hand. Bei Xiu held his fists tight as coldness spread in his eyes. Jian Wushuang, who had just left the palace, looked extremely solemn too. Bei Xiu recognized the 5-beast soul manipulation knack and knows that the 5-beast soul manipulation knack is from out of Tianling Land? Jian Wushuang's eyebrows were tightly knitted. He never expected that. Tianling Land was merely a mystery land that lineage of star controlled. Theoretically, the experts in Tianyuan Mystery Land and the eternal chaotic world shouldn't be in contact. Those impressive techniques or secret skills in eternal chaotic world, the experts in Tianling Land shouldn't be able to recognize them. But in the end, Bei Xiu came to a realization. Luckily, he only noticed that my 5-beast soul manipulation knack came from Tianling Land but couldn't tell that I'm a cultivator from out of Tianling Land. Plus, I am a peak 3-starred Soul Master of Soul Master Hall and I'm on Soul Island. Even if Bei Xiu has a powerful background, he couldn't deal with me publicly. In other words, I am still in a safe situation as of now. Even so, I have to be extremely careful. Jian Wushuang was already extremely careful. Then, Jian Wushuang continued to stay on Soul Island. He cultivated on Soul Island and he often headed over to the battleground to fight with other soul masters to learn from them. His 5-beast soul manipulation knack was merely beginner level. He had masses of room for improvement. Time flowed past like water. In the blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang stayed on Soul Island for 260 years. In the 260 years, he spent all his time and effort on familiarizing himself with the 5-beast soul manipulation knack. In those years, he fought countless times with a large number of soul masters. Along with the fights, he mastered the 5-beast soul manipulation knack even better. Until then, he was at the great achievement stage of 5-beast soul manipulation knack. In the secret room, Jian Wuxuang sat down as his eyes twinkled with brightness. Great achievement stage of 5-beast soul manipulation knack. My soul attack became fiercer, scarier. My overall power improved tremendously too. It's a pity that after so many years of cultivation, my soul power has yet to break through the bottleneck. Jian Wuxuang felt regretful. His soul power had already reached the limit of an advanced universe god in the third heaven back when he was in lineage of star. He had nearly leveled up to peak universe god in the third heaven. But it was a pity that the last step took him so long. If his soul power were to have a breakthrough again, his soul attack would improve tremendously. Jian Wuxuang! The voice was from outside the secret room. Jian Wuxuang was surprised but immediately appeared outside the secret room. Feng Tao, Hui, why did the two of you come? Jian Wuxuang looked at the two of them outside the secret room. Although Jian Wuxuang often fought with others to learn from them during his stay on Soul Island, he never had any friends. The closest ones were Feng Tao and Hui. We were looking for you. Feng Tao. What's happened? Jian Wuxuang asked. Hui, you say it. Feng Tao looked at Hui. Well, Hui started explaining. I am having trouble in cultivation and I'll require a few desolate crystal for assistance. But desolate crystals, they are too precious. Although there are many soul masters who have desolate crystals, their asking price is too high. I can't afford it, so I can only go to the deserted region to hunt those beasts. Desolate crystals? Jian Wuxuang was stunned. Jian Wuxuang had stayed on Soul Island for such a long period, but he knew since long ago that the desolated crystal was Tianling crystal. It was merely a different name. Before he came to Tianling Mystery Land, Hall Master Yuan assigned him a task, which was for him to collect 10 Tianling crystals. You came to look for me because you want me to go to the deserted region with you? Jian Wuxuang asked. Yes. Hui nodded. The deserted region is the most dangerous place in Tianling Land. There are countless beasts in the region, and they are all very strong. If I were to go to the deserted region alone to hunt the beasts, it would be rather unrealistic. So I am asking you and Feng Tao, hoping both of you will go with me. Then I would be more secure. Of course, I only want 2 pieces of desolated crystals that we get from hunting the beast. You can take the rest of them. If you are willing to help me, Hui won't turn you down if you need any help in the future. Even if you wanted me to go through a mountain of swords and a sea of flames. Jian Wuxuang exchanged a glance with Feng Tao and they smiled. I'm just going to the deserted region with you. You don't have to go through a mountain of swords and a sea of flames. Feng Tao smiled. Hui, when would you like to go? Jian Wuxuang asked. The sooner the better, Hui said. Now then, Jian Wuxuang smiled. Hui and Feng Tao were the closest friends he had in Soul Island. Jian Wuxuang naturally wouldn't refuse keeping Hui company and making a trip to the deserted region. On top of that, even if Hui wasn't going, he would definitely need to head to the deserted region himself at some point. His task required him to go there after all. He had been practicing the 5-beast soul manipulation knack and he didn't care about the task. However, when he was going to leave Tianling Mystery Land in the future, he was going to have to head to the deserted region to get the 10 Tianling crystals. If so, let's go now, Hui said. Jian Wuxuang, Feng Tao and Hui immediately left Soul Island and departed towards the deserted region. But just as Jian Wuxuang took one step to leave, Mr. Bei Xiu was immediately notified. Chapter 1389 Deserted Region. Chapter 1389 Deserted Region. In a lofty palace, Bei Xiu, who was being entertained by a few beautiful concubines, revealed a shocked gaze. Finally! He is finally willing to leave Soul Island? Bei Xiu looked unusually cold. Jian Wuxuang, I waited for you for so long. I thought you would stay on Soul Island for the rest of your life. Soul Island was the headquarters of Soul Master temples. Although he had a strong background, it was best if he didn't take action against Jian Wushuang openly. But then, it was different if Jian Wushuang left Soul Island. If you're leaving, don't return for the rest of your life. There was murderous intention spreading across Bei Xiu's sight. The very next moment, he left his palace. In a deserted region. A place that was publicly acknowledged to be very dangerous in Tianling Land. Even the top gods in Tianling Land didn't dare to let loose when they were to be in the deserted region. After all, there was a real god that had fallen in the deserted region. The deserted region was famous for its beasts. Jian Wushuang, Feng Tao and Hui had already arrived in the deserted region. However, from the beginning, they had merely wandered around the border of the deserted region, not daring to go in deep. It's a beast! Feng Tao turned to look and Jian Wushuang looked too. They immediately saw a unique-looking beast hiding among the bushes at the end of their sight. That is the beast! Jian Wushuang could feel the beast's aura, which was rather unique. It was obviously different from the beast on Tianling Land and the eternal chaotic world. And that was the kind of beast that could nurture Tianling crystal. It's a pity that it is merely a rank 2 beast. Hui shook his head. Jian Wushuang shrugged. He also knew that only when a beast reached rank 3 could it be compared favorably with a 3-starred soul master or a level 3 divine general, which was when they had successfully nurtured a desolate crystal. As for those below rank 3, the crystal would only be under the process. Even if they got it, there wouldn't be much point. Jian Wushuang's task was to get 10 desolate crystals. The desolate crystals, of course, had to be complete crystals. In other words, he had to find a way to kill 10 beasts that could compare favorably with 3-starred soul masters and level 3 divine generals. Look for them slowly. Although this is the border of the deserted region, there is still danger. We have to be careful, Feng Tao said. Jian Wushuang and Hui both nodded, then the three of them continued to go forward into the woods. After a few days. Rumble! The green giant who was giving out a green gleam wielded his mace ferociously at the beast before him, which was more than 5 meters in size. The beast swung a punch and collided with the green giant's mace directly. Bang! There was a loud collision, and the green giant fell a few steps back. Die! Hui roared, and suddenly he appeared behind the beast, and he was holding a purple spear in his hand. The spear was consolidated via consciousness and stabbed at the beast. Roar! The beast let out an earth-shattering bellow, and it turned and hit the green giant. The terrifying impact shattered the long spear, and Hui's figure flew out altogether. But then, a demonic dragon with a soaring aura entangled the beast's body straight away. The demonic dragon had great power, and it squashed the beast with intensity. At the same time, its dragon claw seized the beast's back spine while it chewed on the beast's skull. Kacha! Although the beast's defense power was strong, the demonic dragon's bite broke it into two and a large amount of blood and flesh splashed around. The beast's body shook and finally collapsed. Swoosh! Swoosh! Feng Tao and Hui appeared before Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, you're the best. Hui and I can't do anything about it. Feng Tao looked at the dead body before him and laughed. Of course. Jian Wushuang is a peak 3-starred soul master. How could a beginner 3-starred soul master like us be comparable? Hui said. Hui, hurry and dig out the desolate crystal, Jian Wushuang said. Hui beamed with joy. He immediately squatted down to dissect the beast. Very quickly, he picked up a shimmering emerald green crystal. A desolate crystal! This is a good one! Hui held the emerald green crystal and smiled delightedly. This is only the first one. Look how happy you are! We have a peak 3-starred soul master like Jian Wushuang, so now we can have however many desolate crystal we want. Feng Tao laughed. I'm flattered. I can only deal with weaker level 3 beasts. If we were to come across some that were stronger, I wouldn't be able to do anything about it, Jian Wushuang said. Jian Wushuang, Feng Tao, I have a suggestion, Hui suddenly said. Jian Wushuang and Feng Tao looked at Hui. The deserted region is huge. Although it is only the border, it is still rather vast. Although there are many level 3 beasts around this area, it is not easy to find them. The three of us spent a few days finding just one, and that was considered lucky. If we were to be unlucky, we might not find one that we could deal with even in 10 days or half a month. So, I suggest that we part ways and look for the beasts. What do you think? Hui said. Separately? Jian Wushuang was fine with the idea, but Feng Tao creased his eyebrows slightly. The possibility to find a level 3 beast if we were to go in separate ways is definitely greater. However, the probability to come across danger increases tremendously too. It's fine with Jian Wushuang, but if it were to be either one of us, we might lose our lives. Don't worry. As long as we are not too far away and we keep in contact, once any of us is in danger, the other two can rush over for support. Hui smiled and explained. I'm fine with this. Feng Tao nodded in agreement. If they were not too far apart, they definitely could rush to one another in time with their traveling speed. Let's part ways then. Jian Wushuang smiled. The three of them immediately split up in the deserted region. Although they had separated, the three of them kept in touch at all times so that they knew one another's rough location. Jian Wushuang continued to look for rank 3 beasts in the region. Only on the third day after they separated did Jian Wushuang find a rank 3 beast. The beast doesn't have a strong aura. It should have just turned into a rank 3 beast not long ago. It is much weaker compared to the one I killed earlier. I can deal with it alone. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly and then took quick action. After a while, Jian Wushuang killed the beast directly. Then, he picked up a desolate crystal from its dead body. Chapter 1390 Scheme. Chapter 1390 Scheme. The first Tianling crystal. Jian Wushuang looked at the emerald crystal in his hand and revealed a smile. Jian Wushuang, a Tianling crystal is a really good treasure. It is definitely helpful to improve your soul power. If it's possible, try to get more. King of Venomous Worm's voice was heard in Jian Wushuang's head. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded. Just then. Jian Wushuang, quick, save me! Jian Wushuang received an extremely urgent SOS message and his face grew grave. It's Hui. He's asking for help? Jian Wushuang looked towards where Hui was. Hurry up! Without hesitation, Jian Wushuang came to the rescue straight away. He immediately sent a message to Feng Tao on his way there, but Feng Tao didn't reply. What's going on? Feng Tao didn't reply at all? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. However, due to the urgency, he didn't have enough time to think much. He could only rush over with his fastest speed to where Hui was. Hui's location wasn't far from him. With his travel speed, he managed to reach him in a few breaths. Swoosh! Jian Wushuang's figure was stopped on the tree crown, but his gaze grew cold. Hui, what are you doing? Jian Wushuang looked forward, right at Hui, who stood on the ground. When Hui saw Jian Wushuang's arrival, he put his hands behind him and stood there in silence with a malicious smile plastered on his face. He didn't even look in a fix, let alone in life danger. Jian Wushuang, don't blame me. Whatever that Master Bei Xiu is offering is too tempting, I can't reject him. Hui smiled. Master Bei Xiu? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. Hee, Jian Wushuang, at last we meet again. A vicious laugh was heard, then a figure slowly appeared before the thick forest. It was no other than Bei Xiu. The very moment Bei Xiu appeared, another two figures came from nowhere. They blocked Jian Wushuang's way, and Jian Wushuang could tell that they were both peak 3-starred soul masters from their armband. Even if Jian Wushuang was distracted, he immediately came back to reality with the sight before him. I'm trapped. It is a lie that he has trouble in cultivation. It is also a lie that he needs desolate crystals. His goal is to lead me to the deserted region and create an opportunity for Bei Xiu. Jian Wushuang's gaze turned cold. Jian Wushuang, I guess not everyone is like you and can resist the temptation of Feng Ling Nak. Bei Xiu smiled viciously. He had used Feng Ling Nak to buy Hui over. Hence the scene before his eyes. How about Feng Tao? Jian Wushuang stared at Hui. Don't worry. He naturally has someone to take care of him. Hui smiled. Jian Wushuang, instead of worrying about the other person, why not be worried for yourself? Bei Xiu sneered. Previously, on Soul Island, I really couldn't do anything to you. But then, in this deserted region. The deserted region is so dangerous. It is normal that a person or two die here. Oh? Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes and laughed. Aren't you scared that you couldn't get the manipulation method from me if you killed me? Of course I'm worried. So, I don't intend to kill you. I only want to catch you alive. Only if I catch you alive will I be able to get whatever I want from your head. Bei Xiu smiled but didn't bother talking to Jian Wushuang further. Come on then. Virum. Virum. Two fierce consciousnesses exploded straightway. The two peak 3-starred soul masters that Bei Xiu hired had murderous intentions surging in their eyes. Then, two giants formed by consciousness entirely appeared. The moment the giants appeared, they were covered in armor, boots and helmets. One of their hands held a sword and the other held a shield. Boundless auras were emanating from the two giants. The way they used their consciousnesses is exactly the same? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. Suddenly the two giants that were giving out a soaring aura charged. Their speeds were as swift as lightning. Suddenly, they appeared before Jian Wushuang and the swords that they were holding descended one after another. Rumble! Jian Wushuang's soul power suddenly surged and it formed into a huge dark tortoise covering his body. Bang! Bang! The two giants' swords hit the black tortoise, and the brightness on the shell grew dim. The black tortoise shook crazily, as though it was going to collapse at any time. But in the end, it resisted the attack. Humph! One of the peak 3-starred soul masters had deep ripples in his eyes, and there was suddenly an amazingly huge consciousness giant behind him. The giant was also wearing armor, but he wasn't holding sword and shield but a huge bow. Then, the huge giant was already pulling on the bow. Buzz! Boundless power concentrated in the bowstring. Swoosh! A ray of flowing light suddenly exploded. The ray of flowing light went through the void and appeared before Jian Wushuang. It hit the tortoise shell directly. Pust pust pust. The terrifying penetration power spread. At the same time, the two giants in armor wielded their swords and stroked. Jian Wushuang felt pressured. Ching ching. Jian Wushuang's pupils contracted at the sound. The black tortoise covering his body was finally unable to withstand the consciousness giant's attack and shattered. The forceful power shook Jian Wushuang, and he was in a bind. Swoosh! There was another ray of flowing light again. The consciousness giant pulled his bow and shot another arrow. There was a glimpse of a glare in Jian Wushuang's eyes and a fierce soul power erupted. Inextinguishable light! Jian Wushuang performed the secret skill of Tian Yuan. The secret skill of Tian Yuan was different from 5 Beast soul manipulation knack. The latter was merely a manipulation method of soul power. It was just a foundation. But the secret skill of Tian Yuan was the real secret skill of soul attack. It was definitely only focusing on soul constraint. Even the current him would find it easy to perform the technique. During his years in Soul Island, although he fought ferociously with many soul masters, he never once performed the technique. Until just then when he had put it to play directly. A bunch of lights condensed from soul power and shot out quietly. It seemed quiet and inconspicuous. But when the bunch of lights collided with the arrow that the consciousness giant shot. Pust pust. It was as easy as breaking dead wood. The flowing light that was transformed from the arrow that the consciousness giant shot suddenly collapsed. The silent attack hit one of the peak 3-starred soul master opposites without lessening the force. Chapter 1391 The Strongest Technique. Chapter 1391 The Strongest Technique. Ah! The man in a crimson robe, who was struck by inextinguishable light, immediately shouted and his face distorted in agony. He held his head and his body shivered while the huge consciousness giant collapsed. Go! Jian Wushuang roared and his soul power surged. There were 4 demonic dragons that swept out immediately. They entangled the 2 consciousness giants and suppressed them. Rubbish! You are all peak 3-starred soul masters. 2 against 1, and the 2 of you are seized? Bei Xiu stood there as he watched the battle before him. He couldn't help but curse. He flipped his palm and a black, mysterious long spear appeared in his hand. Ha! Jian Wushuang noticed Bei Xiu take out a long spear and his pupils contracted. He could tell that the long spear wasn't ordinary. It should be a treasure used for a consciousness attack. Jian Wushuang, you must be careful, King of Venomous Worms reminded. Jian Wushuang nodded and his face grew solemn. Go! Bei Xiu moved his wrist, and the long spear shot forward. Whoop! The black long spear let out a terrifying force and broke through the void before it with ease. Jian Wushuang saw that there was suddenly a huge black hole that had appeared from nowhere while there was a faint light in the core of the black hole. Virum! Vast soul power soared into the air and Jian Wushuang formed a black tortoise shell on his body. The black tortoise let out a low bellow and blocked the black long spear. Bang! A loud bang and the black tortoise that had just formed shattered into pieces. So powerful? Jian Wushuang was surprised. A powerful force erupted. Even though the force was resisted and weakened by the black tortoise, it could be compared favorably with an attack of an advanced universe god in the 3rd heaven in eternal chaotic world. Even with Jian Wushuang's divine body, dealing with such an impact immediately made him spit out a mouthful of blood and fly backwards like a bullet. He only managed to stand on his feet again after a while. His face had grown very pale. So strong! Jian Wushuang was surprised. He could tell that the power during the Black Long Spear's peak could be compared favorably with a peak universe god in the 3rd heavens. It was formed by consciousness entirely, a solid attack. Luckily, the black tortoise shell has weakened by more than half and I have the blood-killing plate armor to protect my body. Otherwise, against the long spear, I definitely would die. Jian Wushuang was glad. Jian Wushuang, Bei Xiu is very strong. Stop concealing your power. Otherwise, you'll die, King of Venomous Worms said in Jian Wushuang's head. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded. He saw that the 2 peak 3-starred soul masters that Bei Xiu brought had recovered and they could totally join forces with Bei Xiu to fight against him altogether. Secret skill of Star Palace. Jian Wushuang didn't dare to hold back but performed the secret skill of Star Palace, and the power spread across his whole body. I only have 10 breaths time. I can't delay. Make it quick. Jian Wushuang's face turned cold and the very next moment, he rampaged towards where Bei Xiu was at. Asking for death. Looking at Jian Wushuang's surprise attack, Bei Xiu smirked coolly. The black long spear in his hand had a layer of light, and it flew out again. Rumble! There was a huge black hole in the void again. There was madness in Jian Wushuang's eyes and there was an enormous amount of soul power soaring out from his sea of consciousness. Inextinguishable light! Swoosh! The silent light attacked again. The only difference was that Jian Wushuang performed the trick with the secret skill of Star Palace. With the support of the power of Star, the light's power suddenly increased tenfold. The power that Bei Xiu's long spear gave out was equal to an attack of a peak universe god in the 3rd heaven, while the inextinguishable light that I performed with my all, along with the support of the power of Star, shouldn't be any weaker than an attack of a peak universe god in the 3rd heaven. If they were to collide, they could definitely fight against one another. Jian Wushuang's gaze was cold and Blood Mountain Sword appeared from nowhere. Blood Mountain Sword. Ever since he entered Soul Master Temple, he kept the sword in Xiankuan Ring. During the years in Soul Island, he always battles with his soul attack but never once took out Blood Mountain Sword or used any sword technique. Naturally, no one knew that he was also a powerful warrior besides his identity of a soul master. Then, he was going to show his warrior power. Bang! A low, soft noise was heard. It wasn't loud but the sound of large forces colliding came through. The entire battlefield drowned in a huge consciousness storm. It was a chaotic situation. Just then, there was a swoosh in the consciousness storm. A figure flew out. Huh! Beishio stiffened. He took my spear attack directly? Then, Beishio resumed normalcy. If so, let's see how you handle this. Beishio smirked. This is the first time I have performed this trick after mastering it. You should feel honored. Then, there was a bright crimson light that shot out from Beishio's eyes. The crimson light was just like a scarlet sun, extremely eye-catching. Jian Wushuang, who was charging towards him, couldn't help but lift his head to watch. The moment he lifted his head, there was a strange strength. Dreamland? Jian Wushuang immediately came to a realization, then he smiled. It's such a joke that you're trying to pull me into Dreamland. Jian Wushuang wasn't affected at all but continued to speed towards him. What? Beishio was surprised. It was his biggest trump card. He had only mastered it after a long time. However, it didn't have any effect on Jian Wushuang when he put it to play? How is this possible? He didn't know that Jian Wushuang had already lit his soul fire. Plus, his soul power was extremely strong and very close to a peak universe god in the third heavens. At times like this, Dreamland and similar techniques like consciousness attacks had to be performed by a real god to have an effect on him. He wasn't afraid of Dreamland at all. He was afraid of a solid attack that was consolidated through consciousness. Just like the long spear that Beishio used earlier. Although it was played via consciousness, it was solid. Its power equaled an attack of a peak universe god in the third heaven that would be able to harm Jian Wushuang. Beishio's strongest technique didn't have any effect on Jian Wushuang, and then he saw Jian Wushuang holding a sword. Sword? Warrior? Beishio stared. Chapter 1392 Kill. Chapter 1392 Kill. Buzz. A cold sword light suddenly flashed. During his years in Tianling Land, he had been practicing the manipulation method of consciousness. He had almost never used his sword before. His swordsmanship maintained its standard when he was in Lineage of Star. His creation stopped at beginner rank 3 unique skill. However, the beginner rank 3 unique skill was still rather scary to a 3-starred soul master. So fast. So furious. There was a flash of shock in Beishio's eyes. There was suddenly an unprecedented danger that soared from the bottom of his heart. What a soul master feared the most was fighting in close combat with a warrior of the same rank because they were not skilled with close combat. In a normal situation, a peak 3-starred soul master who got approached by a beginner level 3 divine general would likely be killed directly. But then... Die! Jian Wushuang suddenly erupted his divine power, and the sword principle that he performed let out a shrill cry. Although Beishio immediately formed a layer of consciousness blockage, a ray of sword light broke it like it was breaking dead wood at the very moment that the consciousness blockage was formed. The cold sword light continued to plunge towards Beishio's skull. Shit! Beishio's face suddenly changed. Jian Wushuang, stop! My mother is... Beishio bellowed, but he had yet to finish his sentence. Pissed. The cold sword light stabbed through his throat. Aye. Beishio could barely move his mouth and his eyes grew dim. Jian Wushuang was filled with a murderous intention. Your mother? You're going to kill me. Why would I care about who your mother is? Jian Wushuang gripped his Blood Mountain sword in his hand tightly, and he looked towards Hui and the 2 peak 3-starred soul masters nearby. Hui and the other 2 peak 3-starred soul masters saw that Beishio had been killed and they were terrified. Hurry up and run! The 3 of them started running crazily without hesitation. There are still 6 breaths left. Kill all these people altogether! Jian Wushuang gave them a sharp glare. In the process of killing Beishio, he had merely used 4 breaths of time. His secret skill of Star Palace was still sufficient to support 6 breaths of time. The 6 breaths of time was for killing the 3 people before him. He knew it'd be enough. Buzz. An enormous amount of blazing quicksand swept out and covered the entire universe. It covered Hui and the other two people who were running in a craze. The effect of the quicksand took place, and their speed slowed down tremendously. Jian Wushuang first ran before the two peak 3-starred soul masters. Die! There was a murderous intention in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Without holding back, the moment the two people got closer to the secret skill of Tian Yuan, sword light spurted out. According to the strength of his soul power then, even if the secret skill of Tian Yuan wasn't supported by the power of star, the two peak 3-starred soul masters found it hard to resist. With the support of the power of star, the power of his secret skill increased by 10-fold. Ah! The two peak 3-starred soul masters gave out a blood-curdling scream. Then, the sword light went through their bodies. After killing the two peak 3-starred soul master, Jian Wushuang moved and came behind Hui. Jian Wushuang, no, Mr. Wushuang, please let me live! Look at our past relationship, let me live! Hui ran as he pleaded for mercy. Past relationship? Such a joke! Jian Wushuang sneered. Hui had schemed against him for Feng Ling Nak. He hadn't taken their relationship into consideration at all. Then, he brought up their relationship. Die! Jian Wushuang didn't hesitate and swept out a ray of sword light. With the assistance of blaze quicksand, he killed Hui directly. Swoosh! Jian Wushuang finally stopped, and the surrounding blaze quicksand dispersed. Everything resumed its tranquility. Phew! 10 breaths time, just nice. Jian Wushuang let out a sigh. From the time when he had really fought and performed the secret skill of Star Palace to when he had killed Bei Xiu and the two peak 3-starred soul masters, until he killed Hui in the end, he had used 10 breaths of time. The moment the time was up, his power of star was exhausted. Hui! Jian Wushuang's gaze was cold when he looked at Hui's dead body. His palm quivered and his body shattered into pieces. Then, Jian Wushuang came before Bei Xiu's dead body. Bei Xiu, peak 3-starred soul master, a big figure who has friends in high places in Soul Island. You could recognize 5 beast soul manipulation knack and knew it was hard to come by. It's a pity that you belittled me. Jian Wushuang sounded so cold. Bei Xiu really belittled him. Actually, with Bei Xiu's power, he could entirely fight Jian Wushuang face to face. He could even wait till Jian Wushuang's power of star ran out, then seize the chance to defeat him and kill him. However, from the very beginning, or to be exact, when Bei Xiu saw Jian Wushuang in Soul Island for the very first time, he had already belittled Jian Wushuang. He thought Jian Wushuang was just an ordinary peak 3-starred soul master, and he got the 5-beast soul manipulation knack by luck. He thought with his power alone, along with the 2 peak 3-starred soul master, he could easily win against Jian Wushuang. He didn't know that Jian Wushuang wasn't like other ordinary people, but an enduring genius who came from outside of Tianling land and was directly under the command of the lineage of Star. Not only was he a soul master, he was also a terrifying warrior. In his hand, he held many trump cards. His consciousness had already transformed into soul power. Everything brought up Jian Wushuang's power, which was extremely fierce. However, for Bei Xiu, he never thought of those. Especially when he put his strongest technique to play, Jian Wushuang wasn't affected at all and Bei Xiu was dumbfounded at the sight. Later on, when Jian Wushuang showed his warrior capabilities, it was totally beyond Bei Xiu's imagination. Although he reacted in the moment, he was slightly slow in the end and Jian Wushuang had managed to succeed. However, Jian Wushuang understood that if he were to be an expert from the eternal chaotic world with the same ability, the possibility of him succeeding would be much smaller. Buzz! The same strength swept out, and Bei Xiu's dead body was buried in oblivion. Jian Wushuang then took the Qian Kuan ring and long spear that Bei Lu left behind. Consciousness attack long spear. Jian Wushuang first looked at the long spear. The black long spear gave him a mysterious feeling and his senses towards consciousness became stronger. Actually, Bei Xiu's consciousness attack wasn't strong. However, with the support of the long spear, it became terrifying. The long spear is definitely a treasure. Now it's in my hand. Jian Wushuang smiled. He wasn't in a hurry for the long spear to recognize him as an owner, but he looked at the Qian-kun ring. Bei Xiu has a strong background in Soul Island. I believe his family background wasn't ordinary either. I wonder what other treasures are in his Qian-kun ring and whether I can use them. Chapter 1393 Leave. Chapter 1393 Leave. With a tinge of excitement, Jian Wushuang started to check the Qian-kun ring that Bei Xiu had left behind. In his Qian-kun ring, there were various treasures. Many were priceless. Jian Wushuang was astonished. I'm impressed. Although I am a disciple of Star Palace, forgetting the few unique treasures like Mountain River Map, Blood-Killing Plate Armor, Blood Mountain Sword, I can't compare to Bei Xiu. Jian Wushuang gasped in silence. Very soon, he was attracted by the 20 crystals in the Qian-kun ring. Tianling crystal, so many of them? Jian Wushuang was astonished. One would only be able to get it by hunting beasts that were rank 3 and above in the deserted region. There was a total of 20 pieces of desolate crystal, which were extremely precious in Tianling land, in Bei Xiu's Qian-kun ring. Jian Wushuang's disciple task was to only collect 10 Tianling crystals. Thus, he completed his task in this instance. He even had 10 extra Tianling crystals. We're both peak 3-starred soul masters, but it's totally different when one has background experience and when one doesn't. Jian Wushuang sighed. He already inspected the other 2 peak 3-starred soul masters' Qian-kun ring. However, the treasures in the 2 rings didn't value 1/10 of Bei Xiu's. This is... Jian Wushuang was suddenly attracted by a wooden slip book that gave out unique energy in the Qian-kun ring. He could feel the uniqueness of the wooden slip book. I wonder what this wooden slip book contains. Jian Wushuang covered it with his soul power immediately. At the very next moment, Jian Wushuang's eyes were wide open. How could this be? Jian Wushuang was shocked by the contents of the wooden slip book. It was a secret skill. If it were to be any ordinary secret skill, or a secret skill that was famous in Tianling land, he wouldn't be shocked. Hence, he only reacted that way because the secret skill was 18 Azura Hell. It is the strongest consciousness attack secret skill created by the top expert in Tianling land, Real God Demonic Rain. It was with Bei Xiu. Jian Wushuang stared in disbelief. He had heard Feng Tao mention the Real God Demonic Rain before. Real God Demonic Rain started Soul Master Temple and, at the same time, created Soul Island. Her existence on Tianling land was definitely godlike. The strongest secret skill, 18 Azura Hell, that she had created was extremely famous too. However, because Real God Demonic Rain was too aloof, many powerful real gods in Soul Island were not qualified to meet Real God Demonic Rain even once. As for the strongest consciousness attack secret skill created by Real God Demonic Rain, almost no one had seen it before. But then, Jian Wushuang found the secret skill left in Bei Xiu's Qian-kun ring, and it was a complete one. Bei Xiu was famous in Soul Island and everyone knew that he possessed a strong background, but no one knew what sort of background he had. He only knew that real gods in Soul Island were polite to him. Before he died, he spoke about his mother. Would his mother be Real God Demonic Rain? Then, Jian Wushuang couldn't help but gasp. Actually, judging from the situation where Bei Xiu possessed 18 Azura Hell, his mother was most likely Real God Demonic Rain. No wonder he could recognize my 5-beast soul manipulation knack. Real God Demonic Rain has been outside of Tianling land, which meant that she had wandered in the eternal chaotic world before. With her power, she was naturally qualified to access 5-beast soul manipulation knack. Bei Xiu was his son and it was normal that he found out about the 5-beast soul manipulation knack from her. Great, I killed the son of the top expert in Tianling land? Jian Wushuang sighed. Just then. Jian Wushuang, where are you? A message was transmitted. Jian Wushuang stiffened and took out a token. It was the communication token connected with Feng Tao. Feng Tao? Jian Wuxuang squinted his eyes. He knew that Hui had framed him and Feng Tao didn't know anything about it. When Bei Xiu was dealing with him, he had sent experts to take care of Feng Tao. Jian Wuxuang stood there as he looked at the token in his hand. He sighed and suddenly exerted force in his palm. Pack! The communication token suddenly exploded. I killed Bei Xiu. Although there was no one who saw, if real god demonic rain were to be angry and start to investigate, she might suspect me. Once I'm caught, I won't stand a chance. In other words, Soul Island or even Tianling Land is not safe for me. Jian Wuxuang knew his situation clearly. Hence, he didn't reply Feng Tao and he even destroyed the communication token. What he was doing was making people think that Bei Xiu, Hui and the rest of them had disappeared from the deserted region altogether. It would get the best result. He didn't belong in Tianling Land. As there was no place for him anyway, he could just leave. I've been in Tianling Mystery Land for almost 300 years, it's time to return. Jian Wuxuang smiled. He had come to Tianling Mystery Land for experience, and train his soul attack. Then, he was at the stage of great achievement for 5B soul manipulation knack and he had already reached his goal. Plus, he had already completed the task to collect 10 Tianling crystals. Hence, there was nothing left for him in Tianling Mystery Land. Jian Wuxuang immediately tore the token for leaving Mystery Land. The token broke and a space wormhole appeared before Jian Wuxuang. Goodbye Tianling Land! Jian Wuxuang chuckled. He took a leap into the wormhole without hesitation. When there was a flash of light again, Jian Wuxuang arrived on the island at Lineage of Star Control. There were still countless cultivators gathered there to wait for space wormhole to open. After Jian Wuxuang had arrived on the island, he immediately returned to Lineage of Star's old lair. In the resplendent Milky Way, there was Lineage of Star's old lair. Jian Wuxuang saw Hall Master Yuan. Young man, how did it go in Tianling Mystery Land? Plain sailing? Hall Master Yuan smiled and looked over. Quite well. Jian Wuxuang smiled and he took out the 10 Tianling crystals. The task that Hall Master Yuan assigned me has been completed. Hall Master Yuan looked at the 10 Tianling crystals and nodded. These Tianling crystals are very useful, especially for consciousness and souls. You should keep them as you happen to need them. Jian Wuxuang was touched but he didn't reject. The Tianling crystals were really useful to him. Looking at you now, you have had a bountiful harvest during the years in Tianling Mystery Land, huh? Hall Master Yuan looked. Thinking about the gains made over the years, Jian Wuxuang revealed a smile. Chapter 1394 on Taiyuan Star. Chapter 1394 on Taiyuan Star. He was in Tianling Mystery Land for almost 300 years. His gains were far beyond his expectations before. At first, he had only intended to improve his manipulation method of soul power, and his grasp of 5 beast soul manipulation knack with the aid of a large number of soul masters in Tianling Mystery Land. He thought it would be good enough if he could achieve the initial success stage for the 5 beast soul manipulation knack. But then, he was at great achievement stage for 5 beast soul manipulation knack. On top of that, the battles with various soul masters allowed him to accumulate an abundance of experience. Besides, he had killed Bei Xiu and obtained the Black Long Spear and other treasures. Not forgetting his obtainment of the consciousness attack method, 18 Azura Hell. With all of that on hand, he had certainly gained a bounty. Oh yeah, Hall Palace Yuan. When I was wandering in Tianling Mystery Land, someone talked about the utmost expert in Tianling Mystery Land, real god demonic rain. It was said that she left Tianling Mystery Land before to wander in the eternal chaotic world. Jian Wuxuang suddenly said. Yes, real god demonic rain did wander around the eternal chaotic world before. Even within the 10 cultivation sanctuaries, she gained fame. Her consciousness attack was extremely terrifying. Among the real gods who are good at consciousness attack in the eternal chaotic world, she is definitely in the top 5. Especially the 18 Azura Hell that she created, it's extremely impressive. In terms of her overall power, she is on the list of real gods. Although she was slightly lower than Lei Chao, her kind of power is extremely rare. Hall Palace Yuan explained. As expected, Jian Wushuang was impressed. The experts listed on the real gods list were a bunch of real gods that could carry out a massacre. No wonder real god demonic rain had been treated so highly in Tianling Land. Real god demonic rain also knew that Tianling Mystery Land, where she was under the command of Lineage of Star. She didn't dare to resist. Hence, she once made a deal with Lineage of Star with her identity as an expert in Tianling Mystery Land. The context of the deal was that the disciples from Lineage of Star could enter Tianling Mystery Land for training. Regardless of any treasure that they obtain from Tianling Mystery Land, they can take care of them themselves. Similarly, if the disciples were to die in Tianling Mystery Land, we Lineage of Star couldn't blame the cultivators in Tianling Mystery Land. Hall Master Yuan said. Oh, I see. Jian Wushuang nodded quietly. Jian Wushuang didn't ask further. After having a simple understanding of real god demonic rain, he returned to Sword Star. Sword Star. It's been almost 300 years since I last came back. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. He couldn't help but crease his eyebrows after he returned to Sword Star. He was a disciple of Star Palace. On Sword Star, he had many maids and servants. However, it was extremely quiet on Sword Star then. When his soul power swept over the place, there was no one. What's going on? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows, then took out a communication token. Qiu Yu. Mister, you came back from the Mystery Land? Qiu Yu replied very quickly. I just got back. Jian Wushuang replied and immediately asked. Why, when I returned to Sword Star, is no one here? Where did all of you go? Mister, we are all on Tai Yuan Star. Qiu Yu replied. Tai Yuan Star? Medicine Garden? What are you all going there? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. Nothing. Mr. Bai Liping needed some assistance and he asked for help. Qiu Yu replied. He looked to you for help? Jian Wushuang found it weird. Wait for me there. I will come to Tai Yuan Star now. Jian Wushuang told Qiu Yu and immediately departed to Tai Yuan Star. Tai Yuan Star was the biggest star in the Lineage of Star formation. Due to its huge area, the Lineage of Star set the medicine garden on Tai Yuan Star. Many medicinal materials for elixirs that cultivators could use were planted on Tai Yuan Star. As it was a medicine garden, it naturally required someone to look after it. Just as Jian Wushuang appeared on Tai Yuan Star, he saw a bustling crowd in the huge medicine garden. The crowd was made of maids and servants under his command, including Qiu Yu. Swoosh! Jian Wushuang appeared in the middle of the medicine garden directly. Qiu Yu! Jian Wushuang's voice was heard. Master! Qiu Yu walked over. Master! The maids and servants put down their tasks on hand and bowed politely at Jian Wushuang. You're all my people. Why didn't you stay on Sword Star? Why did you come here? Jian Wushuang looked cold. The maids and servants looked at each other but no one dared to speak. Qiu Yu looked like she was in a difficult position. What's going on exactly? Jian Wushuang looked towards Qiu Yu. Before Qiu Yu replied, there was a figure that plundered out from the void nearby. A bunch of dumbass, how dare you be so lazy? The raging reprimand could be heard before the person arrived. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes and he looked at the incomer. The incomer was a bald elderly in a green shirt. The bald elderly had ferocious features. His eyes were cold. He appeared in the void before Jian Wushuang and the rest. He looked at them with a cold gaze. How dare you be lazy before me? It seems like I didn't punish you enough previously and you couldn't remember it. The bald elderly said coldly and took out a green long whip. The long whip was extremely flexible. It looked just like a living cobra. Looking at the bald elderly drawing the long whip, the surrounding maids and servants showed terror in their eyes. Jian Wushuang saw the scene and his pupils contracted. Dumbass, you're really asking for a whipping? The bald elderly bellowed and swung his hand. The cobra-like green, Long Whip swept out and whipped at the maidservant nearest to him. The maidservant was merely a universe god in the first heaven. She had no power to resist the whip held by the bald elderly. She could only watch the long whip flying towards her body. Just as the long whip was about to reach the maidservant's body, buzz! A shapeless strength blocked the maidservant's. That shapeless strength suddenly transformed into a 2-meter-tall giant. The giant swung his hand and grabbed the whip. No matter how forceful the bald elderly was, the long whip wouldn't move an inch. Formation with consciousness, according to Jian Wushuang's manipulation standard of soul power, he could use his soul power and transform them into any shape anytime. It only varied in the strength of its power. What? The bald elderly's face changed, and he finally noticed Jian Wushuang's existence. Jian Wushuang then looked extremely cold. Chapter 1395 Lesson. Chapter 1395 Lesson. When he was communicating with Chiu Yu and found out that they were on Tai Yuan's star, Jian Wushuang found it fishy. After all, Chiu Yu and the others were their own servants. What they wanted to do was to serve him and help him to take care of Sword Star. Why would they need to work elsewhere? Then, looking at the sight before him, Jian Wushuang didn't need to ask and he understood. Young man, who are you? The bald elderly holding a green whip looked at Jian Wushuang as he squinted his eyes. Sword Star, Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang spoke coldly. Jian Wushuang? Disciple of Star Palace? The bald elderly was shocked. Although he was a universe god in the third heaven, he wasn't the real disciple of Lineage of Star. In other words, he was just a servant in Lineage of Star. He didn't have any identity token and hence he couldn't feel the aura of Disciples of Star Palace on Jian Wushuang. He couldn't feel the token aura, but he had heard of Jian Wushuang's name. Even though they were in Lineage of Star, the ordinary disciples didn't bother with Jian Wushuang. However, he wasn't someone a servant could provoke and get involved with. I see. It's Mr. Jian Wushuang. I am Bai Liping, the bald elderly replied humbly. Bai Liping? You're the one who brought my people to Taiyuan Star? Jian Wushuang spoke in a low voice. This? Mr. Jian Wushuang, I think you misunderstood. I never forced them to work here. They came willingly. You can ask them if you do not believe me. The bald elderly Bai Liping smiled faintly. He wasn't worried that Chiu Yu would tell him the truth because, as long as Chiu Yu wasn't stupid, they would know that their owner couldn't possibly provoke his owner. Hence, they could only say that they did it willingly. Then, the matter would be diminished, which was beneficial for both parties. However, if the truth were to be told and even if Jian Wushuang had the heart to come forward on their behalf, he didn't have the power to. In the end, he would only be inviting trouble. Similarly, it wouldn't end well for them either. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes and glanced at the people around him. He noticed that the maids and servants had lowered their heads. Even Chiu Yu stopped before she spoke and then lowered her head like everyone else. Jian Wushuang wasn't surprised but glared at Bai Liping. He glared at the whip in his hand and said, Do you think I'm blind? The look like this and you say that they did it willingly? Mr. Jian Wushuang. Bai Liping lifted his head and smiled faintly. I'm working for Mr. Xia Feng. Mr. Xia Feng is kind and generous. He knew that we servants have it tough, so he gave us time to cultivate respectively. However, as they were doing so, no one could take care of Tai Yuan Star. As such, I asked the people in Sword Star for help. Mr. Xia Feng did it out of empathy with us servants. We can't reject him. I think even Mr. Jian Wushuang wouldn't want to see Mr. Xia Feng unhappy, right? Xia Feng? Jian Wushuang's pupils contracted. He had heard of Xia Feng. He was also a universe god in the second heaven, and also a disciple of Star Palace. The only difference was that Xia Feng had proved his identity with his power long ago, but Jian Wushuang. There was almost no one who recognized him to qualify his identity as disciples of Star Palace. So he gave an order for his own people to cultivate but let the people under my command work for you. That's interesting. Jian Wushuang sneered at him, but his gaze turned cold the very next moment. Forget about the fact if it was Xia Feng's order. Even if it was, we are both disciples of Star Palace. Without my consent, you forced my people to work here on Taiyuan Star. Does he qualify to do so? Not only did you force my people to work for you, but you also hit my people. Humph! There was a sharp glare in Jian Wushuang's eyes and his figure suddenly charged forward. Jian Wushuang appeared before Bai Liping directly, and the latter realized and waited to come to blows. Rumble! A scary soul attack consolidated into a sharp thorn and pierced through Bai Liping's sea of consciousness. Ah! Bai Liping let out a groan in pain. His eyes turned bloodshot, and his consciousness drowned in extreme pain. He lost the ability to fight back. Pack! Jian Wushuang's hand slapped Bai Liping's face and Bai Liping flew off. At the same time, he grabbed the green whip from Bai Liping's hand. You dare to whip my people! Let me teach you a lesson today! A cold voice was heard from Jian Wushuang's mouth. He gripped the long whip and swung. The long whip became a soul snake and whipped Bai Liping's body continuously. Pack! 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 The loud whipping sound could be heard clearly, accompanied by Bai Liping's roars and bellows. Bai Liping was a universe god in the third heaven. He wanted to counterattack with his all. However, as Jian Wushuang wielded the long whip, it naturally contained soul attack. Every whip brought Bai Liping into a sluggish situation. He couldn't dodge, nor he could match. He could only embrace every whip on him. In just a short while, he was whipped by Jian Wushuang more than 100 times. From more than 100 lashes, Bai Liping's clothes were torn and his skin was worn. Some parts of his bone and flesh were mashed up too. He turned into raw flesh and was extremely pathetic, but he was still alive. Show mercy, Mr. Jian Wushuang. Let me live! Bai Liping started pleading. He had no alternative, he had to ask for mercy. If he didn't, he reckoned he would have died from the whipping that Jian Wushuang gave. Humph! Jian Wushuang whipped Bai Liping's face once and finally stopped. Listen up. I do not care if it was your personal idea or Xia Feng's order. Let me keep this short. My people, without my consent, cannot be ordered to do anything. Then, Jian Wushuang threw the green whip away. He looked at the maids and servants who were shocked and said, Let's go back to Sword Star. Qiu Yu and the rest came back to reality. Then, they immediately followed Jian Wushuang and left Bai Liping lying there half dead. Sword Star, in the lofty palace. What happened during the time I wasn't here? Jian Wushuang sat on the throne overlooking at Qiu Yu and the rest of the people. Qiu Yu knelt down. Mr. Qiu Yu didn't manage Sword Star well. If Mr. is angry, blame Qiu Yu alone. I do not want to reprimand you. I just want to know what happened. Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. Tell me. Chapter 1396 18 Azura Hell. Chapter 1396 18 Azura Hell. Qiu Yu hesitated and then said, Mister, you should know that lineage of star determines one's position through his or her ability. The same goes for the deacon elderlies on the highest level as well as the disciples of Star Palace like yourself and the ordinary disciples. The same also applies to us, the maidservants. Qiu Yu briefly explained what happened. Then, Jian Wushuang fixed his gaze. You mean, at the very beginning, the one who was seeking trouble with you all was Luo Quan? Yes, it was him. Qiu Yu nodded. Luo Quan has been an ordinary disciple all the time, and the ordinary disciples in lineage of star didn't have any maidservants to serve them, nor could they occupy a star. Hence, not long after you went to the Mystery Land, Luo Quan came to Sword Star and said that he needed 2 maidservants to head over to take care of some matters on your behalf. I weighed my options and then agreed as he only wanted 2 maidservants. Then, he came again and asked for 10 maidservants. I didn't agree and Luo Quan raised his fists. He brought along the other few ordinary disciples to take our people. We had no choice but to say your name. Who didn't imagine that Luo Quan wouldn't care? He even said that after the battle started, your identity as a disciple of Star Palace, including this sword star, and we the maid and servants would all belong to him in no time. He was merely taking what would soon belong to him. Oh? There was a chilly gleam in Jian Wushuang's eyes. He sneered. Oh yeah, among all universe gods in the second heaven in lineage of Star, there are only 5 disciples of Star Palace, including myself. That's because one of the disciples of Star Palace passed through God's test in the third heaven and became a universe god in the third heaven. The quota for 5 disciples of Star Palace, beside myself, the other 4 already proved themselves with their capabilities. Their positions couldn't be shaken, besides me, the one who was widely recognized as a person who wasn't up to standard. Back when I first came to Lineage of Star, Luo Kun defeated me before. Everyone thought I would become an ordinary disciple after the battle to fight for the quota to become a disciple of Star Palace. On the other hand, Luo Quan is the strongest universe god in the second heaven among the ordinary disciples. Naturally, my position as a disciple of Star Palace will be taken by him. Humph, nicely done. Jian Wushuang looked cold and he glared. Where is Luo Quan now? In the lineage of Star? No. Qiuyu shook her head. Luo Quan went to one of the mystery lands 200 years ago. Because he went to a mystery land, we returned to Sword Star. But it wasn't long until Bai Liping forced us to work on Taiyuan Star. To Mystery Land? Jian Wushuang shook his head in silence and commanded. Qiuyu, I won't be on Sword Star for some time. When I'm not here, try not to leave Sword Star. When people come asking for trouble, if it isn't too ridiculous, hold back if you could. Wait till the battle ends and we will take care of it. Yes. Qiuyu nodded politely. All right, you're dismissed. Jian Wushuang waved and Qiuyu left with the other maids and servants. In the hall, Jian Wushuang sat alone. Qiuyu even apologized to me and said that it was all her fault. In actual fact, I was the main reason that all of this happened. Jian Wushuang laughed at himself. The real reason why the maids and servants were bullied was actually because of him as an owner. If the owner were to be powerful and those disciples revered him, naturally no one would dare to seek trouble with them. But the crucial point was that the disciples in Lineage of Star, including the ordinary disciples, didn't look up to him. Naturally, they looked down upon his maids and servants. To make people afraid of acting impetuously, he could only rely on his power. The battle is a platform to showcase my power. Only by defeating those ordinary disciples like Luo Quan and Chu Yan during the fight, or even defeating the other 4 disciples of Star Palace, will the people of Lineage of Star recognize my identity as a disciple of Star Palace. Battle! Jian Wushuang clenched his fists tightly. This battle was extremely meaningful to him. Then, Jian Wushuang didn't opt to wander in another mystery land, nor did he go to cultivation places like Reset Palace or Shrine of Myriad Swords. He stayed back in Sword Star and started cultivating in seclusion. Jian Wushuang only had one goal to cultivate in seclusion, which was to obtain the secret skill of consciousness attack from Bei Xiu. 18 Azura Hell. 18 Azura Hell was the expert on the Real Gods list and the user of Real God Demonic Rain's strongest technique. Even Hall Palace Yuan was impressed with her technique. Of course, Jian Wushuang was dying to master the technique. 18 Azura Hell was a Phantasmagoria secret skill. 18 Azura Hell is segregated into 18 levels of dreamlands. Jian Wushuang was shocked. But at the same time, he understood that when he was fighting with Bei Xiu, the strongest technique that he had pulled, in the end, was this. However, Bei Xiu had just mastered the technique, and he had merely performed the first 3 levels. Most importantly, the 3 dreamlands performed with Bei Xiu's consciousness was nothing to Jian Wushuang, who had already lit up soul power. However, if the same technique were to be performed by Jian Wushuang, who had lit his soul power, it would be several times scarier. Of course, Jian Wushuang had to first grasp the technique. 18 levels of dreamlands, the first 3 levels are barely beginner level. During the first 6 levels, one will still be at the initial success stage. Then, the 12th level would be the great achievement stage. Finally, the 18th level would be considered as the complete satisfactory level. Bei Xiu was only at the beginner stage of the secret skill? Jian Wushuang sneered but quickly began understanding the secret skill with his full concentration. 18 level of Dreamlands. He wanted to grasp level by level and try to perform them. First, he must understand that the first level of the 18 levels of Dreamland was Hell of Tongue Removal. That level of Dreamland was the easiest. Plus, Jian Wushuang had already lit up his soul power. It was much easier to understand. Even so, he spent a total of 5 years. 5 years to understand the first level? Jian Wushuang was not satisfied, but he had no choice as he had tried his best. However, if the dead Bei Xiu were to know about it, he would definitely be jealous and go mad. After all, the moment he got the secret skill from his mother, he had been trying to understand. Just for the first level of understanding, he had spent 150 years. On the second level of Dreamland, he had used a total of 600 years. The third level of Dreamland was the longest. He had spent a total of 1,800 years. However, Jian Wushuang grasped the first level in 5 years and he was still complaining that it was too slow. Chapter 1397 Long Gang Mystery Land. Chapter 1397 Long Gang Mystery Land. In the blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang cultivated in seclusion for 310 years. In the secret room, Jian Wushuang's eyes shot open and there was a flash of crimson light that erupted. The crimson light was red like a scarlet star and extremely eye-catching. Back when Bei Xiu had performed the trick, his eyes had turned into the scarlet sun as well. However, the color wasn't as significant as Jian Wushuang's. After 310 years in seclusion, I'm finally at the initial success stage for 18 Azure Hell. Jian Wushuang smiled. The initial success stage for 18 Azure Hell meant that Jian Wushuang could get through the first 6 levels of Dreamland. 310 years to master the first 6 levels. One must know that Bei Xiu took almost 3,000 years to just master the first 3 levels. 18 Azure Hell, 18 levels of Dreamland. The higher the level, the more difficult it was to master. Although I have mastered the first 6 levels, it will still take more than 100 years for me to understand the 7th level. However, it is less than 100 years until the battle. Jian Wushuang smiled but didn't intend to continue to cultivate in seclusion. After all, merely the first 6 levels were already terrifying enough. Jian Wushuang, the secret skill that you obtained, although it was only a consciousness attack and not a soul attack, it is still powerful and it increases your fighting power tremendously. If you were to perform this trick during the fight, one whose consciousness strength hasn't reached the level of a peak universe god in the 3rd heaven could barely resist it, King of Venomous Worms said. That should be right. However, even if one can withstand it, if they can't shake off the phantasmagoria, the ending will be the same. Jian Wushuang smiled. The scary thing about Dreamland was that not only would one drown in phantasmagoria, but also when one was busy trying to shake off the phantasmagoria, Jian Wushuang could still take action and kill the person. Hence, not only did the person have to resist Dreamland, but he also had to shake off the phantasmagoria quickly in order to dodge Jian Wushuang's sword attack. With this technique, you can fight calmly in the upcoming battle. You also have the confidence to maintain your identity as a disciple of Star Palace. King of Venomous Worms laughed. I'm confident, not definite. Jian Wushuang shook his head. Eternal Chaotic World was very different from Tianling Land. In Tianling Land, he could kill a 3-starred Soul Master who was comparable to a peak level 3 Divine General. However, in Eternal Chaotic World, he could merely match evenly with an advanced universe god in the 3rd heaven with consciousness attacks. It was hard to say if he could match evenly with a peak universe god in the 3rd heaven. His soul strength was merely at the level of an advanced universe god in the 3rd heaven after all. Jian Wushuang, what do you plan to do next? King of Venomous Worms asked. There's less than 100 years' time. I will still figure out ways to improve my power during this period. Jian Wushuang clenched his fist. The mystery lands under Lineage of Stars control. I only went to the least dangerous Tianling mystery land. There are 3 other mystery lands that I have yet to visit. There will be many opportunities in the 3 mystery lands, and the training effect will be more significant. With the remaining time, I'll select one of the mystery lands. Jian Wushuang made his decision and immediately went to see Hall Master Yuan. When Hall Master Yuan found out that Jian Wushuang wanted to depart to another mystery land, he wasn't shocked, and he assigned another Star Palace disciple task for Jian Wushuang, just like the last time. Very soon, Jian Wushuang left for the mystery land. One of the 4 mystery lands that Lineage of Star controlled, Long Gang Mystery Land. Long Gang Mystery Land's danger level was in the 2nd place among the 4 mystery lands. There were massacres all over. There were countless cultivators and ferocious beasts. The cultivators and ferocious beasts were born enemies. The 2 tribes had extremely unique ways of improving their power. Human cultivators improved their power by taking in the ferocious beast's soul nuclei, while the ferocious beasts consumed human lives to increase their level. Under such prerequisites, it was only right and proper that the 2 tribes killed one another. After Jian Wushuang had arrived at Long Gang Mystery Land, he soon became one of the members of the group of human adventurers. He followed a hunting troop and barged into the ferocious beast's land. Then, they started their hunting trip. Of course, Jian Wushuang hunted ferocious beasts only for training and to complete his Star Palace disciple task, while the others in the troop were aiming for the ferocious beast's soul nuclei for improving their powers. The mad massacre was ongoing. Jian Wushuang worked hard to improve his swordsmanship with the training. As for his soul power, after he had arrived in Long Gang Mystery Land, unless he was in a life-threatening situation, he wouldn't use his soul attack. He didn't even practice the 5-beast soul manipulation knack. He let his soul power maintain itself in a totally relaxed state. Yes, he wanted his soul power to be in a relaxed state. He didn't cultivate to improve it or perform any attack with soul power. He did not stimulate his soul power in any way. 90 years passed in such relaxed state. After 90 years, on a remote mountain, Jian Wushuang sat alone. It's about time. I should leave. That day, Jian Wushuang had decided to leave Long Gang Mystery Land and return to Lineage of Star. After he had returned to Lineage of Star and passed down the task that Hall Master Yuan assigned to him, he came to Star Tower. I was in Long Gang Mystery Land for 90 years. My swordsmanship and close combat skills improved tremendously. I wonder how far am I from the 2nd floor of Star Tower? Jian Wushuang stepped foot into Star Tower excitedly. On the 2nd floor of Star Tower, Jian Wushuang was fighting against the cold-looking middle-aged man again. Just like the 1st floor, the cold-looking middle-aged man held his sword and performed an advanced rank 3 unique skill. However, the same advanced rank 3 unique skill, but the power was a few folds stronger than the 1st floor. His combat technique and experience was far beyond the 1st floor too. When Jian Wushuang passed through the 1st floor back then, he had pulled a lot of tricks. But then, he had become more powerful and came to challenge the 2nd floor again. He fought with the cold-looking middle-aged man for a longer time frame, but, in the end, with a flick of the wrist, the cold-looking middle-aged man moved the shapeless universe, and the sword light hit Jian Wushuang's chest. Jian Wushuang was defeated again. Jian Wushuang wasn't surprised by the result. Star Tower, every floor is a huge step forward. I barely passed through the 1st level back then. Although my swordsmanship and killing technique improved, I was far from passing through the 2nd floor. I would still need time to cultivate, Jian Wushuang thought, but he wasn't demotivated. After all, he had improved significantly compared to when he had first come to Lineage of Star. Then, Jian Wushuang came to the illusionary Mind Sea. Chapter 1398, Challenging Illusionary Mind Sea. Chapter 1398, Challenging Illusionary Mind Sea. Illusionary Mind Sea was a training ground that could be tied with Star Tower and Lineage of Star. The difference was that Star Tower focused on unique skill and killing techniques while Illusionary Mind C focused on consciousness. Jian Wuxuang stayed in the lineage of Star for so many years. He had been to Star Tower many times, but it was his first visit to the Illusionary Mind C. There was a total of 30 floors in Illusionary Mind C. On the first floor, Jian Wuxuang saw a boundless crimson ocean. In the crimson ocean, there was an enormous amount of scarlet sea water raging with anger. There was a unique force flowing over from all directions simultaneously. When I was in Long Gang Mystery Land, I let my soul power remain at its most relaxed state so that I could be at ease entirely. Illusionary Mind C could let my soul power tense up again. The looseness and the tension is the only chance for me to break through the bottleneck. 30 floors of Illusionary Mind C, let's see how far I can go. There were shocking lights surging in Jian Wuxuang's eyes. His figure sped off like lightning and ignored the phantasmagoria on the first floor but came before the second crimson ocean, which was the second floor of Illusionary Mind C. The phantasmagoria swept towards him from all directions. Phantasmagoria of such a level won't affect me at all. Jian Wuxuang's footsteps didn't slow down at all, but he continuously passed through the first floor, the second floor, the third floor. He didn't even slow down when he got to the 10th floor. At the 13th floor, Jian Wuxuang finally slowed down slightly. However, he was still rather fast. He also passed through the 13th and 14th floor easily. On the 15th floor, he paused for a while but continued to pass through. On the 16th floor, it was extremely pressuring for him. He put in all his effort and bellowed madly. He then finally shook off the phantasmagoria. The 17th floor. This is... Jian Wuxuang looked at his surrounding. Rumble. The terrifying rumble reverberated in the entire battlefield. The extremely huge fortress shattered entirely, and there were dead bodies all over. A large number of experts were on a rampage. Haha, kill everyone in this realm. Merely a green fire world, how dare you dream of occupying such a treasure? You're asking for it. Don't let anyone go. A large number of universe gods, real gods, even Almighty were rampaging across the battlefield. They were killing all the cultivators of Green Fire World. The entire Green Fire World shattered. Shit, my Green Fire World is doomed! No! Pathetic groans and wails were heard from every corner. Jian Wuxuang was in the middle of the battlefield. Jian Wuxuang. Emperor Tang ran before Jian Wuxuang with his hair in disarray. He shouted with rage. You brought a bunch of experts to Green Fire World? You betrayer! Jian Wuxuang, it's your fault. You attracted all these experts here. Our Green Fire World was destroyed because of you. Jian Wuxuang, you're the one to blame for what happened to Green Fire World. Countless roars reverberated in the universe. Jian Wuxuang clenched tightly. Phantasmagoria! This is fake. No matter how realistic the scene is, fake will always be fake. It's merely phantasmagoria. Don't think of affecting me. Break! Jian Wuxuang flushed and his face was distorted in agony. He looked terrifyingly ferocious and his eyes were twinkling with unprecedented madness. In his sea of consciousness, his lit soul power vibrated crazily. Under such madness, the soul power in his sea of consciousness also vibrated vigorously. The surrounding images started quivering vigorously and trembling in the balance too. Just a little bit more, just slightly more. Break! Break! Jian Wuxuang bellowed. His fingertips dug deep into his flesh and he started bleeding. Suddenly, rumble! His sea of consciousness quivered and Jian Wuxuang suddenly trembled. The surrounding images collapsed entirely. On the 17th floor of Illusionary Mind C, on the billowing crimson ocean, Jian Wuxuang stood. His body was covered with sweat, and he was panting with his head hung low. He looked like he was having a fit. However, even so, there was happiness in Jian Wuxuang's eyes. I broke through. I really broke through. Jian Wuxuang clenched his fists, and his entire body shivered in excitement. 90 years ago, he had seen that the strength of his soul power remained on the level of an advanced universe god in the third heaven and couldn't break through, and he had been thinking of a way. For 90 years in Long Gang Mystery Land, he had intentionally let his soul power remain at its most relaxed state, and he had never once triggered his soul power. 9 years of relaxation, and he had came to Illusionary Mind C right before the battle to be a disciple of Star Palace, then utilized the Phantasmagoria in Illusionary Mind C to stimulate his soul power that was relaxing all this while so that his soul power would suddenly tense up. Such strong stimulation after relaxation, there was a possibility that his soul power would break through. Jian Wushuang was merely making an attempt. Who knew it would really work? The strength of his soul power had already broken through, and he had reached the level of peak universe god in the third heaven. His ability was enhanced tremendously with the breakthrough. Jian Wushuang, you have guts. Although your soul power might break through under such strong stimulation, it could also severely damage your soul, or even affect your soul fire. Fortunately, you're lucky and you broke through. Otherwise, King of Venomous Worms' voice was heard in Jian Wushuang's head. Jian Wushuang was glad. King of Venomous Worms knew what he thought, and he told him about the risks. He was really lucky. Regardless, it's the best to be able to break through the bottleneck of soul power before the battle to be a disciple of Star Palace. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists, and he was overjoyed. Then, Jian Wushuang naturally continued to the 18th floor of the Illusionary Mind C. As he had just broken through on the 17th floor, his endurance for Phantasmagoria was naturally stronger. The 18th floor couldn't threaten him. He passed through the 18th floor. As for the 19th floor, he passed through it. But on the 20th floor, Jian Wushuang reckoned the strength of Phantasmagoria would affect any ordinary real god too. He naturally couldn't resist it. In the end, he stopped at the 20th floor. In the depth of Illusionary Sea Mind, on the hillock at the border of the 30th Sea region, there was an elegant elderly with crimson long hair seated. The elegant elderly was a deacon elderly who was in charge of taking care of the Illusionary Mind C. Huh! The elegant elderly who was originally drinking alone suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance with his lightning-like eyes. Chapter 1399 The Battle Began. Chapter 1399 The Battle Began. The 19th floor? The elegant elderly looked shocked. There was a total of 30 floors in Illusionary Mind C. From the 20th floor onwards, only consciousness strength at a real god's level could pass through. However, as he had passed through the 19th floor, it meant that his consciousness strength was at the peak of a universe god's. If the person who had passed the 19th floor was a disciple who was a universe god in the third heaven in lineage of star, the elegant elderly wouldn't have been surprised. However, Jian Wushuang was obviously just a universe god in the second heaven according to his aura. A universe god in the second heaven passed through the 19th floor? Such a terrifying consciousness! The elegant elderly complimented in silence. It's been a while since there was a person with impressive consciousness like this young man in lineage of star. I have to report to Hall Master Yuan immediately. The elegant elderly immediately sent a message to Hall Master Yuan. Hall Master Yuan, who received the message, showed an interested expression. Jian Wushuang. Although he is an inverse cultivator, he is merely a universe god in the first heaven. His soul power strength has reached such a level. TSK, it seems that the battle to fight to be a disciple of Star Palace will be very interesting. Lineage of Star, the battle to be a disciple of Star Palace that happens every 5,000 years is finally here. On that day, the entire lineage of Star was boiling with excitement. In the middle of the boundless Milky Way, there was a floating star. The star was named Titanic Star. Although Titanic Star was said to be a star, it was actually an empty land that was floating. The land was the battle ring itself. At that very moment, a large number of spectators from Lineage of Star surrounded Titanic Star. The crowd was crazily huge. These people were made of higher-ups in Lineage Star, disciples who were universe gods in the first to third heaven. At the same time, there were maids and servants who had gathered there too. No one wanted to miss the battle that happened every 5,000 years. Jian Wushuang also appeared at the border of Titanic Star. Once he had appeared, he could feel a few burning gazes. Jian Wushuang looked, and he suddenly understood. The few owners of those burning gazes were all ordinary disciples who were universe gods in the second heaven, and they hoped to fight for the quota to be a disciple of Star Palace during this battle. Among them, the one who had the best chance was Luo Quan. They are eyeing me. I guess they are dying to get my quota to be a disciple of Star Palace. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly, then he closed his eyes. After all of the disciples gathered around Titanic Stars. Swoosh! 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 A dozen figures descended simultaneously. The one leading was, of course, Hall Master Yuan. The one next to Hall Master Yuan was Lei Chao. They were followed by a dozen deacon elderlies. It's about time. Let's begin. Begin from universe gods in the first heaven, Hall Master Yuan ordered. The disciples who were universe gods in the first heaven and lineage of Star then appeared on Titanic Star. There were a total of about 40 people. There are quite a number of them. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes and took a look at the Titanic Star. Jian Wushuang, you were supposed to be among these people, King of Venomous Worms said. Me? Jian Wushuang smiled. In terms of realm, he was merely a universe god in the first heaven. It wasn't because he wanted to hide his identity as an inverse cultivator. He was really supposed to join the battle as a universe god in the first heaven. It was a pity that inverse cultivation was a piece of important news and it couldn't be exposed easily. Hence, Jian Wushuang could only pretend to be a universe god in the second heaven. Naturally, he had to join the battle among universe god in the second heaven. After those disciples who were universe gods in the first heaven appeared on Titanic Star, there was immediately a space wormhole which popped up. Then, Hall Master Yuan spoke. Just like the battle 5,000 years ago, the rotation battle is carried out in 2 rounds. In the first round, everyone takes turn to challenge in the Supreme Tower. Depending on your performance in the Supreme Tower, the Deacon Elderlies and I will watch. We will then pick the top 10 to participate in the second round of the rotation battle after everyone has passed through the Supreme Tower. Let's begin! The rules of the battle were the same as before. The disciples understood and they didn't have any questions. Very quickly, universe gods in the first heaven passed through the wormhole, one after another, to enter the Supreme Tower. The process took over an hour as there were 40 geniuses who had to go through the Supreme Tower one by one. After that, Hall Master Yuan announced the results straightway. Duan Tianhong Yu Jiang Chiu Yu. Hall Master Yuan read 10 names. The 10 of you can proceed to the second round of rotation battle. Once the result was announced, those whose name was read were delighted while those whose name weren't read were disappointed. The 10 of you are the top 10 who stayed in the Supreme Tower for the longest. Jian Wushuang watched the scene calmly. He knew that although it was decided by Hall Master Yuan and those Deacon Elderlies, in a normal situation, the duration that one stayed in the Supreme Tower would reveal the result. Of course, it was not definite. The rotation battle's rules were even simpler. The 10 geniuses fought one-on-one. Everyone would fight a battle with another person. In other words, everyone would fight 9 battles and the ranking would be decided according to the winning and losing of the battles. The first 5 would be disciples of Star Palace. Every battle would be entitled to extra grants. The higher the ranking, the more one received. The rotation battle began and the 10 geniuses took turns to fight with the other 9 disciples. As the rotation battles were carried out on Titanic Star, the surrounding spectators were naturally noisier than the first round which was carried out in the Supreme Tower. Especially when the fight was between 2 geniuses that were evenly matched. The crowd would cheer when the fight was ferocious. Jian Wushuang watched the rotation battle calmly. In his body, King of Venomous Worms laughed creepily. Jian Wushuang, are you upset? Do you feel aggravated? If you were to join the battle as a universe god in the first heaven, there would be no suspense, and you could easily win. But now, you can only watch. Even if I join the battle as a universe god in the second heaven, it doesn't mean that I can't win. What's there to be upset about? Jian Wuxuang didn't care. It's great that you have such an attitude. You must aim high. To fight with these universe gods in the first heaven, you wouldn't feel pressure at all. If you were to win the first place among universe god in the second heaven when you are only a universe god in the first heaven, that's truly impressive, King of Venomous Worms said. First? Jian Wuxuang contracted his pupils but didn't say much. The battle speed among universe gods in the first heaven was rather fast. In 2 hours, the 10 universe gods in the first heaven had completed 9 fights each. Chapter 1400 Ling Fei Bai. Chapter 1400 Ling Fei Bai. Everyone watched the rotation battles. The genius named Duan Tianhong won all 9 battles. He naturally became the first among universe gods in the first heaven in lineage of star. He and the other 4 disciples among the top 5 became disciples of Star Palace. The battle among universe gods in the first heaven in lineage of star ended then. There was discussion in the surroundings of Titanic Star. Duan Tianhong is strong as usual. He got his quota to be a disciple of Star Palace, winning first place during the last session, and it's the same for this session as well. I heard that he would be going through his god's test in the second heaven. Once he passes through it, he will become a disciple of Universe God in the second heaven. By then, it would be hopeless for him to get the first place in the battle. To be able to win the first place for the battle is impressive enough. Everyone was astonished. At the beginning of the battle, the disciples of Star Palace and ordinary disciples would take part. If one were to perform a failing power, the disciples of Star Palace might be degraded into an ordinary disciple, while the ordinary disciples might stand a chance to become disciples of Star Palace. Considering the current session's participants, it was expected that the 5 quotas for the disciples of Star Palace were within everyone's abilities. When the battle among universe gods in the first heaven ended, it would naturally be followed by a battle amongst universe gods in the second heaven. All disciples who are universe gods in the second heaven, please come forward. A deacon elderly gathered them on Titanic Star. All of the disciples who were universe gods in the second heaven and a few disciples of Star Palace, including Jian Wuxuang, stepped foot on Titanic Star one after another. Disciples who are universe gods in the second heaven in lineage of star are more than universe gods in the first heaven? Jian Wuxuang looked around. Including himself, there was a total of 52 universe gods in the second heaven in lineage of star. Some of the disciples stayed in Mystery Land or wandered outside for a long time. Some cultivated in seclusion. Hence, Jian Wuxuang didn't see them much. Until before the battle started, these disciples were gathered together. 52 genius disciples fighting for only 5 quotas of disciples of Star Palace. The 4 of them. Jian Wuxuang looked at 4 people in the crowd. The 4 of them were like him, disciples of Star Palace. The one that most revered was a handsome youth. The handsome youth had a gentle smile that people found friendly. However, everyone around him knew how scary that person was. He's the strongest amongst the disciples who are universe gods in the second heaven in lineage of star, Ling Fei Bai? Jian Wuxuang looked at the handsome youth and his pupils contracted. In the past years of him staying in lineage of star, he had found out about the top geniuses in lineage of star. Amongst universe gods in the second heaven, Ling Fei Bai was undeniably the top. Just like Duan Tianhong, who had won first place among universe gods in the first heaven. Maybe even scarier. It is said that Ling Fei Bai once fought a peak universe god in the third heaven when he was wandering outside. In the end, they were tied. Jian Wuxuang recalled his fighting results and gasped in silence. A universe god in the second heaven who was on par with a peak universe god in the third heaven. Ling Fei Bai wasn't an inverse cultivator. With his fighting result, he wasn't looked down upon. There were many disciples who were universe gods in the second heaven who treated Ling Fei Bai as a true monster. No one had the guts to fight against him. Of course, among those people, Jian Wuxuang was not included. Ling Fei Bai, I really want to fight him. Jian Wuxuang clenched his hands together, and smiled faintly. Besides Ling Fei Bai, the other 3 disciples of Star Palace weren't weak either. Amongst them, there was Xia Feng, who had bad beef with Jian Wushuang. He was extremely powerful too. However, besides the few disciples of Star Palace, the rest of the people, even the strongest among ordinary disciples, Luo Quan, Jian Wushuang didn't care about. It is needless for me to say the rules. Whoever's name is called, please head over to the tower. The deacon elderly's voice spread and he started reading names. First Lu Yun. Then, the ordinary disciple, Lu Yun, whose name was called, immediately walked towards the wormhole and stepped into it. After she entered the wormhole, she came out in a few breaths' time. When she came out, she looked like a mess and she looked embarrassed too. Next, a disciple entered the tower. Most of them stayed in the tower for about 10 breaths' time. It was the standard of a normal ordinary disciple. Those who were more outstanding, such as Luo Quan, Lu Han and the other few, stayed for more than 15 breaths' time in the tower. As for the few disciples of Star Palace, they performed even better. Especially Ling Fei Bai. Virum. When Ling Fei Bai came out from the wormhole, it was dead silent in the Titanic Star. Everyone looked at Ling Fei Bai in astonishment. There was surge of emotion in everyone's heart. 41 breaths' time. He stayed in the tower for 41 breaths' time. Oh my God! Besides him, the other one who performed the best among the disciples who are universe gods in the second heaven merely stayed in the tower for 20 breaths' time. This is unheard of. Ling Fei Bai is so scary. Everyone was shocked. Everyone found it unbelievable. Ling Fei Bai's performance was too astonishing. This young man, Xia Feng in the scarlet robe, who was a disciple of Star Palace, shook his head in silence. He obviously couldn't be compared favorably. That monster, Luo Quan gasped in silence. He was the top among the ordinary disciples. In the battle, he stood a chance to grab the quota to be a disciple of Star Palace. However, even if he became a disciple of Star Palace, he wasn't bold enough to challenge Ling Fei Bai. He stayed in the tower for 41 breaths' time. Ling Fei Bai is really amazing. Jian Wushuang complimented. The battle continued and the disciples entered the tower one after another. Soon, it was Jian Wushuang's turn. Next, Jian Wushuang. Along with the deacon elderly's calling, everyone's gazes suddenly fixed on Jian Wushuang. Those gazes were strange. Among them were some who were sneering, taunting and making fun of him. Look, disciples in Star Palace, our senior Jian Wushuang is here. Jian Wushuang? I have been wandering in Mystery Land, I didn't know him. But when I returned, I saw the mirror images of him fighting with other disciples. I've got to ask, how did he even qualify to be a disciple of Star Palace? Who knows? It doesn't matter now. He will become an ordinary disciple after the battle. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.